Volume 1, Chapter 1 of Phineas Finn, the Irish Member, by Anthony Trollope. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Phineas Finn proposes to stand for Loughshane. Dr. Finn of Killaloe, in County Clare, was well known in those parts, the confines, that is, of the counties Clare, Limerick, Tipperary, and Galway, as was the bishop himself, who lived in this same town and was much respected. Many said that the doctor was the richer man of the two, and the practice of his profession was extended over almost as wide a district. Indeed, the bishop whom he was privileged to attend, although a Roman Catholic, always spoke of their diocese being conterminate. It will therefore be understood that Dr. Finn, Malachi Finn was his full name, had obtained a wide reputation as a country practitioner in the west of Ireland, and he was a man sufficiently well-to-do, though that boast made by his friends, that he was as warm a man as the bishop, had but little truth to support it. Bishops in Ireland, if they live at home, even in these days, are very warm men, and Dr. Finn had not a penny in the world for which he had not worked hard. He had, moreover, a costly family, 5 daughters and 1 son, and at the time of which we are speaking, no provision in the way of marriage or profession had been made for any of them. Of the 1 son, Phineas, the hero of the following pages, the mother and 5 sisters were very proud. The doctor was accustomed to say that his goose was as good as any other man's goose, as far as he could see as yet, but that he should like some very strong evidence before he allowed himself to express an opinion that the young bird partook in any degree of the qualities of a swan, from which it may be gathered that Dr. Finn was a man of common sense. Phineas had come to be a swan in the estimation of his mother and sisters by reason of certain early successes at college. His father, whose religion was not of that bitter kind in which we in England are apt to suppose that all the Irish Roman Catholics indulge, had sent his son to Trinity, and there were some in the neighbourhood of Killaloe, patients probably of Dr. Dugan of Castle Connell, a learned physician who had spent a fruitless life in endeavouring to make head against Dr. Finn, who declared that old Finn would not be sorry if his son were to turn Protestant and go in for a fellowship. Mrs. Finn was a Protestant, and the 5 Miss Finns were Protestants, and the doctor himself was very much given to dining out among his Protestant friends on a Friday. Our Phineas, however, did not turn Protestant up in Dublin, whatever his father's secret wishes on that subject may have been. He did join a debating society, to success in which his religion was no bar, and he there achieved a sort of distinction, which was both easy and pleasant, and which, making its way down to Killaloe, assisted in engendering those ideas as to swanhood of which maternal and sisterly minds are so sweetly susceptible. "I know 6 old windbags at the present moment," said the doctor, who were great fellows at debating clubs when they were boys. "Phineas is not a boy any longer," said Mrs. Finn, "and windbags don't get college scholarships," said Matilda Finn, the second daughter. "But papa always snubs Finny," said Barbara, the youngest. "I'll snub you if you don't take care," said the doctor, taking Barbara tenderly by the ear, for his youngest daughter was the doctor's pet. The doctor certainly did not snub his son, for he allowed him to go over to London when he was 22 years of age, in order that he might read with an English barrister. It was the doctor's wish that his son might be called to the Irish bar, and the young man's desire that he might go to the English bar. The doctor so far gave way under the influence of Phineas himself, and of all the young women of the family, as to pay the usual fee to a very competent and learned gentleman in the Middle Temple, and to allow his son £150 per annum for 3 years. Dr. Finn, however, was still firm in his intention that his son should settle in Dublin and take the Munster circuit, believing that Phineas might come to want home influences and home connections, in spite of the swanhood which was attributed to him. Phineas sat his terms for 3 years, and was duly called to the bar, but no evidence came home as to the acquirement of any considerable amount of law lore, or even as to much law study on the part of the young aspirant. The learned pundit at whose feet he had been sitting was not especially loud in praise of his pupil's industry, though he did say a pleasant word or two as to his pupil's intelligence. Phineas himself did not boast much of his own hard work when at home during the long vacation. No rumors of expected successes, of expected professional successes, reached the ears of any of the Finn family at Killaloe, but nevertheless there came tidings which maintained those high ideas in the maternal bosom of which mention has been made, and which were of sufficient strength to induce the doctor, in opposition to his own judgment, to consent to the continued residence of his son in London. Phineas belonged to an excellent club, the Reform Club, and went into very good society. He was hand in glove with the Honourable Lawrence Fitzgibbon, the youngest son of Lord Claddagh. He was intimate with Barrington Erle, who had been private secretary, one of the private secretaries to the great Whig Prime Minister, who was lately in, but was now out. He had dined 3 or 4 times with that great Whig nobleman, the Earl of Brentford, and he had been assured that if he stuck to the English bar he would certainly do well. Though he might fail to succeed in court or in chambers, he would doubtless have given to him some one of those numerous appointments for which none but clever young barristers are supposed to be fitting candidates. The old doctor yielded for another year, although at the end of the 2nd year he was called upon to pay a sum of £300, which was then due by Phineas to creditors in London. When the doctor's male friends in and about Killaloe heard that he had done so, they said that he was doting. Not one of the Miss Finns was as yet married, and after all that had been said about the doctor's wealth, it was supposed that there would not be above £500 a year among them all, were he to give up his profession. But the doctor, when he paid that £300 for his son, buckled to his work again, though he had for 12 months talked of giving up the midwifery. He buckled to again, and to the great disgust of Dr. Dugan, who at this time said very ill-natured things about young Phineas. At the end of the 3 years, Phineas was called to the bar, and immediately received a letter from his father asking minutely as to his professional intentions. His father recommended him to settle in Dublin, and promised the £150 for 3 more years, on condition that this advice was followed. He did not absolutely say that the allowance would be stopped if the advice were not followed, but that was plainly to be implied. That letter came at the moment of a dissolution of Parliament. Lord de Terrier, the Conservative Prime Minister, who had now been in office for the almost unprecedentedly long period of 15 months, had found that he could not face continued majorities against him in the House of Commons, and had dissolved the House. Rumour declared that he would have much preferred to resign, and betake himself once again to the easy glories of opposition, but his party had naturally been obdurate with him, and he had resolved to appeal to the country. When Phineas received his father's letter, it had just been suggested to him at the Reform Club that he should stand for the Irish borough of Loughshane. This proposition had taken Phineas Finn so much by surprise that when first made to him by Barrington Erle it took his breath away. What? He stand for Parliament, 24 years old, with no vestige of property belonging to him, without a penny in his purse, as completely dependent on his father as he was when he first went to school at 11 years of age, and for Loughshane, a little borough in the county Galway, for which a brother of that fine old Irish peer, the Earl of Tulla, had been sitting for the last 20 years, a fine, high-minded representative of the thorough-going Orange Protestant feeling of Ireland, and the Earl of Tulla, to whom almost all Loughshane belonged, or at any rate the land about Loughshane, was one of his father's staunchest friends. Loughshane is in County Galway, but the Earl of Tulla usually lived at his seat in County Clare, not more than 10 miles from Killaloe, and always confided his gouty feet, and the weak nerves of the old countess, and the stomachs of all his domestics, to the care of Dr. Finn. How was it possible that Phineas should stand for Loughshane? From whence was the money to come for such a contest? It was a beautiful dream, a grand idea, lifting Phineas almost off the earth by its glory. When the proposition was first made to him in the smoking-room at the Reform Club by his friend Earle, he was aware that he blushed like a girl, and that he was unable at the moment to express himself plainly, so great was his astonishment, and so great his gratification. But before 10 minutes had passed by, while Barrington Erle was still sitting over his shoulder on the club sofa, and before the blushes had altogether vanished, he had seen the improbability of the scheme, and had explained to his friend that the thing could not be done. But to his increased astonishment, his friend made nothing of the difficulties. Loughshane, according to Barrington Erle, was so small a place that the expense would be very little. There were altogether no more than 307 registered electors. The inhabitants were so far removed from the world, and were so ignorant of the world's good things, that they knew nothing about bribery. The Honourable George Morris, who had sat for the last 20 years, was very unpopular. He had not been near the borough since the last election. He had hardly done more than show himself in Parliament, and had neither given a shilling in the town, nor got the place under government for a single son of Loughshane. And he has quarrelled with his brother, said Barrington Erle. The devil he has, said Phineas. I thought they always swore by each other. It's at each other they swear now, said Barrington. George has asked the Earl for more money, and the Earl has cut up Rusty. Then the negotiator went on to explain that the expenses of the election would be defrayed out of a certain fund collected for such purposes, that Loughshane had been chosen as a cheap place, and that Phineas Finn had been chosen as a safe and promising young man. As for qualification, if any question were raised, that should be made all right. An Irish candidate was wanted, and a Roman Catholic. So much the Loughshaners would require on their own account, when instigated to dismiss from their service that thorough-going Protestant, the Honourable George Morris. Then the party, by which Barrington Erle probably meant the great man in whose service he himself had become a politician, required that the candidate should be a safe man, one who would support the party, not a cantankerous, red-hot semi-Fenian, running about to meetings at the Rotunda and such like, with views of his own about tenant right and the Irish Church. "But I have views of my own," said Phineas, blushing again. "Of course you have, my dear boy," said Barrington, clapping him on the back. "I shouldn't come to you unless you had views. But your views and ours are the same, and you're just the lad for Galway. You mightn't have such an opening again in your life. And of course you'll stand for Loughshane." Then the conversation was over. The private secretary went away to arrange some other little matter of the kind, and Phineas Finn was left alone to consider the proposition that had been made to him. To become a member of the British Parliament! In all those hot contests at the 2 debating clubs to which he had belonged, this had been the ambition which had moved him. For, after all, to what purpose of their own had those empty debates ever tended? He and 3 or 4 others who had called themselves Liberals had been pitted against 4 or 5 who had called themselves Conservatives, and night after night they had discussed some ponderous subject, without any idea that one would ever persuade another, or that their talking would ever conduce to any action or to any result. But each of these combatants had felt, without daring to announce a hope on the subject among themselves, that the present arena was only a trial ground for some possible greater amphitheatre, for some future debating club, in which debates would lead to action, and in which eloquence would have power, even though persuasion might be out of the question. Phineas certainly had never dared to speak, even to himself, of such a hope. The labours of the bar had to be encountered before the dawn of such a hope would come to him, and he had gradually learned to feel that his prospects at the bar were not as yet very promising. As regarded professional work, he had been idle, and how then could he have a hope? And now this thing, which he regarded as being of all things in the world the most honourable, had come to him all at once, and was possibly within his reach. If he could believe Barrington Erle, he had only to lift up his hand, and he might be in Parliament within 2 months. And who was to be believed on such a subject, if not Barrington Erle? This was Erle's special business, and such a man could not have come to him on such a subject had he not been in earnest, and had he not himself believed in success. There was an opening ready, an opening to this great glory, if only it might be possible for him to fill it. What would his father say? His father would, of course, oppose the plan, and if he opposed his father would, of course, stop his income. And such an income as it was! Could it be that a man should sit in Parliament and live upon £150 a year? Since that payment of his debts, he had become again embarrassed to a slight amount. He owed a tailor a trifle, and a bootmaker a trifle, and something to the man who sold gloves and shirts, and yet he had done his best to keep out of debt with more than Irish pertinacity, living very closely, breakfasting upon tea and a roll, and dining frequently for a shilling at a luncheon-house up a court near Lincoln's Inn. Where should he dine if the Loughshaners elected him to Parliament? And then he painted to himself a not untrue picture of the probable miseries of a man who begins life too high up on the ladder, who succeeds in mounting before he has learned how to hold on when he is aloft. For our Phineas Finn was a young man not without sense, not entirely a windbag. If he did this thing, the probability was that he might become utterly a castaway and go entirely to the dogs before he was 30. He had heard of penniless men who had got into Parliament, and to whom had come such a fate. He was able to name to himself a man or two whose barks, carrying more sail than they could bear, had gone to pieces among early breakers in this way. But then would it not be better to go to pieces early than never to carry any sail at all? And there was, at any rate, the chance of success. He was already a barrister, and there were so many things open to a barrister with a seat in Parliament. And as he knew of men who had been utterly ruined by such early mounting, so also did he know of others whose fortunes had been made by happy audacity when they were young. He almost thought that he could die happy if he had once taken his seat in Parliament, if he had received one letter with those grand initials written after his name on the address. Young men in battle are called upon to lead forlorn hopes. 3 fall, perhaps, to one who gets through, but the one who gets through will have the Victoria Cross to carry for the rest of his life. This was his forlorn hope, and as he had been invited to undertake the work, he would not turn from the danger. On the following morning he again saw Barrington Erle by appointment, and then wrote the following letter to his father. Reform Club, February 1806. My dear Father, I am afraid that the purport of this letter will startle you, but I hope that when you have finished it you will think that I am right in my decision as to what I am going to do. You are no doubt aware that the dissolution of Parliament will take place at once, and that we shall be in all the turmoil of a general election by the middle of March. I have been invited to stand for Loughshane, and have consented. The proposition has been made to me by my friend Barrington Erle, Mr. Mildmay's private secretary, and has been made on behalf of the political committee of the Reform Club. I need hardly say that I should not have thought of such a thing with a less thorough promise of support than this gives me, nor should I think of it now had I not been assured that none of the expense of the election should fall upon me. Of course I could not have asked you to pay for it. But to such a proposition so made, I have felt that it would be cowardly to give a refusal. I cannot but regard such a selection as a great honour. I own that I am fond of politics, and have taken great delight in their study. Stupid young fool, his father said to himself as he read this, and it has been my dream for years past to have a seat in Parliament at some future time. Dream, yes, I wonder whether he has ever dreamed what he is to live upon. The chance has now come to me much earlier than I have looked for it, but I do not think that it should on that account be thrown away. Looking to my profession, I find that many things are open to a barrister with a seat in Parliament, and that the House need not interfere much with a man's practice. Not if he has got to the top of his tree, said the doctor. My chief doubt arose from the fact of your old friendship with Lord Tulla, whose brother has filled the seat for I don't know how many years. But it seems that George Morris must go, or at least that he must be opposed by a Liberal candidate. If I do not stand, some one else will, and I should think that Lord Tulla will be too much of a man to make any personal quarrel on such a subject. If he is to lose the borough, why should not I have it as well as another? I can fancy, my dear father, all that you will say as to my imprudence, and I quite confess that I have not a word to answer. I have told myself more than once, since last night, that I shall probably ruin myself. I wonder whether he has ever told himself that he will probably ruin me also, said the doctor. But I am prepared to ruin myself in such a cause. I have no one dependent on me, and as long as I do nothing to disgrace my name, I may dispose of myself as I please. If you decide on stopping my allowance, I shall have no feeling of anger against you. How very considerate, said the doctor. And in that case I shall endeavour to support myself by my pen. I have already done a little for the magazines. Give my best love to my mother and sisters. If you will receive me during the time of the election, I shall see them soon. Perhaps it will be best for me to say that I have positively decided on making the attempt. That is to say, if the club committee is as good as its promise. I have weighed the matter all round, and I regard the prize as being so great that I am prepared to run any risk to obtain it. Indeed, to me, with my views about politics, the running of such a risk is no more than a duty. I cannot keep my hand from the work, now that the work has come in the way of my hand. I shall be most anxious to get a line from you in answer to this. Your most affectionate son, Phineas Finn. I question whether Dr. Finn, when he read this letter, did not feel more of pride than of anger, whether he was not rather gratified than displeased, in spite of all that his common sense told him on the subject. His wife and daughters, when they heard the news, were clearly on the side of the young man. Mrs. Finn immediately expressed an opinion that Parliament would be the making of her son, and that everybody would be sure to employ so distinguished a barrister. The girls declared that Phineas ought, at any rate, to have his chance, and almost asserted that it would be brutal in their father to stand in their brother's way. It was in vain that the doctor tried to explain that going into Parliament could not help a young barrister, whatever it might do for one thoroughly established in his profession, that Phineas, if successful at Loughshane, would at once abandon all idea of earning any income, that the proposition, coming from so poor a man, was a monstrosity, that such an opposition to the Morris family, coming from a son of his, would be gross ingratitude to Lord Tulla. Mrs. Finn and the girls talked him down, and the doctor himself was almost carried away by something like vanity in regard to his son's future position. Nevertheless, he wrote a letter strongly advising Phineas to abandon the project. But he himself was aware that the letter which he wrote was not one from which any success could be expected. He advised his son, but did not command him. He made no threats as to stopping his income. He did not tell Phineas, in so many words, that he was proposing to make an ass of himself. He argued very prudently against the plan, and Phineas, when he received his father's letter, of course felt that it was tantamount to a paternal permission to proceed with the matter. On the next day he got a letter from his mother full of affection, full of pride, not exactly telling him to stand for Loughshane by all means, for Mrs. Finn was not the woman to run openly counter to her husband in any advice given by her to their son, but giving him every encouragement which motherly affection and motherly pride could bestow. "Of course you will come to us," she said. "If you do make up your mind to be member for Loughshane, we shall all of us be so delighted to have you." Phineas, who had fallen into a sea of doubt after writing to his father, and who had demanded a week from Barrington Erle to consider the matter, was elated to positive certainty by the joint effect of the 2 letters from home. He understood it all. His mother and sisters were altogether in favour of his audacity, and even his father was not disposed to quarrel with him on the subject. "I shall take you at your word," he said to Barrington Erle at the club that evening. "What word?" said Erle, who had too many irons in the fire to be thinking always of Loughshane and Phineas Finn, or who at any rate did not choose to let his anxiety on the subject be seen. "About Loughshane." "All right, old fellow. We shall be sure to carry you through. The Irish writs will be out on the 3rd of March, and the sooner you're there the better." End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Phineas Finn is elected for Loughshane. One great difficulty about the borough vanished in a very wonderful way at the first touch. Dr. Finn, who was a man stout at heart and by no means afraid of his great friends, drove himself over to Castle Morris to tell his news to the Earl as soon as he got a second letter from his son declaring his intention of proceeding with the business, let the results be what they might. Lord Tulla was a passionate old man, and the doctor expected that there would be a quarrel, but he was prepared to face that. He was under no special debt of gratitude to the Lord, having given as much as he had taken in the long intercourse which had existed between them. And he agreed with his son in thinking that if there was to be a Liberal candidate at Loughshane, no consideration of old pillboxes and gallipots should deter his son Phineas from standing. Other considerations might very probably deter him, but not that. The Earl probably would be of a different opinion, and the doctor felt it to be incumbent on him to break the news to Lord Tulla. "The devil he is," said the Earl, when the doctor had told his story. "Then I'll tell you what, Finn, I'll support him." "You support him, Lord Tulla?" "Yes, why shouldn't I support him? I suppose it's not so bad with me in the country that my support will rob him of his chance. I'll tell you one thing for certain, I won't support George Morris." "But, my lord—" "Well, go on. I've never taken much part in politics myself, as you know, but my boy Phineas is on the other side. I don't care for sides. What has my party done for me? Look at my cousin Dick Morris. There's not a clergyman in Ireland stauncher to them than he has been, and now they've given the deanery of Kilfenora to a man that never had a father, though I condescended to ask for it for my cousin. Let them wait till I ask for anything again." Dr. Finn, who knew all about Dick Morris's debts, and who had heard of his modes of preaching, was not surprised at the decision of the conservative bestower of Irish church patronage, but on this subject he said nothing. "And as for George," continued the Earl, "I will never lift my hand again for him. His standing for Loughshane would be quite out of the question. My own tenants wouldn't vote for him if I were to ask them myself. Mr. Peter Blake was the Lord's agent, told me only a week ago that it would be useless. The whole thing is gone, and for my part I wish they'd disenfranchise the borough. I wish they'd disenfranchise the whole country, and send us a military governor. What's the use of such members as we send? There isn't one gentleman among 10 of them. Your son is welcome for me. What support I can give him he shall have, but it isn't much. I suppose he had better come and see me." The doctor promised that his son should ride over to Castle Morris, and then took his leave, not specially flattered, as he felt that were his son to be returned, the Earl would not regard him as the one gentleman among 10 whom the county might send to leaven the remainder of its members, but aware that the greatest impediment in his son's way was already removed. He certainly had not gone to Castle Morris with any idea of canvassing for his son, and yet he had canvassed for him most satisfactorily. When he got home, he did not know how to speak of the matter otherwise than triumphantly to his wife and daughters. Though he desired to curse, his mouth would speak blessings. Before that evening was over, the prospects of Phineas at Loughshane were spoken of with open enthusiasm before the doctor, and by the next day's post a letter was written to him by Matilda, informing him that the Earl was prepared to receive him with open arms. "Papa has been over there and managed it all," said Matilda. "I'm told George Morris isn't going to stand," said Barrington Erle to Phineas the night before his departure. "His brother won't support him." "His brother means to support me," said Phineas. "That can hardly be so." "But I tell you it is. My father has known the Earl these 20 years, and has managed it." "I say, Finn, you're not going to play us a trick, are you?" said Mr. Earle, with something like dismay in his voice. "What sort of trick?" "You're not coming out on the other side." "Not if I know it," said Phineas, proudly. "Let me assure you I wouldn't change my views in politics either for you or for the Earl, though each of you carried seats in your breeches pockets. If I go into Parliament, I shall go there as a sound Liberal, not to support a party, but to do the best I can for the country. I tell you so, and I shall tell the Earl the same." Barrington Erle turned away in disgust. Such language was to him simply disgusting. It fell upon his ears as false maudlin sentiment falls on the ears of the ordinary honest man of the world. Barrington Erle was a man ordinarily honest. He would not have been untrue to his mother's brother, William Mildmay, the great Whig minister of the day, for any earthly consideration. He was ready to work with wages or without wages. He was really zealous in the cause, not asking very much for himself. He had some undefined belief that it was much better for the country that Mr. Mildmay should be in power than that Lord de Terrier should be there. He was convinced that Liberal politics were good for Englishmen, and that Liberal politics and the Mildmay party were one and the same thing. It would be unfair to Barrington Erle to deny him some praise for patriotism, but he hated the very name of independence in Parliament, and when he was told of any man that that man intended to look to measures and not to men, he regarded that man as being both unstable as water and dishonest as the wind. No good could possibly come from such a one, and much evil might and probably would come. Such a politician was a Greek to Barrington Erle, from whose hands he feared to accept even the gift of a vote. Parliamentary hermits were distasteful to him, and dwellers in political caves were regarded by him with aversion, as being either knavish or impractical. With a good Conservative opponent he could shake hands almost as readily as with a good Whig ally, but the man who was neither flesh nor fowl was odious to him. According to his theory of parliamentary government, the House of Commons should be divided by a marked line, and every member should be required to stand on one side of it or on the other. "If not with me, at any rate be against me," he would have said to every representative of the people in the name of the great leader whom he followed. He thought that debates were good because of the people outside, because they served to create that public opinion which was hereafter to be used in creating some future House of Commons. But he did not think it possible that any vote should be given on a great question either this way or that, as the result of a debate, and he was certainly assured in his own opinion that any such changing of votes would be dangerous, revolutionary, and almost unparliamentary. A member's vote, except on some small crotchety open question thrown out for the amusement of crotchety members, was due to the leader of that member's party. Such was Mr. Earl's idea of the English system of Parliament, and lending semi-official assistance, as he did frequently to the introduction of candidates into the House, he was naturally anxious that his candidates should be candidates after his own heart. When, therefore, Phineas Finn talked of measures and not men, Barrington Erle turned away in open disgust. But he remembered the youth and extreme rawness of the lad, and he remembered also the careers of other men. Barrington Erle was 40, and experience had taught him something. After a few seconds, he brought himself to think mildly of the young man's vanity, as of the vanity of a plunging colt, who resents the liberty even of a touch. By the end of the first session, the thong will be cracked over his head, as he patiently assists in pulling the coach uphill, without producing from him even a flick of his tail, said Barrington Erle to an old parliamentary friend. If he were to come out, after all, on the wrong side, said the parliamentary friend. Erle admitted that such a trick as that would be unpleasant, but he thought that old Lord Tulla was hardly equal to so clever a stratagem. Phineas went to Ireland and walked over the course at Loughshane. He called upon Lord Tulla, and heard that venerable nobleman talk a great deal of nonsense. To tell the truth of Phineas, I must confess that he wished to talk the nonsense himself, but the Earl would not hear him, and put him down very quickly. We won't discuss politics, if you please, Mr. Finn, because, as I have already said, I am throwing aside all political considerations. Phineas, therefore, was not allowed to express his views on the government of the country in the Earl's sitting-room at Castle Morris. There was, however, a good time coming, and so, for the present, he allowed the Earl to ramble on about the sins of his brother George, and the want of all proper pedigree on the part of the new Dean of Kilfenora. The conference ended with an assurance on the part of Lord Tulla that if the Loughshaners chose to elect Mr. Phineas Finn, he would not be in the least offended. The electors did elect Mr. Phineas Finn, perhaps for the reason given by one of the Dublin conservative papers, which declared that it was all the fault of the Carlton Club in not sending a proper candidate. There was a great deal said about the matter, both in London and Dublin, and the blame was supposed to fall on the joint shoulders of George Morris and his elder brother. In the meantime, our hero, Phineas Finn, had been duly elected Member of Parliament for the borough of Loughshane. The Finn family could not restrain their triumphings at Killaloe, and I do not know that it would have been natural had they done so. A gosling from such a flock does become something of a real swan by getting into Parliament. The doctor had his misgivings, had great misgivings, fearful forebodings, but there was the young man elected, and he could not help it. He could not refuse his right hand to his son, or withdraw his paternal assistance, because that son had been specially honoured among the young men of his country. So he pulled out of his hoard what sufficed to pay off outstanding debts. They were not heavy, and undertook to allow Phineas £250 a year as long as the session should last. There was a widow lady living at Killaloe who was named Mrs. Flood Jones, and she had a daughter. She had a son also, born to inherit the property of the late Floscabel Flood Jones of Floodborough, as soon as that property should have disembarrassed itself. But with him, now serving with his regiment in India, we shall have no concern. Mrs. Flood Jones was living modestly at Killaloe on her widow's jointure, Floodborough having, to tell the truth, pretty nearly fallen into absolute ruin, and with her one daughter Mary. Now on the evening before the return of Phineas Finn, Esquire, M.P., to London, Mrs. and Miss Flood Jones drank tea at the doctor's house. "It won't make a bit of change in him," Barbara Finn said to her friend Mary, up in some bedroom privacy before the tea-drinking ceremonies had altogether commenced. "Oh, it must," said Mary. "I tell you it won't, my dear. He is so good and so true." "I know he is good, Barbara, and as for truth, there is no question about it, because he has never said a word to me that he might not say to any girl." "That's nonsense, Mary." "He never has, then, as sure as the Blessed Virgin watches over us. Only you don't believe she does." "Never mind about the Virgin now, Mary." "But he never has. Your brother is nothing to me, Barbara." "Then I hope he will be before the evening is over. He was walking with you all yesterday and the day before." "Why shouldn't he? And we that have known each other all our lives. But, Barbara, pray never say a word of this to any one." "Is it I? Wouldn't I cut out my tongue first?" "I don't know why I let you talk to me in this way. There has never been anything between me and Phineas, your brother, I mean." "I know whom you mean very well." "And I feel quite sure that there never will be. Why should there? He'll go out among great people and be a great man, and I've already found out that there's a certain Lady Laura Standish whom he admires very much." "Lady Laura Fiddlestick! A man in Parliament, you know, may look up to anybody," said Miss Mary Flood Jones. "I want Finn to look up to you, my dear." "That wouldn't be looking up. Placed as he is now, that would be looking down, and he is so proud that he'll never do that. But come down, dear, else they'll wonder where we are." Mary Flood Jones was a little girl about 20 years of age, with the softest hair in the world, of a colour varying between brown and auburn, for sometimes you would swear it was the one, and sometimes the other. And she was as pretty as ever she could be. She was one of those girls, so common in Ireland, whom men, with tastes that way given, feel inclined to take up and devour on the spur of the moment. And when she liked her lion, she had a look about her which seemed to ask to be devoured. There are girls so cold-looking, pretty girls too, ladylike, discreet, and armed with all accomplishments, whom to attack seems to require the same sort of courage and the same sort of preparation as a journey in quest of the Northwest Passage. One thinks of a pedestal near the Athenaeum as the most appropriate and most honourable reward of such courage. But again, there are other girls to abstain from attacking, whom is, to a man of any warmth of temperament, quite impossible. They are like water when one is athirst, like plovers' eggs in March, like cigars when one is out in the autumn. No one ever dreams of denying himself when such temptation comes in the way. It often happens, however, that in spite of appearances, the water will not come from the well, nor the egg from its shell, nor will the cigar allow itself to be lit. A girl of such appearance, so charming, was Mary Flood Jones of Killaloe, and our hero Phineas was not allowed to thirst in vain for a drop from the cool spring. When the girls went down into the drawing-room, Mary was careful to go to a part of the room quite remote from Phineas, so as to seat herself between Mrs. Finn and Dr. Finn's young partner, Mr. Elias Bodkin, from Ballinasloe. But Mrs. Finn and the Miss Finns and all Killaloe knew that Mary had no love for Mr. Bodkin, and when Mr. Bodkin handed her the hot cake, she hardly so much as smiled at him. But in 2 minutes Phineas was behind her chair, and then she smiled, and in 5 minutes more she had got herself so twisted round that she was sitting in a corner with Phineas and his sister Barbara, and in 2 more minutes Barbara had returned to Mr. Elias Bodkin, so that Phineas and Mary were uninterrupted. They managed these things very quickly and very cleverly in Killaloe. "I shall be off to-morrow morning by the early train," said Phineas. "So soon? And when will you have to begin, in Parliament, I mean?" "I shall have to take my seat on Friday. I'm going back just in time." "But when shall we hear of your saying something?" "Never, probably. Not 1 in 10 who go into Parliament ever do say anything." "But you will, won't you? I hope you will. I do so hope you will distinguish yourself, because of your sister, and for the sake of the town, you know." "And is that all, Mary? Isn't that enough? You don't care a bit about myself, then?" "You know that I do. Haven't we been friends ever since we were children? Of course it will be a great pride to me that a person whom I have known so intimately should come to be talked about as a great man." "I shall never be talked about as a great man." "You're a great man to me already, being in Parliament. Only think, I never saw a member of Parliament in my life before." "You've seen the bishop scores of times." "Is he in Parliament?" "Ah, but not like you. He couldn't come to be a cabinet minister, and one never reads anything about him in the newspapers. I shall expect to see your name very often, and I shall always look for it. Mr. Phineas Finn paired off with Mr. Mildmay." "What is the meaning of pairing off?" "I'll explain it all to you when I come back after learning my lesson." "Mind you do come back. But I don't suppose you ever will. You will be going somewhere to see Lady Laura Standish when you are not wanted in Parliament." "Lady Laura Standish? And why shouldn't you? Of course, with your prospects, you should go as much as possible among people of that sort. Is Lady Laura very pretty?" "She's about 6 feet high." "Nonsense. I don't believe that. She would look as though she were, standing by you." "Because I am so insignificant and small." "Because your figure is perfect, and because she is straggling. She is as unlike you as possible in everything. She has thick, lumpy red hair, while yours is all silk and softness. She has large hands and feet, and— Why, Phineas, you are making her out to be an ogress, and yet I know that you admire her." "So I do, because she possesses such an appearance of power. And after all, in spite of the lumpy hair, and in spite of large hands and straggling figure, she is handsome. One can't tell what it is. One can see that she is quite contented with herself, and intends to make others contented with her. And so she does." "I see you are in love with her, Phineas." "No, not in love. Not with her, at least. Of all men in the world, I suppose that I am the last that has a right to be in love. I dare say I shall marry some day." I'm sure I hope you will. But not till I'm 40 or perhaps 50 years old. If I was not fool enough to have what men call a high ambition, I might venture to be in love now. I'm sure I'm very glad that you've got a high ambition. It is what every man ought to have, and I've no doubt that we shall hear of your marriage soon, very soon, and then, if she can help you in your ambition, we shall all be so glad." Phineas did not say a word further then. Perhaps some commotion among the party broke up the little private conversation in the corner, and he was not alone with Mary again till there came a moment for him to put her cloak over her shoulders in the back parlour, while Mrs. Flood Jones was finishing some important narrative to his mother. It was Barbara, I think, who stood in some doorway and prevented people from passing, and so gave him the opportunity which he abused. "Mary," said he, taking her in his arms, without a single word of love-making beyond what the reader has heard, "one kiss before we part." "No, Phineas, no." But the kiss had been taken and given before she had even answered him. "Oh, Phineas, you shouldn't." "I should. Why shouldn't I? And, Mary, I will have one morsel of your hair." "You shall not. Indeed, you shall not." But the scissors were at hand, and the ringlet was cut and in his pocket before she was ready with her resistance. There was nothing further, not a word more, and Mary went away with her veil down under her mother's wing, weeping sweet silent tears which no one saw. "You do love her, don't you, Phineas?" asked Barbara. "Bother! Do you go to bed, and don't trouble yourself about such trifles. But mind you're up, old girl, to see me off in the morning." Everybody was up to see him off in the morning, to give him coffee and good advice and kisses, and to throw all manner of old shoes after him as he started on his great expedition to Parliament. His father gave him an extra £20 note, and begged him for God's sake to be careful about his money. His mother told him always to have an orange in his pocket when he intended to speak longer than usual, and Barbara, in a last whisper, begged him never to forget dear Mary Flood Jones. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Phineas Finn takes his seat. Phineas had many serious, almost solemn thoughts on his journey towards London. I am sorry I must assure my female readers that very few of them had reference to Mary Flood Jones. He had, however, very carefully packed up the truss, and could bring that out for proper acts of erotic worship at seasons in which his mind might be less engaged with affairs of state than it was at present. Would he make a failure of this great matter which he had taken in hand? He could not but tell himself that the chances were 20-1 against him. Now that he looked nearer at it all, the difficulties loomed larger than ever, and the rewards seemed to be less, more difficult of approach, and more evanescent. How many members were there who could never get a hearing? How many who only spoke to fail? How many who spoke well, who could speak to no effect as far as their own worldly prospects were concerned? He had already known many members of Parliament to whom no outward respect or sign of honour was ever given by any one, and it seemed to him, as he thought over it, that Irish members of Parliament were generally treated with more indifference than any others. There were O.B. and O.C., and O'D, for whom no one cared a straw, who could hardly get men to dine with them at the club, and yet they were genuine members of Parliament. Why should he ever be better than O.B., or O.C., or O.D.? And in what way should he begin to be better? He had an idea of the fashion after which it would be his duty to strive, that he might excel those gentlemen. He did not give any of them credit for much earnestness in their country's behalf, and he was minded to be very earnest. He would go to his work honestly and conscientiously, determined to do his duty as best he might, let the results to himself be what they would. This was a noble resolution, and might have been pleasant to him, had he not remembered that smile of derision which had come over his friend Earl's face when he declared his intention of doing his duty to his country as a Liberal, and not of supporting a party. O.B. and O.C. and O.D. were keen enough to support their party, only they were sometimes a little astray at knowing which was their party for the nonce. He knew that Earl and such men would despise him if he did not fall into the regular groove, and if the Barrington Earls despised him, what would then be left for him? His moody thoughts were somewhat dissipated when he found one Lawrence Fitzgibbon, the Honourable Lawrence Fitzgibbon, a special friend of his own, and a very clever fellow, on board the boat as it steamed out of Kingston harbour. Lawrence Fitzgibbon had also just been over about his election, and had been returned as a matter of course for his father's county. Lawrence Fitzgibbon had sat in the House for the last 15 years, and was yet well nigh as young a man as any in it. And he was a man altogether different from the O.B.s, O.C.s, and O.D.s. Lawrence Fitzgibbon could always get the ear of the House if he chose to speak, and his friends declared that he might have been high up in office long since if he would have taken the trouble to work. He was a welcome guest at the houses of the very best people, and was a friend of whom any one might be proud. It had for 2 years been a feather in the cap of Phineas that he knew Lawrence Fitzgibbon, and yet people said that Lawrence Fitzgibbon had nothing of his own, and men wondered how he lived. He was the youngest son of Lord Claddagh, an Irish peer with a large family, who could do nothing for Lawrence, his favourite child, beyond finding him a seat in Parliament. "Well, Finn, my boy," said Lawrence, shaking hands with the young member on board the steamer, "so you've made it all right at Loughshane." Then Phineas was beginning to tell all the story, the wonderful story of George Morris and the Earl of Tulla, how the men of Loughshane had elected him without opposition, how he had been supported by Conservatives as well as Liberals, how unanimous Loughshane had been in electing him, Phineas Finn, as its representative. But Mr. Fitzgibbon seemed to care very little about all this, and went so far as to declare that those things were accidents which fell out sometimes one way and sometimes another, and were altogether independent of any merit or demerit on the part of the candidate himself. And it was marvellous, and almost painful to Phineas, that his friend Fitzgibbon should accept the fact of his membership with so little of congratulation, with absolutely no blowing of trumpets whatever. Had he been elected a member of the municipal corporation of Loughshane, instead of its representative in the British Parliament, Lawrence Fitzgibbon could not have made less fuss about it. Phineas was disappointed, but he took the cue from his friend too quickly to show his disappointment. And when, half an hour after their meeting, Fitzgibbon had to be reminded that his companion was not in the House during the last session, Phineas was able to make the remark as though he thought as little about the House as did the old accustomed member himself. "As far as I can see as yet," said Fitzgibbon, "we are sure to have 17. 17, said Phineas, not quite understanding the meaning of the number quoted. "A majority of 17. There are 4 Irish counties and 3 Scotch, which haven't returned as yet, but we know pretty well what they'll do. There's a doubt about Tipperary, of course, but whichever gets in of the 7 who are standing, it will be a vote on our side. Now the government can't live against that. The uphill strain is too much for them. According to my idea, nothing can justify them in trying to live against a majority. That's gammon. When the thing is so equal, anything is fair. But you see, they don't like it. Of course there are some among them as hungry as we are, and Dubby would give his toes and fingers to remain in." Dubby was the ordinary name by which, among friends and foes, Mr. Daubeny was known. Mr. Daubeny, who at the time was the leader of the Conservative party in the House of Commons. "But most of them," continued Mr. Fitzgibbon, "prefer the other game, and if you don't care about money, upon my word, it's the pleasanter game of the 2. "But the country gets nothing done by a Tory government." "As to that, it's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. I never knew a government yet that wanted to do anything. Give a government a real strong majority, as the Tories used to have half a century since, and as a matter of course it will do nothing. Why should it? Doing things, as you call it, is only bidding for power, for patronage and pay. And is the country to have no service done? The country gets quite as much service as it pays for, and perhaps a little more. The clerks in the offices work for the country, and the ministers work too, if they've got anything to manage. There is plenty of work done, but of work in Parliament, the less the better, according to my idea. It's very little that ever is done, and that little is generally too much." "But the people—" "Come down and have a glass of brandy and water, and leave the people alone for the present. The people can take care of themselves a great deal better than we can take care of them." Mr. Fitzgibbon's doctrine as to the Commonwealth was very different from that of Barrington Erle, and was still less to the taste of the new member. Barrington Erle considered that his leader, Mr. Mildmay, should be entrusted to make all necessary changes in the laws, and that an obedient House of Commons should implicitly obey that leader in authorizing all changes proposed by him. But according to Barrington Erle, such changes should be numerous and of great importance, and would, if duly passed into law at his Lord's behest, gradually produce such a Whig utopia in England as had never yet been seen on the face of the earth. Now, according to Mr. Fitzgibbon, the present utopia would be good enough, if only he himself might be once more put into possession of a certain semi-political place about the court, from which he had heretofore drawn £1,000 per annum, without any work, much to his comfort. He made no secret of his ambition, and was chagrined simply at the prospect of having to return to his electors before he could enjoy those good things which he expected to receive from the undoubted majority of 17, which had been or would be achieved. "I hate all change as a rule," said Fitzgibbon, "but upon my word we ought to alter that. When a fellow has got a crumb of comfort, after waiting for it years and years, and perhaps spending thousands in elections, he has to go back and try his hand again at the last moment, merely in obedience to some antiquated prejudice. Look at poor Jack Bond. the best friend I ever had in the world. He was wrecked upon that rock for ever. He spent every shilling he had in contesting Romford 3 times running, and 3 times running he got in. Then they made him vice-controller of the granaries, and I'm shot if he didn't get split at Romford on standing for his re-election. And what became of him? God knows. I think I heard that he married an old woman and settled down somewhere. I know he never came up again. Now I call that a confounded shame. I suppose I'm safe down in Mayo, but there's no knowing what may happen in these days. As they parted at Euston Square, Phineas asked his friend some little nervous question as to the best mode of making a first entrance into the house. Would Lawrence Fitzgibbon see him through the difficulties of the oath-taking? But Lawrence Fitzgibbon made very little of the difficulty. "Oh, you just come down, and there'll be a rush of fellows, and you'll know everybody. You'll have to hang about for an hour or so, and then you'll get pushed through. There isn't time for much ceremony after a general election." Phineas reached London early in the morning, and went home to bed for an hour or so. The House was to meet on that very day, and he intended to begin his parliamentary duties at once, if he should find it possible to get some one to accompany him. He felt that he should lack courage to go down to Westminster Hall alone, and explain to the policemen and doorkeepers that he was the man who had just been elected member for Loughshane. So about noon he went into the Reform Club, and there he found a great crowd of men, among whom there was a plentiful sprinkling of members. Earl saw him in a moment, and came to him with congratulations. "So you're all right, Finn," said he. "Yes, I'm all right. I didn't have much doubt about it when I went over." "I never heard of a fellow with such a run of luck," said Earl. "It's just one of those flukes that occur once in a dozen elections. Anyone on earth might have got in without spending a shilling." Phineas didn't at all like this. "I don't think anyone could have got in," said he, "without knowing Lord Tula." "Lord Tula was nowhere, my dear boy, and could have nothing to say to it. But never mind that. You meet me in the lobby at 2. There'll be a lot of us there, and we'll go in together. Have you seen Fitzgibbon?" Then Barrington Erle went off to other business, and Finn was congratulated by other men. But it seemed to him that the congratulations of his friends were not hearty. He spoke to some men, of whom he thought that he knew they would have given their eyes to be in Parliament, and yet they spoke of his success as being a very ordinary thing. "Well, my boy, I hope you like it," said one middle-aged gentleman whom he had known ever since he came up to London. "The difference is between working for nothing and working for money. You'll have to work for nothing now." "That's about it, I suppose," said Phineas. "They say the House is a comfortable club," said the middle-aged friend, "but I confess that I shouldn't like being run away from my dinner myself." At 2 punctually Phineas was in the lobby at Westminster, and then he found himself taken into the House with a crowd of other men. The old and young, and they who were neither old nor young, were mingled together, and there seemed to be very little respect of persons. On 3 or 4 occasions there was some cheering when a popular man or a great leader came in, but the work of the day left but little clear impression on the mind of the young member. He was confused, half elated, half disappointed, and had not his wits about him. He found himself constantly regretting that he was there, and as constantly telling himself that he, hardly yet 25, without a shilling of his own, had achieved an entrance into that assembly which by the consent of all men is the greatest in the world, and which many of the rich magnates of the country had in vain spent heaps of treasure in their endeavors to open to their own footsteps. He tried hard to realize what he had gained, but the dust and the noise and the crowds and the want of something august to the eye were almost too strong for him. He managed, however, to take the oath early among those who took it, and heard the Queen's speech read and the address moved and seconded. He was seated very uncomfortably, high up on a back seat, between two men whom he did not know, and he found the speeches to be very long. He had been in the habit of seeing such speeches reported in about a column, and he thought that these speeches must take at least 4 columns each. He sat out the debate on the address till the House was adjourned, and then he went away to dine at his club. He did go into the dining-room of the House, but there was a crowd there, and he found himself alone, and to tell the truth, he was afraid to order his dinner. The nearest approach to a triumph which he had in London came to him from the glory which his election reflected upon his landlady. She was a kindly, good, motherly soul, whose husband was a journeyman law stationer, and who kept a very decent house in Great Marlborough Street. Here Phineas had lodged since he had been in London, and was a great favourite. "God bless my soul, Mr. Phineas," said she, "only think of your being a member of Parliament." "Yes, I'm a member of Parliament, Mrs. Bunch." "And you'll go on with the rooms the same as ever? Well, I never thought to have a member of Parliament in 'em." Mrs. Bunch really had realized the magnitude of the step which her lodger had taken, and Phineas was grateful to her. Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Lady Laura Standish. Phineas, in describing Lady Laura Standish to Mary Flood Jones at Killaloe, had not painted her in very glowing colours. Nevertheless, he admired Lady Laura very much, and she was worthy of admiration. It was probably the greatest pride of our hero's life that Lady Laura Standish was his friend, and that she had instigated him to undertake the risk of parliamentary life. Lady Laura was intimate also with Barrington Erle, who was, in some distant degree, her cousin, and Phineas was not without a suspicion that his selection for Loughshane, from out of all the young Liberal candidates, may have been in some degree owing to Lady Laura's influence with Barrington Erle. He was not unwilling that it should be so, for though, as he had repeatedly told himself, he was by no means in love with Lady Laura, who was, as he imagined, somewhat older than himself, nevertheless he would feel gratified at accepting anything from her hands, and he felt a keen desire for some increase to those ties of friendship which had bound them together. No, he was not in love with Lady Laura Standish. He had not the remotest idea of asking her to be his wife. So he told himself, both before he went over for his election and after his return. When he had found himself in a corner with poor little Mary Flood Jones, he had kissed her as a matter of course, but he did not think that he could, in any circumstances, be tempted to kiss Lady Laura. He supposed that he was in love with his darling little Mary, after a fashion. Of course it could never come to anything, because of the circumstances of his life, which were so imperious to him. He was not in love with Lady Laura, and yet he hoped that his intimacy with her might come too much. He had more than once asked himself how he would feel when somebody else came to be really in love with Lady Lara, for she was by no means a woman to lack lovers, when someone else should be in love with her and be received by her as a lover. But this question he had never been able to answer. There were many questions about himself which he usually answered by telling himself that it was his fate to walk over volcanoes. Of course I shall be blown into atoms some fine day, he would say, but after all, that is better than being slowly boiled down into pulp. The House had met on a Friday, again on the Saturday morning, and the debate on the address had been adjourned till the Monday. On the Sunday, Phineas determined that he would see Lady Lara. She professed to be always at home on Sunday, and from 3 to 4 in the afternoon her drawing-room would probably be half full of people. There would, at any rate, be comers and goers who would prevent anything like real conversation between himself and her. But for a few minutes before that he might probably find her alone, and he was most anxious to see whether her reception of him as a member of Parliament would be in any degree warmer than that of his other friends. Hitherto he had found no such warmth since he came to London, excepting that which had glowed in the bosom of Mrs. Bunch. Lady Lara Standish was the daughter of the Earl of Brentford, and was the only remaining lady of the Earl's family. The Countess had been long dead, and Lady Emily, the younger daughter, who had been the great beauty of her day, was now the wife of a Russian nobleman, whom she had persisted in preferring to any of her English suitors, and lived at St. Petersburg. There was an aunt, old Lady Lara, who came up to town about the middle of May, but she was always in the country except for some 6 weeks in the season. There was a certain Lord Chiltern, the Earl's son and heir, who did indeed live at the family town-house in Portman Square. But Lord Chiltern was a man of whom Lady Lara's set did not often speak, and Phineas, frequently as he had been at the house, had never seen Lord Chiltern there. He was a young nobleman of whom various accounts were given by various people, but I fear that the account most readily accepted in London attributed to him a great intimacy with the affairs at Newmarket, and a partiality for convivial pleasures. Respecting Lord Chiltern, Phineas had never as yet exchanged a word with Lady Lara. With her father he was acquainted, as he had dined perhaps half a dozen times at the house. The point in Lord Brentford's character which had more than any other struck our hero was the unlimited confidence which he seemed to place in his daughter. Lady Lara seemed to have perfect power of doing what she pleased. She was much more mistress of herself than if she had been the wife instead of the daughter of the Earl of Brentford, and she seemed to be quite as much mistress of the house. Phineas had declared at Killaloe that Lady Lara was 6 feet high, that she had red hair, that her figure was straggling, and that her hands and feet were large. She was, in fact, about 5 feet 7 in height, and she carried her height well. There was something of nobility in her gait, and she seemed thus to be taller than her inches. Her hair was in truth red, of a deep thorough redness. Her brother's hair was the same, and so had been that of her father before it had become sandy with age. Her sister's had been of a soft auburn hue, and hers had been said to be the prettiest head of hair in Europe at the time of her marriage. But in these days we have got to like red hair, and Lady Lara's was not supposed to stand in the way of her being considered a beauty. Her face was very fair, though it lacked that softness which we all love in women. Her eyes, which were large and bright and very clear, never seemed to quail, never rose and sunk or showed themselves to be afraid of their own power. Indeed, Lady Laura Standish had nothing of fear about her. Her nose was perfectly cut, but was rather large, having the slightest possible tendency to be aquiline. Her mouth also was large, but was full of expression, and her teeth were perfect. Her complexion was very bright, but in spite of its brightness she never blushed. The shades of her complexion were set and steady. Those who knew her said that her heart was so fully under command that nothing could stir her blood to any sudden motion. As to that accusation of straggling which had been made against her, it had sprung from ill-natured observation of her modes of sitting. She never straggled when she stood or walked, but she would lean forward when sitting, as a man does, and would use her arms in talking, and would put her hand over her face, and pass her fingers through her hair, after the fashion of men rather than of women, and she seemed to despise that soft quiescence of her sex in which are generally found so many charms. Her hands and feet were large, as was her whole frame. Such was Lady Laura Standish, and Phineas Finn had been untrue to himself and to his own appreciation of the lady when he had described her in disparaging terms to Mary Flood Jones. But though he had spoken of Lady Laura in disparaging terms, he had so spoken of her as to make Miss Flood Jones quite understand that he thought a great deal about Lady Laura. And now, early on the Sunday, he made his way to Portman Square, in order that he might learn whether there might be any sympathy for him there. Hitherto he had found none. Everything had been terribly dry and hard, and he had gathered as yet none of the fruit which he had expected that his good fortune would bear for him. It is true that he had not yet gone among any friends, except those of his club, and men who were in the house along with him, and at the club it might be that there were some who envied him his good fortune, and others who thought nothing of it, because it had been theirs for years. Now he would try a friend who, he hoped, would sympathize, and therefore he called in Portman Square at about 2:30 on this Sunday morning. Yes, Lady Laura was in the drawing-room. The hall porter admitted as much, but evidently seemed to think that he had been disturbed from his dinner before his time. Phineas did not care a straw for the hall porter. If Lady Laura were not kind to him, he would never trouble that hall porter again. He was especially sore at this moment, because a valued friend, the barrister with whom he had been reading for the last 3 years, had spent the best part of an hour that Sunday morning in proving to him that he had as good as ruined himself. "When I first heard it, of course I thought you had inherited a fortune," said Mr. Lowe. "I have inherited nothing," Phineas replied, "not a penny, and I never shall." Then Mr. Lowe had opened his eyes very wide, and shaken his head very sadly, and had whistled. "I am so glad you have come, Mr. Finn," said Lady Laura, meeting Phineas halfway across the large room. "Thanks," said he, as he took her hand. "I thought that perhaps you would manage to see me before any one else was here." "Well, to tell the truth, I have wished it, though I can hardly tell why." "I can tell you why, Mr. Finn, but never mind. Come and sit down. I am so very glad that you have been successful, so very glad. You know I told you that I should never think much of you if you did not at least try it. And therefore I did try, and have succeeded. Faint heart, you know, never did any good. I think it is a man's duty to make his way into the house. That is, if he ever means to be anybody. Of course it is not every man who can get there by the time that he is 25. Every friend that I have in the world says that I have ruined myself. No, I don't say so, said Lady Laura. And you are worth all the others put together. It is such a comfort to have someone to say a cheery word to one. You shall hear nothing but cheery words here. Papa shall say cheery words to you that shall be better than mine, because they shall be weighted with the wisdom of age. I have heard him say 20 times that the earlier a man goes into the house, the better. There is much to learn. But your father was thinking of men of fortune. Not at all, of younger brothers and barristers, and of men who have made their way to make, as you have. Let me see, can you dine here on Wednesday? There will be no party, of course, but Papa will want to shake hands with you, and you legislators of the lower house are more easily reached on Wednesdays than on any other day. I shall be delighted, said Phineas, feeling, however, that he did not expect much sympathy from Lord Brentford. Mr. Kennedy dines here, you know Mr. Kennedy of Loughlinter, and we will ask your friend Mr. Fitzgibbon. There will be nobody else. As for catching Barrington Erle, that is out of the question at such a time as this. But going back to my being ruined, said Phineas, after a pause, don't think of anything so disagreeable. You must not suppose that I am afraid of it. I was going to say that there are worse things than ruin, or at any rate than the chance of ruin. Supposing that I have to emigrate and skin sheep, what does it matter? I myself, being unencumbered, have myself as my own property to do what I like with. With Nelson it was Westminster Abbey or a peerage. With me it is parliamentary success or sheep-skinning. There shall be no sheep-skinning, Mr. Finn, I will guarantee you. Then I shall be safe. At that moment the door of the room was opened, and a man entered with quick steps, came a few yards in, and then retreated, slamming the door after him. He was a man with thick, short, red hair, and an abundance of very red beard, and his face was red, and, as it seemed to Phineas, his very eyes. There was something in the countenance of the man which struck him almost with dread, something approaching to ferocity. There was a pause a moment after the door was closed, and then Lady Laura spoke. It was my brother Chiltern. I do not think that you have ever met him. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mr. and Mrs. Lowe. That terrible apparition of the Red Lord Chiltern had disturbed Phineas in the moment of his happiness as he sat listening to the kind flatteries of Lady Laura. And though Lord Chiltern had vanished as quickly as he had appeared, there had come no return of his joy. Lady Laura had said some word about her brother, and Phineas had replied that he had never chanced to see Lord Chiltern. Then there had been an awkward silence, and almost immediately other persons had come in. After greeting one or two old acquaintances, among whom an elder sister of Lawrence Fitzgibbon was one, he took his leave and escaped out into the square. Miss Fitzgibbon is going to dine with us on Wednesday, said Lady Laura. She says she won't answer for her brother, but she will bring him if she can. And you're a member of Parliament now, too, they tell me, said Miss Fitzgibbon, holding up her hands. I think everybody will be in Parliament before long. I wish I knew some man who wasn't. that I might think of changing my condition." But Phineas cared very little what Miss Fitzgibbon said to him. Everybody knew Aspasia Fitzgibbon, and all who knew her were accustomed to put up with the violence of her jokes and the bitterness of her remarks. She was an old maid, over 40, very plain, who, having reconciled herself to the fact that she was an old maid, chose to take advantage of such poor privileges as the position gave her. Within the last few years a considerable fortune had fallen into her hands, some £25,000, which had come to her unexpectedly, a wonderful windfall, and now she was the only one in her family who had money at command. She lived in a small house by herself in one of the smallest streets of Mayfair, and walked about sturdily by herself, and spoke her mind about everything. She was greatly devoted to her brother Lawrence, so devoted that there was nothing she would not do for him, short of lending him money. But Phineas, when he found himself out in the square, thought nothing of Aspasia Fitzgibbon. He had gone to Lady Laura Standish for sympathy, and she had given it to him in full measure. She understood him and his aspirations, if no one else did so on the face of the earth. She rejoiced in his triumph, and was not too hard to tell him that she looked forward to his success. And in what delightful language she had done so! "Faint heart never won fair lady." It was thus, or almost thus, that she had encouraged him. He knew well that she had, in truth, meant nothing more than her words had seemed to signify. He did not for a moment attribute to her aught else. But might not he get another lesson from them? He had often told himself that he was not in love with Laura Standish. But why should he not now tell himself that he was in love with her? Of course there would be difficulty, but was it not the business of his life to overcome difficulties? Had he not already overcome one difficulty almost as great? And why should he be afraid of this other? Faint heart never won fair lady. And this fair lady, for at this moment he was ready to swear that she was very fair, was already half won. She could not have taken him by the hand so warmly, and looked into his face so keenly, had she not felt for him something stronger than common friendship. He had turned down Baker Street from the square, and was now walking towards the Regent's Park. He would go and see the beasts in the Zoological Gardens, and make up his mind as to his future mode of life in that delightful Sunday solitude. There was very much as to which it was necessary that he should make up his mind. If he resolved that he would ask Lady Laura Standish to be his wife, when should he ask her, and in what manner might he propose to her that they should live? It would hardly suit him to postpone his courtship indefinitely, knowing, as he did know, that he would be one among many suitors. He could not expect her to wait for him if he did not declare himself, and yet he could hardly ask her to come and share with him the allowance made to him by his father. Whether she had much fortune of her own, or little, or none at all, he did not in the least know. He did know that the Earl had been distressed by his son's extravagance, and that there had been some money difficulties arising from this source. But his own great desire would be to support his own wife by his own labour. At present he was hardly in a fair way to do that, unless he could get paid for his parliamentary work. Those fortunate gentlemen who form the government are so paid. Yes, there was the Treasury bench open to him, and he must resolve that he would seat himself there. He would make Lady Laura understand this, and then he would ask his question. It was true that at present his political opponents had possession of the Treasury bench, but all governments are mortal, and conservative governments in this country are especially prone to die. It was true that he could not hold even a Treasury lordship with a poor thousand a year for his salary, without having to face the electors of Loughshane again before he entered upon the enjoyment of his place. But if he could only do something to give a grace to his name, to show that he was a rising man, the electors of Loughshane, who had once been so easy with him, would surely not be cruel to him when he showed himself a second time among them. Lord Tula was his friend, and he had those points of law in his favour which possession bestows. And then he remembered that Lady Lara was related to almost everybody who was anybody among the high Whigs. She was, he knew, second cousin to Mr. Mildmay, who for years had been the leader of the Whigs, and was third cousin to Barrington Erle. The late president of the council, the Duke of St. Bungay, and Lord Brentford had married sisters, and the St. Bungay people and the Mildmay people and the Brentford people all had some sort of connection with the Palliser people, of whom the heir and coming chief, Plantagenet Palliser, would certainly be Chancellor of the Exchequer in the next government. Simply as an introduction into official life, nothing could be more conducive to chances of success than a matrimonial alliance with Lady Lara. Not that he would have thought of such a thing on that account. No, he thought of it because he loved her. Honestly, because he loved her. He swore to that half a dozen times for his own satisfaction. But loving her as he did, and resolving that in spite of all difficulties she should become his wife, there could be no reason why he should not, on her account as well as on his own, take advantage of any circumstances that there might be in his favour. As he wandered among the unsavoury beasts, elbowed on every side by the Sunday visitors to the garden, he made up his mind that he would first let Lady Lara understand what were his intentions with regard to his future career, and then he would ask her to join her lot to his. At every turn the chances would of course be very much against him, 10 to 1 against him perhaps on every point, but it was his lot in life to have to face such odds. 12 months since, it had been much more than 10 to 1 against his getting into Parliament, and yet he was there. He expected to be blown into fragments, to sheep-skinning in Australia, or packing preserved meats on the plains of Paraguay. But when the blowing into atoms should come, he was resolved that courage to bear the ruin should not be wanting. Then he quoted a line or two of a Latin poet, and felt himself to be comfortable. "So, here you are again, Mr. Finn," said a voice in his ear. "Yes, Miss Fitzgibbon, here I am again. I fancied you members of Parliament had something else to do besides looking at wild beasts. I thought you always spent Sunday in arranging how you might most effectually badger each other on Monday. We got through all that early this morning, Miss Fitzgibbon, while you were saying your prayers. Here is Mr. Kennedy, too. You know him, I dare say. He also is a member, but then he can afford to be idle." But it so happened that Phineas did not know Mr. Kennedy, and consequently there was some slight form of introduction. "I believe I am to meet you at dinner on Wednesday," said Phineas, "at Lord Brentford's." "And me too," said Miss Fitzgibbon. "Which will be the greatest possible addition to our pleasure," said Phineas. Mr. Kennedy, who seemed to be afflicted with some difficulty in speaking, and whose bow to our hero had hardly done more than produce the slightest possible motion to the top of his hat, hereupon muttered something which was taken to mean an assent to the proposition as to Wednesday's dinner. Then he stood perfectly still, with his 2 hands fixed on the top of his umbrella, and gazed at the great monkey's cage. But it was clear that he was not looking at any special monkey, for his eyes never wandered. "Did you ever see such a contrast in your life?" said Miss Fitzgibbon to Phineas, hardly in a whisper. "Between what?" said Phineas. "Between Mr. Kennedy and a monkey. The monkey has so much to say for himself, and is so delightfully wicked. I don't suppose that Mr. Kennedy ever did anything wrong in his life." Mr. Kennedy was a man who had very little temptation to do anything wrong. He was possessed of over $1.5 million of money, which he was mistaken enough to suppose he had made himself, whereas it may be doubted whether he had ever earned a penny. His father and his uncle had created a business in Glasgow, and that business now belonged to him. But his father and his uncle, who had toiled through their long lives, had left behind them servants who understood the work, and the business now went on prospering almost by its own momentum. The Mr. Kennedy of the present day, the sole owner of the business, though he did occasionally go to Glasgow, certainly did nothing towards maintaining it. He had a magnificent place in Perthshire, called Loughlinter, and he sat for a Scotch group of boroughs, and he had a house in London, and a stud of horses in Lancashire, which he rarely visited, and was unmarried. He never spoke much to anyone, though he was constantly in society. He rarely did anything, though he had the means of doing everything. He had very seldom been on his legs in the House of Commons, though he had sat there for 10 years. He was seen about everywhere, sometimes with one acquaintance, and sometimes with another, but it may be doubted whether he had any friend. It may be doubted whether he had ever talked enough to any man to make that man his friend. Lawrence Fitzgibbon tried him for 1 season, and after a month or 2 asked for a loan of a few £100. "I never lend money to anyone under any circumstances," said Mr. Kennedy, and it was the longest speech which had ever fallen from his mouth in the hearing of Lawrence Fitzgibbon. But though he would not lend money, he gave a great deal, and he would give it for almost every object. Mr. Robert Kennedy, M.P., Loughlinter, £105, appeared on almost every charitable list that was advertised. No one ever spoke to him as to this expenditure, nor did he ever speak to any one. Circulars came to him, and the cheques were returned. The duty was a very easy one to him, and he performed it willingly. Had any amount of inquiry been necessary, it is possible that the labour would have been too much for him. Such was Mr. Robert Kennedy, as to whom Phineas had heard that he had during the last winter entertained Lord Brentford and Lady Laura, with very many other people of note, at his place in Perthshire. "I very much prefer the monkey," said Phineas to Miss Fitzgibbon. "I thought you would," said she. "Like to like, you know. You have both of you the same aptitude for climbing. But the monkeys never fall, they tell me." Phineas, knowing that he could gain nothing by sparring with Miss Fitzgibbon, raised his hat and took his leave. Going out of a narrow gate, he found himself again brought into contact with Mr. Kennedy. "What a crowd there is here," he said, finding himself bound to say something. Mr. Kennedy, who was behind him, answered him not a word. Then Phineas made up his mind that Mr. Kennedy was insolent with the insolence of riches, and that he would hate Mr. Kennedy. He was engaged to dine on this Sunday with Mr. Lowe, the barrister, with whom he had been reading for the last 3 years. Mr. Lowe had taken a strong liking to Phineas, as had also Mrs. Lowe, and the tutor had more than once told his pupil that success in his profession was certainly open to him if he would only stick to his work. Mr. Lowe was himself an ambitious man, looking forward to entering Parliament at some future time, when the exigencies of his life of labour might enable him to do so. But he was prudent, given to close calculation, and resolved to make the ground sure beneath his feet in every step that he took forward. When he first heard that Finn intended to stand for Loughshane, he was stricken with dismay, and strongly dissuaded him. The electors may probably reject him. That's his only chance now, Mr. Lowe had said to his wife, when he found that Phineas was, as he thought, foolhardy. But the electors of Loughshane had not rejected Mr. Lowe's pupil, and Mr. Lowe was now called upon to advise what Phineas should do in his present circumstances. There is nothing to prevent the work of a Chancery barrister being done by a member of Parliament. Indeed, the most successful barristers are members of Parliament. But Phineas Finn was beginning at the wrong end, and Mr. Lowe knew that no good would come of it. "Only think of your being in Parliament, Mr. Finn," said Mrs. Lowe. "It is wonderful, isn't it?" said Phineas. "It took us so much by surprise," said Mrs. Lowe. "As a rule, one never hears of a barrister going into Parliament till after he's 40. And I'm only 25. I do feel that I've disgraced myself. I do indeed, Mrs. Lowe." "No, you've not disgraced yourself, Mr. Finn. The only question is whether it's prudent. I hope it will all turn out for the best, most heartily." Mrs. Lowe was a very matter-of-fact lady, 4 or 5 years older than her husband, who had had a little money of her own, and was possessed of every virtue under the sun. Nevertheless, she did not quite like the idea of her husband's pupil having got into Parliament. If her husband and Phineas Finn were dining anywhere together, Phineas, who had come to them quite a boy, would walk out of the room before her husband. This could hardly be right. Nevertheless, she helped Phineas to the nicest bit of fish she could find, and had he been ill, would have nursed him with the greatest care. After dinner, when Mrs. Lowe had gone upstairs, there came the great discussion between the tutor and the pupil, for the sake of which this little dinner had been given. When Phineas had last been with Mr. Lowe, on the occasion of his showing himself at his tutor's chambers after his return from Ireland, he had not made up his mind so thoroughly on certain points as he had done since he had seen Lady Laura. The discussion could hardly be of any avail now, but it could not be avoided. "Well, Phineas, and what do you mean to do?" said Mr. Lowe. Everybody who knew our hero, or nearly everybody, called him by his Christian name. There are men who seem to be so treated by general consent in all societies. Even Mrs. Lowe, who was very prosaic, and unlikely to be familiar in her mode of address, had fallen into the way of doing it before the election, but she had dropped it when the Phineas whom she used to know became a member of Parliament. "That's the question, isn't it?" said Phineas. "Of course you'll stick to your work." "What, to the bar?" "Yes, to the bar. I am not thinking of giving it up permanently." "Giving it up," said Mr. Lowe, raising his hands in surprise. "If you give it up, how do you intend to live? Men are not paid for being members of Parliament." "Not exactly, but as I said before, I am not thinking of giving it up permanently." "You mustn't give it up at all, not for a day. That is, if you ever mean to do any good." "There I think that perhaps you may be wrong, Lowe." "How can I be wrong? Did a period of idleness ever help a man in any profession? And is it not acknowledged by all who know anything about it that continuous labor is more necessary in our profession than in any other? I do not mean to be idle. What is it you do mean, Phineas? Why, simply this. Here I am in Parliament. We must take that as a fact. I don't doubt the fact. And if it be a misfortune, we must make the best of it. Even you wouldn't advise me to apply for the Chiltern Hundreds at once. I would, tomorrow, my dear fellow, though I do not like to give you pain. If you come to me, I can only tell you what I think. My advice to you is to give it up tomorrow. Men would laugh at you for a few weeks, but that is better than being ruined for life. I can't do that, said Phineas sadly. Very well, then let us go on, said Mr. Lowe. If you won't give up your seat, the next best thing will be to take care that it shall interfere as little as possible with your work. I suppose you must sit upon some committees. My idea is this, that I will give up 1 year to learning the practices of the House, and do nothing? Nothing but that. Why, the thing is a study in itself. As for learning it in a year, that is out of the question. But I am convinced that if a man intends to be a useful member of Parliament, he should make a study of it. And how do you mean to live in the meantime? Mr. Lowe, who was an energetic man, had assumed almost an angry tone of voice. Phineas for a while sat silent, not that he felt himself to be without words for a reply, but that he was thinking in what fewest words he might best convey his ideas. You have a very modest allowance from your father, on which you have never been able to keep yourself free from debt, continued Mr. Lowe. He has increased it. And will it satisfy you to live here in what will turn out to be parliamentary club idleness on the savings of his industrious life? I think you will find yourself unhappy if you do that. Phineas, my dear fellow, as far as I have as yet been able to see the world, men don't begin either very good or very bad. They have generally good aspirations with infirm purposes, or, as we may say, strong bodies with weak legs to carry them. Then, because their legs are weak, they drift into idleness and ruin. During all this drifting they are wretched, and when they have thoroughly drifted they are still wretched. The agony of their old disappointment still clings to them. In 9 cases out of 10 it is some one small unfortunate event that puts a man astray at first. He sees some woman and loses himself with her, or he is taken to a race-course and unluckily wins money, or some devil in the shape of a friend lures him to tobacco and brandy. Your temptation has come in the shape of this accursed seat in Parliament. Mr. Lowe had never said a soft word in his life to any woman but the wife of his bosom, had never seen a racehorse, always confined himself to 2 glasses of port after dinner, and looked upon smoking as the darkest of all the vices. You have made up your mind, then, that I mean to be idle? I have made up my mind that your time will be wholly unprofitable if you do as you say you intend to do. But you do not know my plan. Just listen to me. Then Mr. Lowe did listen, and Phineas explained his plan, saying of course nothing of his love for Lady Laura, but giving Mr. Lowe to understand that he intended to assist in turning out the existing government, and to mount up to some seat, a humble seat at first, on the Treasury bench, by the help of his exalted friends, and by the use of his own gifts of eloquence. Mr. Lowe heard him without a word. Of course, said Phineas, after the first year my time will not be fully employed unless I succeed, and if I fail totally, for of course I may fail altogether—" "It is possible," said Mr. Lowe. "If you are resolved to turn yourself against me, I must not say another word," said Phineas, with anger. "Turn myself against you! I would turn myself anyway, so that I might save you from the sort of life which you are preparing for yourself. I see nothing in it that can satisfy any manly heart. Even if you are successful, what are you to become? You will be the creature of some minister, not his colleague. You are to make your way up the ladder by pretending to agree whenever agreement is demanded from you, and by voting whether you agree or do not. And what is to be your reward? Some few precarious hundreds a year, lasting just so long as a party may remain in power, and you can retain a seat in Parliament. It is at the best slavery and degradation, even if you are lucky enough to achieve the slavery. You yourself hope to go into Parliament and join a ministry some day," said Phineas. Mr. Lowe was not quick to answer, but he did answer at last. "That is true, though I have never told you so. Indeed, it is hardly true to say that I hope it. I have my dreams, and sometimes dare to tell myself that they may possibly become waking facts. But if ever I sit on a Treasury bench, I shall sit there by special invitation, having been summoned to take a high place because of my professional success. It is but a dream after all, and I would not have you repeat what I have said to anyone. I had no intention to talk about myself." "I am sure that you will succeed," said Phineas. "Yes, I shall succeed. I am succeeding. I live upon what I earn, like a gentleman, and can already afford to be indifferent to work that I dislike. After all, the other part of it, that of which I dream, is but an unnecessary adjunct, the gilding on the gingerbread. I am inclined to think that the cake is more wholesome without it." Phineas did not go upstairs into Mrs. Lowe's drawing-room on that evening, nor did he stay very late with Mr. Lowe. He had heard enough of counsel to make him very unhappy, to shake from him much of the audacity which he had acquired for himself during his morning's walk, and to make him almost doubt whether, after all, the Chiltern Hundreds would not be for him the safest escape from his difficulties. But in that case he must never venture to see Lady Laura Standish again. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Lord Brentford's dinner. No, in such case as that, should he resolve upon taking the advice of his old friend Mr. Lowe, Phineas Finn must make up his mind never to see Lady Laura Standish again. And he was in love with Lady Laura Standish, and for aught he knew, Lady Laura Standish might be in love with him. As he walked home from Mr. Lowe's house in Bedford Square, he was by no means a triumphant man. There had been much more said between him and Mr. Lowe than could be laid before the reader in the last chapter. Mr. Lowe had urged him again and again, and had prevailed so far that Phineas, before he left the house, had promised to consider that suicidal expedient of the Chiltern Hundreds. What a byword he would become if he were to give up Parliament, having sat there for about a week! But such immediate giving up was one of the necessities of Mr. Lowe's programme. According to Mr. Lowe's teaching, a single year passed amidst the miasma of the House of Commons would be altogether fatal to any chance of professional success. And Mr. Lowe had at any rate succeeded in making Phineas believe that he was right in this lesson. There was his profession, as to which Mr. Lowe assured him that success was within his reach, and there was Parliament on the other side, as to which he knew that the chances were all against him, in spite of his advantage of a seat. That he could not combine the two, beginning with Parliament, he did believe. Which should it be? That was the question which he tried to decide as he walked home from Bedford Square to Great Marlborough Street. He could not answer the question satisfactorily, and went to bed an unhappy man. He must at any rate go to Lord Brentford's dinner on Wednesday, and to enable him to join in the conversation there, must attend the debates on Monday and Tuesday. The reader may perhaps be best made to understand how terrible was our hero's state of doubt by being told that for a while he thought of absenting himself from these debates, as being likely to weaken his purpose of withdrawing altogether from the House. It is not very often that so strong a fury rages between party and party at the commencement of the session that a division is taken upon the address. It is customary for the leader of the opposition on such occasions to express his opinion in the most courteous language. That his right honourable friend, sitting opposite to him on the Treasury bench, has been, is, and will be wrong in everything that he thinks, says, or does in public life, but that as anything like factious opposition is never adopted on that side of the House, the address to the Queen, in answer to that most fatuous speech which has been put into Her Majesty's gracious mouth, shall be allowed to pass unquestioned. Then the leader of the House thanks his adversary for his consideration, explains to all men how happy the country ought to be that the government has not fallen into the disgracefully incapable hands of his right honourable friend opposite, and after that the address is carried amidst universal serenity. But such was not the order of the day on the present occasion. Mr. Mildmay, the veteran leader of the Liberal side of the House, had moved an amendment to the address, and had urged upon the House, in very strong language, the expediency of showing, at the very commencement of the session, that the country had returned to Parliament a strong majority determined not to put up with conservative inactivity. I conceive it to be my duty, Mr. Mildmay had said, at once to assume that the country is unwilling that the right honourable gentlemen opposite should keep their seats on the bench upon which they sit, and in the performance of that duty I am called upon to divide the House upon the address to Her Majesty. And if Mr. Mildmay used strong language, the reader may be sure that Mr. Mildmay's followers used language much stronger, and Mr. Daubeny, who was the present leader of the House, and representative there of the Ministry, Lord de Terrier, the Premier, sitting in the House of Lords, was not the man to allow these amenities to pass by without adequate replies. He and his friends were very strong in sarcasm, if they failed in argument, and lacked nothing for words, though it might perhaps be proved that they were short in numbers. It was considered that the speech in which Mr. Daubeny reviewed the long political life of Mr. Mildmay, and showed that Mr. Mildmay had been at one time a bugbear, and then a nightmare, and latterly simply a fungus, was one of the severest attacks, if not the most severe, that had been heard in that House since the Reform Bill. Mr. Mildmay, the while, was sitting with his hat low down over his eyes, and many men said that he did not like it. But this speech was not made till after that dinner at Lord Brentford's, of which a short account must be given. Had it not been for the overwhelming interest of the doings in Parliament at the commencement of the session, Phineas might have perhaps abstained from attending, in spite of the charm of novelty, for in truth Mr. Lowe's words had moved him much. But if it was to be his fate to be a member of Parliament only for 10 days, surely it would be well that he should take advantage of the time to hear such a debate as this. It would be a thing to talk of to his children in 20 years' time, or to his grandchildren in 50, and it would be essentially necessary that he should be able to talk of it to Lady Laura Standish. He did, therefore, sit in the house till 1 on the Monday night, and till 2 on the Tuesday night, and heard the debate adjourned till the Thursday. On the Thursday, Mr. Daubeny was to make his great speech, and then the division would come. When Phineas entered Lady Laura's drawing-room on the Wednesday before dinner, he found the other guests all assembled. Why men should have been earlier in keeping their dinner engagements on that day than on any other, he did not understand. But it was the fact, probably, that the great anxiety of the time made those who were at all concerned in the matter very keen to hear and to be heard. During these days everybody was in a hurry, everybody was eager, and there was a common feeling that not a minute was to be lost. There were 3 ladies in the room, Lady Laura, Miss Fitzgibbon, and Mrs. Bonteen. The latter was the wife of a gentleman who had been a junior lord of the Admiralty in the late government, and who lived in the expectation of filling, perhaps, some higher office in the government, which, as he hoped, was soon to be called into existence. There were 5 gentlemen, besides Phineas Finn himself, Mr. Bonteen, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Fitzgibbon, Barrington Erle, who had been caught in spite of all that Lady Laura had said as to the difficulty of such an operation, and Lord Brentford. Phineas was quick to observe that every male guest was in Parliament, and to tell himself that he would not have been there unless he also had had a seat. "We are all here now," said the Earl, ringing the bell. "I hope I've not kept you waiting," said Phineas. "Not at all," said Lady Laura. "I do not know why we are in such a hurry. And how many do you say it will be, Mr. Finn?" 17, I suppose," said Phineas. "More likely 22, said Mr. Bonteen. "There is Calclough so ill they can't possibly bring him up, and young Rochester is at Vienna, and Gunning is sulking about something, and Moody has lost his eldest son. By George, they pressed him to come up, although Frank Moody won't be buried till Friday." "I don't believe it," said Lord Brentford. "You ask some of the Carlton fellows, and they'll own it." "If I'd lost every relation I had in the world," said Fitzgibbon, "I'd vote on such a question as this. Staying away won't bring poor Frank Moody back to life." "But there's a decency in these matters, is there not, Mr. Fitzgibbon?" said Lady Laura. "I thought they had thrown all that kind of thing overboard long ago," said Miss Fitzgibbon. "It would be better that they should have no veil than squabble about the thickness of it." Then dinner was announced. The Earl walked off with Miss Fitzgibbon, Barrington Erle took Mrs. Bonteen, and Mr. Fitzgibbon took Lady Laura. "I'd bet £4 to 2 it's over 19, said Mr. Bonteen, as he passed through the drawing-room door. The remark seemed to have been addressed to Mr. Kennedy, and Phineas therefore made no reply. "I dare say it will," said Kennedy, "but I never bet." "But you vote, sometimes, I hope," said Bonteen. "Sometimes," said Mr. Kennedy. "I think he is the most odious man that ever I set my eyes on," said Phineas to himself, as he followed Mr. Kennedy into the dining-room. He had observed that Mr. Kennedy had been standing very near to Lady Laura in the drawing-room, and that Lady Laura had said a few words to him. He was more determined than ever that he would hate Mr. Kennedy, and would probably have been moody and unhappy throughout the whole dinner had not Lady Laura called him to a chair at her left hand. It was very generous of her, and the more so as Mr. Kennedy had, in a half-hesitating manner, prepared to seat himself in that very place. As it was, Phineas and Mr. Kennedy were neighbours, but Phineas had the place of honour. "I suppose you will not speak during the debate," said Lady Laura. "Who? I? Certainly not. In the first place, I could not get a hearing, and in the next place, I should not think of commencing on such an occasion. I do not know that I shall ever speak at all." "Indeed you will. You are just the sort of man who will succeed with the House. What I doubt is, whether you will do it as well in office." "I wish I might have the chance." "Of course you can have the chance if you try for it. Beginning so early, and being on the right side, and if you will allow me to say so, among the right set, there can be no doubt that you may take office if you will. But I am not sure that you will be tractable. You cannot begin, you know, by being Prime Minister." "I have seen enough to realize that already," said Phineas. "If you will only keep that little fact steadily before your eyes, there is nothing you may not reach in official life. But Pitt was Prime Minister at 24, and that precedent has ruined half our young politicians." "It has not affected me, Lady Laura. As far as I can see, there is no great difficulty in government. A man must learn to have words at command when he is on his legs in the House of Commons, in the same way as he would if he were talking to his own servants. He must keep his temper, and he must be very patient. As far as I have seen cabinet ministers, they are not more clever than other people." "I think there are generally 1 or 2 men of ability in the cabinet." "Yes, of fair ability. Mr. Mildmay is a good specimen. There is not, and never was, anything brilliant in him. He is not eloquent, nor, as far as I am aware, did he ever create anything. But he has always been a steady, honest, persevering man, and circumstances have made politics come easy to him. Think of the momentous questions which he has been called upon to decide," said Phineas. "Every question so handled by him has been decided rightly according to his own party, and wrongly according to the party opposite. A political leader is so sure of support and so sure of attack that it is hardly necessary for him to be even anxious to be right. For the country's sake, he should have officials under him who know the routine of business." "You think very badly, then, of politics as a profession." "No, I think of them very highly. It must be better to deal with the repeal of laws than the defending of criminals. But all this is Papa's wisdom, not mine. Papa has never been in the cabinet yet, and therefore, of course, he is a little caustic." "I think he was quite right," said Barrington Erle stoutly. He spoke so stoutly that everybody at the table listened to him. "I don't exactly see the necessity for such internecine war just at present," said Lord Brentford. "I must say I do," said the other. "Lord de Terrier took office knowing that he was in a minority. We had a fair majority of nearly 30 when he came in." "Then how very soft you must have been to go out," said Miss Fitzgibbon. "Not in the least soft," continued Barrington Erle. "We could not command our men, and were bound to go out. For aught we knew, some score of them might have chosen to support Lord de Terrier, and then we should have owned ourselves beaten for the time." "You were beaten, hollow," said Miss Fitzgibbon. Then why did Lord de Terrier dissolve? A Prime Minister is quite right to dissolve in such a position, said Lord Brentford. He must do so for the Queen's sake. It is his only chance. Just so. It is, as you say, his only chance, and it is his right. His very possession of power will give him near a score of votes, and if he thinks that he has a chance, let him try it. We maintain that he had no chance, and that he must have known that he had none, that if he could not get on with the late House, he certainly could not get on with a new House. We let him have his own way as far as we could in February. We had failed last summer, and if he could get along he was welcome, but he could not get along. I must say, I think he was right to dissolve, said Lady Laura. And we are right to force the consequences upon him as quickly as we can. He practically lost 9 seats by his dissolution. Look at Loughshane. Yes, look at Loughshane, said Miss Fitzgibbon. The country, at any rate, has gained something there. It's an ill wind that blows nobody any good, Mr. Finn, said the Earl. What on earth is to become of poor George? Said Mr. Fitzgibbon. I wonder whether any one knows where he is. George wasn't a bad sort of fellow. Robbie used to think that he was a very bad fellow, said Mr. Bonteen. Robbie used to swear that it was hopeless trying to catch him. It may be as well to explain that Mr. Robbie was a conservative gentleman of great fame who had for years acted as whip under Mr. Daubeny, and who now filled the high office of patronage secretary to the Treasury. I believe in my heart, continued Mr. Bonteen, that Robbie is rejoiced that poor George Morris should be out in the cold. If seats were halvable, he should share mine, for the sake of Auld Lang Syne, said Lawrence Fitzgibbon. But not tomorrow night, said Barrington Erle. The division tomorrow will be a thing not to be joked with. Upon my word, I think they're right about old Moody. All private considerations should give way. And as for Gunning, I'd have him up, or I'd know the reason why. And shall we have no defaulters, Barrington? Asked Lady Laura. I'm not going to boast, but I don't know of one for whom we need blush. Sir Everard Powell is so bad with gout that he can't even bear anyone to look at him, but Rattler says that he'll bring him up. Mr. Rattler was in those days the whip on the Liberal side of the House. Unfortunate wretch, said Miss Fitzgibbon. The worst of it is that he screams in his paroxysms, said Mr. Bonteen. And you mean to say that you'll take him into the lobby? Said Lady Laura. Undoubtedly, said Barrington Erle. Why not? He has no business with a seat if he can't vote. But Sir Everard is a good man, and he'll be there if laudanum and bath-chair make it possible. The same kind of conversation went on during the whole of dinner, and became, if anything, more animated when the 3 ladies had left the room. Mr. Kennedy made but one remark, and then he observed that as far as he could see, a majority of 19 would be as serviceable as a majority of 20. This he said in a very mild voice, and in a tone that was intended to be expressive of doubt. But in spite of his humility, Barrington Erle flew at him almost savagely, as though a Liberal member of the House of Commons was disgraced by so mean a spirit. And Phineas found himself despising the man for his want of zeal. If we are to beat them, let us beat them well, said Phineas. Let there be no doubt about it, said Barrington Erle. I should like to see every man with a seat polled, said Bonteen. Poor Sir Everard, said Lord Brentford. It will kill him, no doubt, but I suppose the seat is safe. Oh, yes. Llanwrwith's is quite safe, said Barrington, in his eagerness omitting to catch Lord Brentford's grim joke. Phineas went up into the drawing-room for a few minutes after dinner, and was eagerly desirous of saying a few more words, he knew not what words, to Lady Laura. Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Bonteen had left the dining-room first, and Phineas again found Mr. Kennedy standing close to Lady Laura's shoulder. Could it be possible that there was anything in it? Mr. Kennedy was an unmarried man, with an immense fortune, a magnificent place, a seat in Parliament, and was not perhaps above 40 years of age. There could be no reason why he should not ask Lady Laura to be his wife, except indeed that he did not seem to have sufficient words at command to ask anybody for anything. But could it be that such a woman as Lady Laura could accept such a man as Mr. Kennedy, because of his wealth, and because of his fine place, a man who had not a word to throw to a dog, who did not seem to be possessed of an idea, who hardly looked like a gentleman? So Phineas told himself. But in truth Mr. Kennedy, though he was a plain, unattractive man, with nothing in his personal appearance to call for remark, was not unlike a gentleman in his usual demeanour. Phineas himself, it may be here said, was 6 feet high, and very handsome, with bright blue eyes, and brown wavy hair, and light silken beard. Mrs. Lowe had told her husband more than once that he was much too handsome to do any good. Mr. Lowe, however, had replied that young Finn had never shown himself to be conscious of his own personal advantages. "He'll learn it soon enough," said Mrs. Lowe. "Some woman will tell him, and then he'll be spoilt." I do not think that Phineas depended much as yet on his own good looks, but he felt that Mr. Kennedy ought to be despised by such a one as Lady Laura Standish, because his looks were not good, and she must despise him. It could not be that a woman so full of life should be willing to put up with a man who absolutely seemed to have no life within him. And yet why was he there? And why was he allowed to hang about just over her shoulders? Phineas Finn began to feel himself to be an injured man. But Lady Laura had the power of dispelling instantly this sense of injury. She had done it effectually in the dining-room by calling him to the seat by her side, to the express exclusion of the millionaire, and she did it again now by walking away from Mr. Kennedy to the spot on which Phineas had placed himself somewhat sulkily. "Of course you'll be at the club on Friday morning after the division," she said. "No doubt. When you leave it, come and tell me what are your impressions, and what you think of Mr. Daubeny's speech. There'll be nothing done in the house before 4, and you'll be able to run up to me." "Certainly I will. I have asked Mr. Kennedy to come, and Mr. Fitzgibbon. I am so anxious about it that I want to hear what different people say. You know, perhaps, that papa is to be in the cabinet if there's a change." "Is he indeed?" "Oh, yes. And you'll come up?" "Of course I will. Do you expect to hear much of an opinion from Mr. Kennedy?" "Yes, I do. You don't quite know Mr. Kennedy yet, and you must remember that he will say more to me than he will to you. He's not quick, you know, as you are, and he has no enthusiasm on any subject, but he has opinions, and sound opinions too." Phineas felt that Lady Laura was in a slight degree scolding him for the disrespectful manner in which he had spoken of Mr. Kennedy, and he felt also that he had committed himself, that he had shown himself to be sore, and that she had seen and understood his soreness. "The truth is, I do not know him," said he, trying to correct his blunder. "No, not as yet, but I hope that you may some day, as he is one of those men who are both useful and estimable." "I do not know that I can use him," said Phineas, "but if you wish it, I will endeavour to esteem him. I wish you to do both, but that will all come in due time. I think it probable that in the early autumn there will be a great gathering of the real Whig Liberals at Loughlinter, of those, I mean, who have their heart in it, and are at the same time gentlemen. If it is so, I should be sorry that you should not be there. You need not mention it, but Mr. Kennedy has just said a word about it to Papa, and a word from him always means so much. Well, good night, and mind you come up on Friday. You are going to the club now, of course. I envy you men your clubs more than I do the house, though I feel that a woman's life is only half a life, as she cannot have a seat in Parliament. Then Phineas went away, and walked down to Pall Mall with Lawrence Fitzgibbon. He would have preferred to take his walk alone, but he could not get rid of his affectionate countryman. He wanted to think over what had taken place during the evening, and indeed he did so in spite of his friend's conversation. Lady Laura, when she first saw him after his return to London, had told him how anxious her father was to congratulate him on his seat, but the Earl had not spoken a word to him on the subject. The Earl had been courteous, as hosts customarily are, but had been in no way specially kind to him. And then Mr. Kennedy. As to going to Loughlinter, he would not do such a thing, not though the success of the Liberal party were to depend on it. He declared to himself that there were some things which a man could not do. But although he was not altogether satisfied with what had occurred in Portman Square, he felt as he walked down arm in arm with Fitzgibbon that Mr. Lowe and Mr. Lowe's counsels must be scattered to the winds. He had thrown the die in consenting to stand for Loughshane, and must stand the hazard of the cast. Bedad, Finn, my boy, I don't think you're listening to me at all, said Lawrence Fitzgibbon. I'm listening to every word you say, said Phineas. And if I have to go down to the old country again this session, you'll go with me? If I can, I will. That's my boy. And it's I that hope you'll have the chance. What's the good of turning these fellows out if one isn't to get something for one's trouble? End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mr. and Mrs. Bunch. It was 3:00 on the Thursday night before Mr. Daubeny's speech was finished. I do not think that there was any truth in the allegation made at the time that he continued on his legs an hour longer than the necessities of his speech required, in order that 5 or 6 very ancient Whigs might be wearied out and shrink to their beds. Let a Whig have been ever so ancient and ever so weary, he would not have been allowed to depart from Westminster Hall that night. Sir Everard Powell was there in his bath-chair at 12, with a doctor on one side of him and a friend on the other, in some purlieu of the house, and did his duty like a fine old Briton as he was. That speech of Mr. Daubeny's will never be forgotten by any one who heard it. Its studied bitterness had perhaps never been equalled, and yet not a word was uttered for the saying of which he could be accused of going beyond the limits of parliamentary antagonism. It is true that personalities could not have been closer, that accusations of political dishonesty and of almost worse than political cowardice and falsehood could not have been clearer, that no words in the language could have attributed meaner motives or more unscrupulous conduct. But nevertheless, Mr. Daubeny in all that he said was parliamentary, and showed himself to be a gladiator thoroughly well trained for the arena in which he had descended to the combat. His arrows were poisoned, and his lance was barbed, and his shot was heated red, because such things are allowed. He did not poison his enemies' wells, or use Greek fire, because those things are not allowed. He knew exactly the rules of the combat. Mr. Mildmay sat and heard him without once raising his hat from his brow, or speaking a word to his neighbour. Men on both sides of the house said that Mr. Mildmay suffered terribly, but as Mr. Mildmay uttered no word of complaint to any one, and was quite ready to take Mr. Daubeny by the hand the next time they met in company, I do not know that any one was able to form a true idea of Mr. Mildmay's feelings. Mr. Mildmay was an impassive man who rarely spoke of his own feelings, and no doubt sat with his hat low down over his eyes, in order that no man might judge of them on that occasion by the impression of his features. If he could have left off half an hour earlier, it would have been perfect as an attack, said Barrington Erle in criticizing Mr. Daubeny's speech. But he allowed himself to sink into comparative weakness, and the glory of it was over before the end. Then came the division. The Liberals had 333 votes to 314 for the Conservatives, and therefore counted a majority of 19. It was said that so large a number of members had never before voted at any division. "I own I'm disappointed," said Barrington Erle to Mr. Rattler. "I thought there would be 20, said Mr. Rattler. "I never went beyond that. I knew they would have old Moody up, but I thought gunning would have been too hard for them. They say they've promised them both peerages." "Yes, if they remain in, but they know they're going out." "They must go, with such a majority against them," said Barrington Erle. "Of course they must," said Mr. Rattler. "Lord de Terrier wants nothing better, but it is rather hard upon poor Daubeny. I never saw such an unfortunate old Tantalus. He gets a good drop of real water now and again, and I don't pity him in the least. He's clever, of course, and has made his own way, but I've always a feeling that he has no business where he is. I suppose we shall all know about it at Brooks by 1 o'clock to-morrow. Phineas, though it had been past 5 before he went to bed, for there had been much triumphant talking to be done among Liberal members after the division, was up at his breakfast at Mrs. Bunch's lodgings by 9. There was a matter which he was called upon to settle immediately, in which Mrs. Bunch herself was much interested, and respecting which he had promised to give an answer on this very morning. A set of very dingy chambers up 2 pairs of stairs at No. 9, Old Square, Lincoln's Inn, to which Mr. Lowe had recommended him to transfer himself and all his belongings, were waiting his occupation, should he resolve upon occupying them. If he intended to commence operations as a barrister, it would be necessary that he should have chambers and a clerk. And before he had left Mr. Lowe's house on Sunday evening, he had almost given that gentleman authority to secure for him these rooms at No. 9. "Whether you remain in Parliament or no, you must make a beginning," Mr. Lowe had said, "and how are you even to pretend to begin if you don't have chambers?" Mr. Lowe hoped that he might be able to wean Phineas away from his Parliament bubble, that he might induce the young barrister to give up his madness, if not this session or the next, at any rate before a 3rd year had commenced. Mr. Lowe was a persistent man, liking very much when he did like, and loving very strongly when he did love. He would have many a tug for Phineas Finn, before he would allow that false Westminster Satan to carry off the prey as altogether his own. If he could only get Phineas into the dingy chambers, he might do much. But Phineas had now become so imbued with the atmosphere of politics, had been so breathed upon by Lady Laura and Barrington Erle, that he could no longer endure the thought of any other life than that of a life spent among the lobbies. A desire to help to beat the Conservatives had fastened on his very soul, and almost made Mr. Lowe odious in his eyes. He was afraid of Mr. Lowe, and for the nonce would not go to see him any more. But he must see the porter at Lincoln's Inn. He must write a line to Mr. Lowe, and he must tell Mrs. Bunch that for the present he would still keep on her rooms. His letter to Mr. Lowe was as follows: Great Marlborough Street, May 186. My dear Lowe, I have made up my mind against taking the chambers, and am now off to the inn to say that I shall not want them. Of course I know what you will think of me, and it is very grievous to me to have to bear the hard judgment of a man whose opinion I value so highly. But in the teeth of your terribly strong arguments, I think that there is something to be said on my side of the question. This seat in Parliament has come in my way by chance, and I think it would be pusillanimous in me to reject it, feeling as I do that a seat in Parliament confers very great honour. I am, too, very fond of politics, and regard legislation as the finest profession going. Had I any one dependent on me, I probably might not be justified in following the bent of my inclination, but I am all alone in the world, and therefore have a right to make the attempt. If after a trial of 1 or 2 sessions I should fail in that which I am attempting, it will not even then be too late to go back to the better way. I can assure you that at any rate it is not my intention to be idle. I know very well how you will fret and fume over what I say, and how utterly I shall fail in bringing you round to my way of thinking. But as I must write to tell you of my decision, I cannot refrain from defending myself to the best of my ability. Yours always faithfully, Phineas Finn. Mr. Lowe received this letter at his chambers, and when he had read it, he simply pressed his lips closely together, placed the sheet of paper back in its envelope, and put it into a drawer at his left hand. Having done this, he went on with what work he had before him, as though his friend's decision were a matter of no consequence to him. As far as he was concerned, the whole thing was done, and there should be an end of it. So he told himself, but nevertheless his mind was full of it all day, and though he wrote not a word of answer to Phineas, he made a reply within his own mind to every one of the arguments used in the letter. Great honour! How can there be honour in what comes, as he says, by chance? He hasn't sense enough to understand that the honour comes from the mode of winning it, and from the mode of wearing it, and that the very fact of his being member for Loughshane at this instant simply proves that Loughshane should have had no privilege to return a member. No one dependent on him. Are not his father and his mother and his sisters dependent on him as long as he must eat their bread, till he can earn bread of his own? He will never earn bread of his own. He will always be eating bread that others have earned. In this way, before the day was over, Mr. Lowe became very angry, and swore to himself that he would have nothing more to say to Phineas Finn. But yet he found himself creating plans for encountering and conquering the parliamentary fiend who was at present so cruelly potent with his pupil. It was not till the third evening that he told his wife that Finn had made up his mind not to take chambers. "Then I would have nothing more to say to him," said Mrs. Lowe, savagely. "For the present I can have nothing more to say to him." "But neither now nor ever," said Mrs. Lowe, with great emphasis. "He has been false to you." "No," said Mr. Lowe, who was a man thoroughly and thoughtfully just at all points. "He has not been false to me. He has always meant what he has said when he was saying it. But he is weak and blind, and flies like a moth to the candle. One pities the poor moth, and would save him a stump of his wing, if it be possible." Phineas, when he had written his letter to Mr. Lowe, started off for Lincoln's Inn, making his way through the well-known dreary streets of Soho, and through St. Giles to Long Acre. He knew every corner well, for he had walked the same road almost daily for the last 3 years. He had conceived a liking for the route, which he might easily have changed, without much addition to the distance, by passing through Oxford Street and Holborn. But there was an air of business on which he prided himself in going by the most direct passage, and he declared to himself very often that things dreary and dingy to the eye might be good in themselves. Lincoln's Inn itself is dingy, and the law courts therein are perhaps the meanest in which equity ever disclosed herself. Mr. Lowe's 3 rooms in the Old Square, each of them brown with the binding of law books, and with the dust collected on law papers, and with furniture that had been brown always, and had become browner with years, were perhaps as unattractive to the eye of a young pupil as any rooms which were ever entered. And the study of the Chancery law itself is not an alluring pursuit till the mind has come to have some insight into the beauty of its ultimate object. Phineas, during his 3 years' course of reasoning on these things, had taught himself to believe that things ugly on the outside might be very beautiful within, and had therefore come to prefer crossing Poland Street and Soho Square, and so continuing his travels by the 7 Dials and Long Acre. His morning walk was of a piece with his morning studies, and he took pleasure in the gloom of both. But now the taste of his palate had been already changed by the glare of the lamps in and about palatial Westminster, and he found that St. Giles was disagreeable. The ways about Pall Mall and across the park to Parliament Street, or to the Treasury, were much pleasanter, and the new offices in Downing Street, already half built, absorbed all that interest which he had hitherto been able to take in the suggested but uncommenced erection of new law courts in the neighborhood of Lincoln's Inn. As he made his way to the porter's lodge under the great gateway of Lincoln's Inn, he told himself that he was glad that he had escaped, at any rate for a while, from a life so dull and dreary. If he could only sit in chambers at the Treasury instead of chambers in that old court, how much pleasanter it would be! After all, as regarded that question of income, it might well be that the Treasury chambers should be the more remunerative, and the more quickly remunerative of the 2. And as he thought, Lady Lara might be compatible with the Treasury chambers and Parliament, but could not possibly be made compatible with Old Square, Lincoln's Inn. But nevertheless there came upon him a feeling of sorrow when the old man at the lodge seemed to be rather glad than otherwise that he did not want the chambers. "Then Mr. Green can have them," said the porter. "That'll be good news for Mr. Green. I don't know what the gentleman will do for chambers if things go as they're going." Mr. Green was welcome to the chambers as far as Phineas was concerned, but Phineas felt nevertheless a certain amount of regret that he should have been compelled to abandon a thing which was regarded both by the porter and by Mr. Green as being so desirable. He had, however, written his letter to Mr. Lowe, and made his promise to Barrington Erle, and was bound to Lady Laura Standish, and he walked out through the old gateway into Chancery Lane, resolving that he would not even visit Lincoln's Inn again for a year. There were certain books, law books, which he would read at such intervals of leisure as politics might give him, but within the precincts of the Inns of Court he would not again put his foot for 12 months. Let learned pundits of the law, such for instance as Mr. and Mrs. Lowe, say what they might. He had told Mrs. Bunch, before he left his home after breakfast, that he should for the present remain under her roof. She had been much gratified, not simply because lodgings in Great Marlborough Street are less readily let than chambers in Lincoln's Inn, but also because it was a great honour to her to have a member of Parliament in her house. Members of Parliament are not so common about Oxford Street as they are in the neighbourhood of Pall Mall and St. James's Square. But Mr. Bunch, when he came home to his dinner, did not join as heartily as he should have done in his wife's rejoicing. Mr. Bunch was in the employment of certain copying law stationers in Carey Street, and had a strong belief in the law as a profession, but he had none whatever in the House of Commons. "And he's given up going into chambers?" said Mr. Bunch to his wife. "Given it up altogether for the present," said Mrs. Bunch. "And he doesn't mean to have no clerk?" said Mr. Bunch. "Not unless it is for his Parliament work." "There ain't no clerks wanted for that, and what's worse, there ain't no fees to pay 'em. I'll tell you what it is, Jane, if you don't look sharp there won't be nothing to pay you before long. And he in Parliament, Jacob? There ain't no salary for being in Parliament. There are scores of them Parliament gents ain't got so much as'll pay their dinners for 'em. And then if anybody does trust 'em, there's no getting at 'em to make 'em pay as there is at other folk. I don't know that our Mr. Phineas will ever be like that, Jacob." "That's gammon, Jane. That's the way as women gets themselves took in always. Our Mr. Phineas! Why should our Mr. Phineas be better than anybody else? He's always acted handsome, Jacob. There was one time he could not pay his lodgings for well nigh 9 months, till his governor come down with the money. I don't know whether that was handsome. It knocked me about terrible, I know. He always meant honest, Jacob. I don't know that I care much for a man's meaning when he runs short of money. How is he going to see his way with his seat in Parliament, and this giving up of his profession? He owes us near a quarter now. He paid me 2 months this morning, Jacob, so he don't owe a farthing. Very well, so much the better for us. I shall just have a few words with Mr. Lowe, and see what he says to it. For myself, I don't think half so much of Parliament folk as some do. They're for promising everything before they's elected, but not 1 in 20 of 'em is as good as his word when he gets there. Mr. Bunch was a copying journeyman who spent 10 hours a day in Carey Street with a pen between his fingers, and after that he would often spend 2 or 3 hours of the night with a pen between his fingers in Marlborough Street. He was a thoroughly hard-working man, doing pretty well in the world, for he had a good house over his head, and always could find raiment and bread for his wife and 8 children. But nevertheless he was an unhappy man, because he suffered from political grievances. or I should more correctly say that his grievances were semi-political and semi-social. He had no vote, not being himself the tenant of the house in Great Marlborough Street. The tenant was a tailor who occupied the shop, whereas Bunch occupied the whole of the remainder of the premises. He was a lodger, and lodgers were not as yet trusted with the franchise, and he had ideas, which he himself admitted to be very raw, as to the injustice of the manner in which he was paid for his work. So much a folio, without reference to the way in which his work was done, without regard to the success of his work, with no questions asked of himself, was, as he thought, no proper way of remunerating a man for his labors. He had long since joined a trade union, and for 2 years past had paid a subscription of £1 a week towards its funds. He longed to be doing some battle against his superiors, and to be putting himself in opposition to his employers. Not that he objected personally to Messrs. Foolscap, Margin, and Vellum, who always made much of him as a useful man, but because some such antagonism would be manly, and the fighting of some battle would be the right thing to do. If Labour doesn't mean to go to the wall himself, Bunch would say to his wife, Labour must look alive and put somebody else there. Mrs. Bunch was a comfortable, motherly woman who loved her husband, but hated politics. As he had an aversion to his superiors in the world because they were superiors, so had she a liking for them for the same reason. She despised people poorer than herself, and thought it a fair subject for boasting that her children always had meat for dinner. If it was ever so small a morsel, she took care that they had it, in order that the boast might be maintained. The world had once or twice been almost too much for her, when, for instance, her husband had been ill, and again, to tell the truth, for the last 3 months of that long period in which Phineas had omitted to pay his bills. But she had kept a fine, brave heart during those troubles, and could honestly swear that the children always had a bit of meat, though she herself had been occasionally without it for days together. At such times she would be more than ordinarily meek to Mr. Margin, and especially courteous to the old lady who lodged in her first-floor drawing-room, for Phineas lived up 2 pairs of stairs, and she would excuse such servility by declaring that there was no knowing how soon she might want assistance. But her husband, in such emergencies, would become furious and quarrelsome, and would declare that Labour was going to the wall, and that something very strong must be done at once. That shilling which Bunch paid weekly to the Union she regarded as being absolutely thrown away, as much so as though he cast it weekly into the Thames. And she had told him so over and over again, making heart-piercing allusions to the 8 children and to the bit of meat. He would always endeavour to explain to her that there was no other way under the sun for keeping Labour from being sent to the wall, but he would do so hopelessly and altogether ineffectually, and she had come to regard him as a lunatic to the extent of that 1 weekly shilling. She had a woman's instinctive partiality for comeliness in a man, and was very fond of Phineas Finn because he was handsome. And now she was very proud of him because he was a member of Parliament. She had heard from her husband, who had told her the fact with much disgust, that the sons of dukes and earls go into Parliament, and she liked to think that the fine young man to whom she talked more or less every day should sit with the sons of dukes and earls. When Phineas had really brought distress upon her by owing her some 30 or 40 pounds, she could never bring herself to be angry with him, because he was handsome, and because he dined out with lords, and she had triumphed greatly over her husband, who had desired to be severe upon his aristocratic debtor, when the money had all been paid in a lump. "I don't know that he's any great catch," Bunch had said, when the prospect of their lodger's departure had been debated between them. "Jacob," said his wife, "I don't think you feel it when you've got people respectable about you." "The only respectable man I know," said Jacob, "is the man as earns his bread, and Mr. Finn, as I take it, is a long way from that yet." Phineas returned to his lodgings before he went down to his club, and again told Mrs. Bunch that he had altogether made up his mind about the chambers. "If you'll keep me, I shall stay here for the first session, I dare say." "Of course we shall be only too proud, Mr. Finn, and though it mayn't perhaps be quite the place for a member of Parliament—" "But I think it is quite the place." "It's very good of you to say so, Mr. Finn, and we'll do our very best to make you comfortable. Respectable we are, I may say, and though Bunch is a bit rough sometimes—" "Never to me, Mrs. Bunch." "But he is rough, and silly too, with his radical nonsense, paying a shilling a week to a nasty union just for nothing. Still he means well, and there ain't a man who works harder for his wife and children. That I will say of him. And if he do talk politics—" "But I like a man to talk politics, Mrs. Bunch. For a gentleman in Parliament of course it's proper, but I never could see what good it could do to a law stationer, and when he talks of Labour going to the wall, I always ask him whether he didn't get his wages regular last Saturday. But Lord love you, Mr. Finn, when a man as is a journeyman has took up politics and joined a trade union, he ain't no better than a milestone for his wife to take and talk to him." After that Phineas went down to the Reform Club, and made one of those who were buzzing there in little crowds and uttering their prophecies as to future events. Lord de Terrier was to go out, that was certain. Whether Mr. Mildmay was to come in was uncertain. That he would go to Windsor to-morrow morning was not to be doubted, but it was thought very probable that he might plead his age, and decline to undertake the responsibility of forming a ministry. "And what then?" said Phineas to his friend Fitzgibbon. "Why, then there will be a choice out of three. There is the Duke, who is the most incompetent man in England. There is Monk, who is the most unfit, and there is Gresham, who is the most unpopular. I can't conceive it possible to find a worse Prime Minister than either of the three, but the country affords no other." "And which would Mildmay name?" "All of them, one after the other, so as to make the embarrassment the greater." That was Mr. Fitzgibbon's description of the crisis. But then it was understood that Mr. Fitzgibbon was given to romancing. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The news about Mr. Mildmay and Sir Everard. Fitzgibbon and Phineas started together from Pall Mall for Portman Square, as both of them had promised to call on Lady Laura, but Fitzgibbon turned in at Brooks as they walked up St. James Square, and Phineas went on by himself in a cab. "You should belong here," said Fitzgibbon, as his friend entered the cab, and Phineas immediately began to feel that he would have done nothing till he could get into Brooks. It might be very well to begin by talking politics at the Reform Club, Such talking had procured for him his seat at Loughshane, but that was done now, and something more than talking was wanted for any further progress. Nothing, as he told himself, of political import was managed at the Reform Club. No influence from thence was ever brought to bear upon the adjustment of places under the government, or upon the arrangement of cabinets. It might be very well to count votes at the Reform Club, but after the votes had been counted successfully, Brooks was the place, as Phineas believed, to learn at the earliest moment what would be the exact result of the success. He must get into Brooks, if it might be possible for him. Fitzgibbon was not exactly the man to propose him. Perhaps the Earl of Brentford would do it. Lady Laura was at home, and with her was sitting Mr. Kennedy. Phineas had intended to be triumphant as he entered Lady Laura's room. He was there with the express purpose of triumphing in the success of their great party, and of singing a pleasant paean in conjunction with Lady Laura. But his trumpet was put out of tune at once when he saw Mr. Kennedy. He said hardly a word, as he gave his hand to Lady Laura, and then afterwards to Mr. Kennedy, who chose to greet him with this show of cordiality. "I hope you are satisfied, Mr. Finn," said Lady Laura, laughing. "Oh, yes. And is that all? I thought to have found your joy quite irrepressible. A bottle of soda water, though it is a very lively thing when opened, won't maintain its vivacity beyond a certain period, Lady Laura. And you have had your gas let off already?" "Well, yes, at any rate, the sputtering part of it. 19 is very well, but the question is whether we might not have had 21. Mr. Kennedy has just been saying that not a single available vote has been missed on our side. He has just come from Brooks, and that seems to be what they say there. So Mr. Kennedy also was a member of Brooks. At the Reform Club there certainly had been an idea that the number might have been swelled to 21. But then, as Phineas began to understand, nothing was correctly known at the Reform Club. For an accurate appreciation of the political balance of the day, you must go to Brooks. "Mr. Kennedy must of course be right," said Phineas. "I don't belong to Brooks myself, but I was only joking, Lady Laura. There is, I suppose, no doubt that Lord de Terrier is out, and that is everything." "He has probably tendered his resignation," said Mr. Kennedy. "That is the same thing," said Phineas roughly. "Not exactly," said Lady Laura. "Should there be any difficulty about Mr. Mildmay, he might, at the Queen's request, make another attempt." "With a majority of 19 against him?" said Phineas. "Surely Mr. Mildmay is not the only man in the country. There is the Duke, and there is Mr. Gresham, and there is Mr. Monk." Phineas had at his tongue's end all the lesson that he had been able to learn at the Reform Club. "I should hardly think the Duke would venture," said Mr. Kennedy. "Nothing venture, nothing have," said Phineas. "It is all very well to say that the Duke is incompetent, but I do not know that anything very wonderful is required in the way of genius. The Duke has held his own in both houses successfully, and he is both honest and popular. I quite agree that a Prime Minister at the present day should be commonly honest, and more than commonly popular." "So you are all for the Duke, are you?" said Lady Laura, again smiling as she spoke to him. "Certainly, if we are deserted by Mr. Mildmay. Don't you think so?" "I don't find it quite so easy to make up my mind as you do. I am inclined to think that Mr. Mildmay will form a government, and as long as there is that prospect, I need hardly commit myself to an opinion as to his probable successor." Then the objectionable Mr. Kennedy took his leave, and Phineas was left alone with Lady Laura. "It is glorious, is it not?" he began, as soon as he found the field to be open for himself and his own manoeuvring. But he was very young, and had not as yet learned the manner in which he might best advance his cause with a woman such as Lady Laura Standish. He was telling her too clearly that he could have no gratification in talking with her unless he could be allowed to have her all to himself. That might be very well if Lady Laura were in love with him, but would hardly be the way to reduce her to that condition. "Mr. Finn," said she, smiling as she spoke, "I am sure that you did not mean it, but you were uncourteous to my friend Mr. Kennedy." "Who? I? Was I? Upon my word, I didn't intend to be uncourteous." "If I had thought you had intended it, of course I could not tell you of it. And now I take the liberty, for it is a liberty—" "Oh, no." "Because I feel so anxious that you should do nothing to mar your chances as a rising man." "You are only too kind to me, always. I know how clever you are, and how excellent are all your instincts. But I see that you are a little impetuous. I wonder whether you will be angry if I take upon myself the task of mentor." "Nothing you could say would make me angry, though you might make me very unhappy. I will not do that if I can help it. A mentor ought to be very old, you know, and I am infinitely older than you are." "I should have thought it was the reverse. Indeed, I may say that I know that it is," said Phineas. "I am not talking of years. Years have very little to do with the comparative ages of men and women. A woman at 40 is quite old, whereas a man at 40 is young." Phineas, remembering that he had put down Mr. Kennedy's age as 40 in his own mind, frowned when he heard this, and walked about the room in displeasure. "And therefore," continued Lady Laura, "I talk to you as though I were a kind of grandmother." "You shall be my great-grandmother if you will only be kind enough to me to say what you really think." "You must not then be so impetuous, and you must be a little more careful to be civil to persons to whom you may not take any particular fancy. Now, Mr. Kennedy is a man who may be very useful to you." "I do not want Mr. Kennedy to be of use to me." "That is what I call being impetuous, being young, being a boy. Why should not Mr. Kennedy be of use to you as well as any one else? You do not mean to conquer the world all by yourself." "No, but there is something mean to me in the expressed idea that I should make use of any man, and more especially of a man whom I don't like." "And why do you not like him, Mr. Finn?" "Because he is one of my Dr. Fells." "You don't like him simply because he does not talk much. That may be a good reason why you should not make of him an intimate companion, because you like talkative people, but it should be no ground for dislike." Phineas paused for a moment before he answered her, thinking whether or not it would be well to ask her some question which might produce from her a truth which he would not like to hear. Then he did ask it. "And do you like him?" he said. She, too, paused, but only for a second. "Yes, I think I may say that I do like him." "No more than that?" "Certainly no more than that, but that, I think, is a great deal." "I wonder what you would say if any one asked you whether you liked me," said Phineas, looking away from her through the window. "Just the same, but without the doubt, if the person who questioned me had any right to ask the question. There are not above one or two who could have such a right." "And I was wrong, of course, to ask it about Mr. Kennedy," said Phineas, looking out into the square. "I did not say so." "But I see you think it." "You see nothing of the kind. I was quite willing to be asked the question by you, and quite willing to answer it. Mr. Kennedy is a man of great wealth. What can that have to do with it? Wait a moment, you impetuous Irish boy, and hear me out. Phineas liked being called an impetuous Irish boy, and came close to her, sitting where he could look up into her face, and there came a smile upon his own, and he was very handsome. I say that he is a man of great wealth, continued Lady Laura, and as wealth gives influence, he is of great use politically to the party to which he belongs. Oh, politically. Am I to suppose you care nothing for politics? To such men, to men who think as you think, who are to sit on the same benches with yourself, and go into the same lobby, and be seen at the same club, it is your duty to be civil both for your own sake and for that of the cause. It is for the hermits of society to indulge in personal dislikings, for men who have never been active and never mean to be active. I had been telling Mr. Kennedy how much I thought of you as a good Liberal, and I came in and spoilt it all. Yes, you did. You knocked down my little house, and I must build it all up again. Don't trouble yourself, Lady Laura. I shall. It will be a great deal of trouble, a great deal indeed, but I shall take it. I mean you to be very intimate with Mr. Kennedy, and to shoot his grouse, and to stalk his deer, and to help to keep him in progress as a Liberal member of Parliament. I am quite prepared to admit, as a friend, that he would go back without some such help. Oh, I understand. I do not believe that you do understand at all, but I must endeavour to make you do so by degrees. If you are to be my political pupil, you must at any rate be obedient. The next time you meet Mr. Kennedy, ask him his opinion instead of telling him your own. He has been in Parliament 12 years, and he was a good deal older than you when he began. At this moment a side door was opened, and the red-haired, red-bearded man whom Phineas had seen before entered the room. He hesitated a moment, as though he were going to retreat again, and then began to pull about the books and toys which lay on one of the distant tables, as though he were in quest of some article, and he would have retreated had not Lady Laura called to him. "Oswald," she said, "let me introduce you to Mr. Finn. Mr. Finn, I do not think you have ever met my brother, Lord Chiltern." Then the two young men bowed, and each of them muttered something. "Do not be in a hurry, Oswald. You have nothing special to take you away. Here is Mr. Finn come to tell us who are all the possible new prime ministers. He is uncivil enough not to have named Papa." "My father is out of the question," said Lord Chiltern. "Of course he is," said Lady Laura, "but I may be allowed my little joke." "I suppose he will at any rate be in the cabinet," said Phineas. "I know nothing whatever about politics," said Lord Chiltern. "I wish you did," said his sister, "with all my heart." "I never did, and I never shall, for all your wishing. It's the meanest trade going, I think, and I'm sure it's the most dishonest. They talk of legs on the turf, and of course there are legs, but what are they to the legs in the House? I don't know whether you are in Parliament, Mr. Finn. Yes, I am, but do not mind me. I beg your pardon. Of course there are honest men there, and no doubt you are one of them." "He is indifferent honest, as yet," said Lady Laura. "I was speaking of men who go into Parliament to look after government places," said Lord Chiltern. "That is just what I'm doing," said Phineas. "Why should not a man serve the Crown? He has to work very hard for what he earns." "I don't believe that the most of them work at all. However, I beg your pardon. I didn't mean you in particular." Mr. Finn is such a thorough politician that he will never forgive you," said Lady Laura. "Yes, I will," said Phineas, "and I'll convert him some day. If he does come into the house, Lady Laura, I suppose he'll come on the right side?" "I'll never go into the house, as you call it," said Lord Chiltern. "But I'll tell you what, I shall be very happy if you'll dine with me to-morrow at Moroni's. They give you a capital little dinner at Moroni's, and they've the best Chateau Yquem in London." "Do," said Lady Laura in a whisper, "oblige me." Phineas was engaged to dine with one of the vice-chancellors on the day named. He had never before dined at the house of this great law luminary, whose acquaintance he had made through Mr. Lowe, and he had thought a great deal of the occasion. Mrs. Freemantle had sent him the invitation nearly a fortnight ago, and he understood that there was to be an elaborate dinner-party. He did not know it for a fact, but he was in hopes of meeting the expiring Lord Chancellor. He considered it to be his duty never to throw away such a chance. He would, in all respects, have preferred Mr. Freemantle's dinner in Eaton Place, dull and heavy though it might probably be, to the chance of Lord Chiltern's companions at Moroni's. Whatever might be the faults of our hero, he was not given to what is generally called dissipation by the world at large, by which the world means self-indulgence. He cared not a brass farthing for Moroni's Chateau Yquem, nor for the wondrously studied repast which he would doubtless find prepared for him at that celebrated establishment in St. James's Street. Not a farthing as compared with the chance of meeting so great a man as Lord Moles. And Lord Chiltern's friends might probably be just the men whom he would not desire to know. But Lady Laura's request overrode everything with him. She had asked him to oblige her, and of course he would do so. Had he been going to dine with the incoming Prime Minister, he would have put off his engagement at her request. He was not quick enough to make an answer without hesitation, but after a moment's pause he said he should be most happy to dine with Lord Chiltern at Moroni's. "That's right, 7:30 sharp, only I can tell you won't meet any other members." Then the servant announced more visitors, and Lord Chiltern escaped out of the room before he was seen by the newcomers. These were Mrs. Bonteen and Lawrence Fitzgibbon, and then Mr. Bonteen, and after them Mr. Rattler, the whip, who was in a violent hurry and did not stay there a moment, and then Barrington Erle and young Lord James FitzHoward, the youngest son of the Duke of St. Bungay. In 20 or 30 minutes there was a gathering of liberal political notabilities in Lady Laura's drawing-room. There were two great pieces of news by which they were all enthralled. Mr. Mildmay would not be Prime Minister, and Sir Everard Powell was dead. Of course nothing quite positive could be known about Mr. Mildmay. He was to be with the Queen at Windsor on the morrow at 11 o'clock, and it was improbable that he would tell his mind to anyone before he told it to Her Majesty. But there was no doubt that he had engaged the Duke, so he was called by Lord James to go down to Windsor with him, that he might be in readiness if wanted. "I have learned that at home," said Lord James, who had just heard the news from his sister, who had heard it from the Duchess. Lord James was delighted with the importance given to him by his father's coming journey. From this, and from other equally well-known circumstances, it was surmised that Mr. Mildmay would decline the task proposed to him. This, nevertheless, was only a surmise, whereas the fact with reference to Sir Everard was fully substantiated. The gout had flown to his stomach, and he was dead. Yes, as dead as a herring," said Mr. Rattler, who at that moment, however, was not within hearing of either of the ladies present. and then he rubbed his hands and looked as though he were delighted. And he was delighted, not because his old friend Sir Everard was dead, but by the excitement of the tragedy. "Having done so good a deed in his last moments," said Lawrence Fitzgibbon, "we may take it for granted that he will go straight to heaven." "I hope there will be no crowner's quest, Rattler," said Mr. Bonteen. "If there is, I don't know how you'll get out of it." "I don't see anything in it so horrible," said Mr. Rattler. "If a fellow dies leading his regiment, we don't think anything of it. Sir Everard's vote was of more service to his country than anything that a colonel or a captain can do. But nevertheless, I think that Mr. Rattler was somewhat in dread of future newspaper paragraphs, should it be found necessary to summon a coroner's inquisition to sit upon poor Sir Everard." While this was going on, Lady Laura took Phineas apart for a moment. "I am so much obliged to you, I am indeed," she said. "What nonsense!" "Never mind whether it's nonsense or not, but I am. I can't explain it all now, but I do so want you to know my brother. You may be of the greatest service to him, of the very greatest. He is not half so bad as people say he is. In many ways he is very good, and he is very clever. At any rate, I will think and believe no ill of him." "Just so. Do not believe evil of him, not more evil than you see. I am so anxious, so very anxious to try to put him on his legs, and I find it so difficult to get any connecting link with him. Papa will not speak with him because of money." "But he is friends with you." "Yes, I think he loves me. I saw how distasteful it was to you to go to him, and probably you were engaged." "One can always get off those sort of things if there is an object." "Yes, just so, and the object was to oblige me, was it not?" "Of course it was. But I must go now. We are to hear Daubeny's statement at 4, and I would not miss it for worlds. I wonder whether you would go abroad with my brother in the autumn. But I have no right to think of such a thing, have I? At any rate, I will not think of it yet. Good-bye. I shall see you perhaps on Sunday if you are in town." Phineas walked down to Westminster with his mind very full of Lady Laura and Lord Chiltern. What did she mean by her affectionate manner to himself, and what did she mean by the continual praises which she lavished upon Mr. Kennedy? Of whom was she thinking most, of Mr. Kennedy or of him? She had called herself his mentor. Was the description of her feelings towards himself, as conveyed in that name, of a kind to be gratifying to him? No, he thought not. But then might it not be within his power to change the nature of those feelings? She was not in love with him at present. He could not make any boast to himself on that head. But it might be within his power to compel her to love him. The female mentor might be softened. That she could not love Mr. Kennedy, he thought that he was quite sure. There was nothing like love in her manner to Mr. Kennedy. As to Lord Chiltern, Phineas would do whatever might be in his power. All that he really knew of Lord Chiltern was that he had gambled and that he had drunk. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The New Government. In the House of Lords that night, and in the House of Commons, the outgoing ministers made their explanations. As our business at the present moment is with the Commons, we will confine ourselves to their chamber, and will do so the more willingly because the upshot of what was said in the two places was the same. The outgoing ministers were very grave, very self-laudatory, and very courteous. In regard to courtesy, it may be declared that no stranger to the ways of the place could have understood how such soft words could be spoken by Mr. Daubeny, beaten so quickly after the very sharp words which he had uttered when he only expected to be beaten. He announced to his fellow commoners that his right honourable friend and colleague, Lord de Terrier, had thought it right to retire from the Treasury. Lord de Terrier, in constitutional obedience to the vote of the Lower House, had resigned, and the Queen had been graciously pleased to accept Lord de Terrier's resignation. Mr. Daubeny could only inform the House that Her Majesty had signified her pleasure that Mr. Mildmay should wait upon her to-morrow at 11 o'clock. Mr. Mildmay, so Mr. Daubeny understood, would be with Her Majesty to-morrow at that hour. Lord de Terrier had found it to be his duty to recommend Her Majesty to send for Mr. Mildmay. Such was the real import of Mr. Daubeny's speech. That further portion of it, in which he explained with blandest, most beneficent, honey-flowing words that his party would have done everything that the country could require of any party, had the House allowed it to remain on the Treasury benches for a month or two, and explained also that his party would never recriminate, would never return evil for evil, would in no wise copy the factious opposition of their adversaries, that his party would now, as it ever had done, carry itself with the meekness of the dove and the wisdom of the serpent. All this, I say, was so generally felt by gentlemen on both sides of the House to be leather and prunella, that very little attention was paid to it. The great point was that Lord de Terrier had resigned, and that Mr. Mildmay had been summoned to Windsor. The Queen had sent for Mr. Mildmay in compliance with advice given to her by Lord de Terrier, and yet Lord de Terrier and his first lieutenant had used all the most practised efforts of their eloquence for the last 3 days in endeavouring to make their countrymen believe that no more unfitting minister than Mr. Mildmay ever attempted to hold the reins of office. Nothing had been too bad for them to say of Mr. Mildmay, and yet in the very first moment in which they found themselves unable to carry on the government themselves, they advised the Queen to send for that most incompetent and baneful statesman. We who are conversant with our own methods of politics see nothing odd in this, because we are used to it. But surely in the eyes of strangers our practice must be very singular. There is nothing like it in any other country, nothing as yet. Nowhere else is there the same good-humoured, affectionate, prize-fighting ferocity in politics. The leaders of our two great parties are to each other exactly as are the two champions of the ring, who knock each other about for the belt, and for £500 a side once in every 5 years. How they fly at each other, striking as though each blow should carry death if it were but possible. And yet there is no one whom the Birmingham bantam respects so highly as he does Bill Burns, the Brighton bully, or with whom he has so much delight in discussing the merits of a pot of half and half. And so it was with Mr. Daubeny and Mr. Mildmay. In private life, Mr. Daubeny almost adulated his elder rival, and Mr. Mildmay never omitted an opportunity of taking Mr. Daubeny warmly by the hand. It is not so in the United States. There the same political enmity exists, but the political enmity produces private hatred. The leaders of parties there really mean what they say when they abuse each other, and are in earnest when they talk as though they were about to tear each other limb from limb. I doubt whether Mr. Daubeny would have injured a hair of Mr. Mildmay's venerable head, even for an assurance of 6 continued months in office. When Mr. Daubeny had completed his statement, Mr. Mildmay simply told the House that he had received and would obey Her Majesty's commands. The House would of course understand that he by no means meant to aver that the Queen should even commission him to form a ministry, but if he took no such command from Her Majesty, it would become his duty to recommend Her Majesty to impose the task upon some other person. Then everything was said that had to be said, and members returned to their clubs. A certain damp was thrown over the joy of some excitable Liberals by tidings which reached the House during Mr. Daubeny's speech. Sir Everard Powell was no more dead than was Mr. Daubeny himself. Now it is very unpleasant to find that your news is untrue, when you have been at great pains to disseminate it. "Oh, but he is dead," said Mr. Rattler. "Lady Powell assured me half an hour ago," said Mr. Rattler's opponent, "that he was at that moment a great deal better than he had been for the last 3 months. The journey down to the House did him a world of good." "Then we'll have him down for every division," said Mr. Rattler. The political portion of London was in a ferment for the next 5 days. On the Sunday morning it was known that Mr. Mildmay had declined to put himself at the head of a Liberal government. He and the Duke of St. Bungay and Mr. Plantagenet Palliser had been in conference so often and so long that it may almost be said they lived together in conference. Then Mr. Gresham had been with Mr. Mildmay, and Mr. Monk also. At the clubs it was said by many that Mr. Monk had been with Mr. Mildmay, but it was also said very vehemently by others that no such interview had taken place. Mr. Monk was a Radical, much admired by the people, sitting in Parliament for that most Radical of all constituencies, the Pottery Hamlets, who had never as yet been in power. It was the great question of the day whether Mr. Mildmay would or would not ask Mr. Monk to join him, and it was said by those who habitually think at every period of change that the time has now come in which the difficulties to forming a government will at last be found to be insuperable, that Mr. Mildmay could not succeed either with Mr. Monk or without him. There were at the present moment 2 sections of these gentlemen, the section which declared that Mr. Mildmay had sent for Mr. Monk, and the section which declared that he had not. But there were others, who perhaps knew better what they were saying, by whom it was asserted that the whole difficulty lay with Mr. Gresham. Mr. Gresham was willing to serve with Mr. Mildmay, with certain stipulations as to the special seat in the cabinet which he himself was to occupy, and as to the introduction of certain friends of his own. But so said these gentlemen, who were supposed really to understand the matter. Mr. Gresham was not willing to serve with the Duke and with Mr. Palliser. Now everybody who knew anything knew that the Duke and Mr. Palliser were indispensable to Mr. Mildmay, and a Liberal government, with Mr. Gresham in the opposition, could not live half through a session. All Sunday and Monday these things were discussed, and on the Monday Lord de Terrier absolutely stated to the Upper House that he had received Her Majesty's commands to form another government. Mr. Daubeny, in half a dozen most modest words, in words hardly audible and most unlike himself, made his statement in the Lower House to the same effect. Then Mr. Rattler and Mr. Bonteen and Mr. Barrington Erle and Mr. Lawrence Fitzgibbon aroused themselves and swore that such things could not be. should the prey which they had won for themselves, the spoil of their bows and arrows, be snatched from out of their very mouths by treachery? Lord de Terrier and Mr. Daubeny could not venture even to make another attempt unless they did so in combination with Mr. Gresham. Such a combination, said Mr. Barrington Erle, would be disgraceful to both parties, but would prove Mr. Gresham to be as false as Satan himself. Early on the Tuesday morning, when it was known that Mr. Gresham had been at Lord de Terrier's house, Barrington Erle was free to confess that he had always been afraid of Mr. Gresham. "I have felt for years," said he, "that if anybody could break up the party it would be Mr. Gresham." On that Tuesday morning Mr. Gresham certainly was with Lord de Terrier, but nothing came of it. Mr. Gresham was either not enough like Satan for the occasion, or else he was too closely like him. Lord de Terrier did not bid high enough, or else Mr. Gresham did not like biddings from that quarter. Nothing then came from this attempt, and on the Tuesday afternoon the Queen again sent for Mr. Mildmay. On the Wednesday morning the gentlemen who thought that the insuperable difficulties had at length arrived began to wear their longest faces, and to be triumphant with melancholy forebodings. Now at last there was a deadlock. Nobody could form a government. It was asserted that Mr. Mildmay had fallen at Her Majesty's feet dissolved in tears, and had implored to be relieved from further responsibility. It was well known to many at the clubs that the Queen had on that morning telegraphed to Germany for advice. There were men so gloomy as to declare that the Queen must throw herself into the arms of Mr. Monk, unless Mr. Mildmay would consent to rise from his knees and once more buckle on his ancient armour. "Even that would be better than Gresham," said Barrington Erle in his anger. "I'll tell you what it is," said Rattler. "We shall have Gresham and Monk together, and you and I shall have to do their biddings." Mr. Barrington Erle's reply to that suggestion I may not dare to insert in these pages. On the Wednesday night, however, it was known that everything had been arranged, and before the Houses met on the Thursday every place had been bestowed either in reality or in imagination. The Times, in its second edition on the Thursday, gave a list of the Cabinet, in which 4 places out of 14 were rightly filled. On the Friday it named 10 places aright, and indicated the law officers, with only one mistake in reference to Ireland. And on the Saturday it gave a list of the Under-Secretaries of State, and Secretaries and Vice-Presidents generally, with wonderful correctness as to the individuals, though the offices were a little jumbled. The government was at last formed in a manner which everybody had seen to be the only possible way in which a government could be formed. Nobody was surprised, and the week's work was regarded as though the regular routine of government-making had simply been followed. Mr. Mildmay was Prime Minister. Mr. Gresham was at the Foreign Office. Mr. Monk was at the Board of Trade. The Duke was President of the Council. The Earl of Brentford was Privy Seal, and Mr. Palliser was Chancellor of the Exchequer. Barrington Erle made a step up in the world, and went to the Admiralty as Secretary. Mr. Bonteen was sent again to the Admiralty, and Lawrence Fitzgibbon became a junior Lord of the Treasury. Mr. Rattler was, of course, installed as Patronage Secretary to the same board. Mr. Rattler was perhaps the only man in the party as to whose destination there could not possibly be a doubt. Mr. Rattler had really qualified himself for a position in such a way as to make all men feel that he would, as a matter of course, be called upon to fill it. I do not know whether as much could be said on behalf of any other man in the new government. During all this excitement, and through all these movements, Phineas Finn felt himself to be left more and more out in the cold. He had not been such a fool as to suppose that any office would be offered to him. He had never hinted at such a thing to his one dearly intimate friend, Lady Laura. He had not hitherto opened his mouth in Parliament. Indeed, when the new government was formed, he had not been sitting for above a fortnight. Of course nothing could be done for him as yet, but nevertheless he felt himself to be out in the cold. The very men who had discussed with him the question of the division, who had discussed it with him because his vote was then as good as that of any other member, did not care to talk to him about the distribution of places. He, at any rate, could not be one of them. He, at any rate, could not be a rival. He could neither mar nor assist. He could not be either a successful or a disappointed sympathizer, because he could not himself be a candidate. The affair which perhaps disgusted him more than anything else was the offer of an office, not in the cabinet indeed, but one supposed to confer high dignity, to Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy refused the offer, and this somewhat lessened Finn's disgust, but the offer itself made him unhappy. "I suppose it was made simply because of his money," he said to Fitzgibbon. "I don't believe that," said Fitzgibbon. "People seem to think that he has got a head on his shoulders, though he has got no tongue in it. I wonder at his refusing it because of the Right Honourable." "I am so glad that Mr. Kennedy refused," said Lady Laura to him. "And why? He would have been the Right Honourable Robert Kennedy for ever and ever." Phineas, when he said this, did not as yet know exactly how it would have come to pass that such honour, the honour of the enduring prefix to his name, would have come in the way of Mr. Kennedy, had Mr. Kennedy accepted the office in question. But he was very quick to learn all these things, and in the meantime he rarely made any mistake about them. "What would that have been to him with his wealth?" said Lady Laura. "He has a position of his own, and need not care for such things. There are men who should not attempt what is called independence in Parliament. By doing so they simply decline to make themselves useful. But there are a few whose special walk in life it is to be independent, and as it were unmoved by parties." "Great Aconitosis! You know Orion," said Phineas. "Mr. Kennedy is not an Akinitos," said Lady Laura. "He holds a very proud position," said Phineas ironically. "A very proud position indeed," said Lady Laura, in sober earnest. The dinner at Moroni's had been eaten, and Phineas had given an account of the entertainment to Lord Chiltern's sister. There had been only 2 other guests, and both of them had been men on the turf. "I was the first there," said Phineas, "and he surprised me ever so much by telling me that you had spoken to him of me before." "Yes, I did so. I wish him to know you. I want him to know some men who think of something besides horses. He is very well educated, you know, and would certainly have taken honours if he had not quarrelled with the people at Christ Church." "Did he take a degree?" "No, they sent him down. It is best always to have the truth among friends. You know you will hear it some day. They expelled him because he was drunk." Then Lady Laura burst out into tears, and Phineas sat near her and consoled her, and swore that if in any way he could befriend her brother he would do so. Mr. Fitzgibbon at this time claimed a promise which he said that Phineas had made to him, that Phineas would go over with him to Mayo to assist at his re-election, and Phineas did go. The whole affair occupied but a week, and was chiefly memorable as being the means of cementing the friendship which existed between the two Irish members. "1,000 a year," said Lawrence Fitzgibbon, speaking of the salary of his office. "It isn't much, is it? And every fellow to whom I owe a shilling will be down upon me. If I had studied my own comfort, I should have done the same as Kennedy." End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Violet Effingham. It was now the middle of May, and a month had elapsed since the terrible difficulty about the Queen's government had been solved. A month had elapsed, and things had shaken themselves into their places with more of ease and apparent fitness than men had given them credit for possessing. Mr. Mildmay, Mr. Gresham, and Mr. Monk were the best friends in the world, swearing by each other in their own house, and supported in the other by as gallant a phalanx of Whig peers as ever were got together to fight against the instincts of their own order, in compliance with the instincts of those below them. Lady Laura's father was in the cabinet, to Lady Laura's infinite delight. It was her ambition to be brought as near to political action as was possible for a woman, without surrendering any of the privileges of feminine inaction. That women should even wish to have votes at parliamentary elections was to her abominable, and the cause of the rights of women generally was odious to her. But nevertheless, for herself, she delighted in hoping that she too might be useful, in thinking that she too was perhaps, in some degree, politically powerful, and she had received considerable increase to her hopes when her father accepted the Privy Seal. The Earl himself was not an ambitious man, and but for his daughter, would have severed himself altogether from political life before this time. He was an unhappy man, being an obstinate man, and having in his obstinacy quarrelled with his only son. In his unhappiness he would have kept himself alone, living in the country, brooding over his wretchedness, were it not for his daughter. On her behalf, and in obedience to her requirements, he came yearly up to London, and perhaps in compliance with her persuasion, had taken some part in the debates of the House of Lords. It is easy for a peer to be a statesman, if the trouble of the life be not too much for him. Lord Brentford was now a statesman, if a seat in the cabinet be proof of statesmanship. At this time, in May, there was staying with Lady Laura in Portman Square a very dear friend of hers, by name Violet Effingham. Violet Effingham was an orphan, an heiress, and a beauty, with a terrible aunt, one Lady Baldock, who was supposed to be the dragon who had Violet, as a captive maiden, in charge. But as Miss Effingham was of age, and was mistress of her own fortune, Lady Baldock was in truth not omnipotent as a dragon should be. The dragon, at any rate, was not now staying in Portman Square, and the captivity of the maiden was therefore not severe at the present moment. Violet Effingham was very pretty, but could hardly be said to be beautiful. She was small, with light crispy hair, which seemed to be ever on the flutter round her brows, and which yet was never a hair astray. She had sweet, soft, grey eyes, which never looked at you long, hardly for a moment, but which yet, in that half-moment, nearly killed you by the power of their sweetness. Her cheek was the softest thing in nature, and the colour of it, when its colour was fixed enough to be told, was a shade of pink so faint and creamy that you would hardly dare to call it by its name. Her mouth was perfect, not small enough to give that expression of silliness which is so common, but almost divine, with the temptation of its full, rich, ruby lips. Her teeth, which she but seldom showed, were very even and very white, and there rested on her chin the dearest dimple that ever acted as a lodestar to men's eyes. The fault of her face, if it had a fault, was in her nose, which was a little too sharp, and perhaps too small. A woman who wanted to depreciate Violet Effingham had once called her a pug-nosed puppet. But I, as her chronicler, deny that she was pug-nosed, and all the world who knew her soon came to understand that she was no puppet. In figure she was small, but not so small as she looked to be. Her feet and hands were delicately fine, and there was a softness about her whole person, an apparent compressibility which seemed to indicate that she might go into very small compass. Into what compass, and how compressed, there were very many men who held very different opinions. Violet Effingham was certainly no puppet. She was great at dancing, as perhaps might be a puppet, but she was also great at archery, great at skating, and great, too, at hunting. With reference to that last accomplishment, she and Lady Baldock had had more than one terrible tussle, not always with advantage to the dragon. "My dear aunt," she had once said during the last winter, "I am going to the meet with George." George was her cousin, Lord Baldock, and was the dragon's son. "And there, let there be an end of it." "And you will promise me that you will not go further," said the dragon. "I will promise nothing to-day to any man or to any woman," said Violet. What was to be said to a young lady who spoke in this way, and who had become of age only a fortnight since? She rode that day the famous run from Bognall's Gorse to Folsham Common, and was in at the death. Violet Effingham was now sitting in conference with her friend Lady Laura, and they were discussing matters of high import, of very high import indeed, to the interests of both of them. "I do not ask you to accept him," said Lady Laura. "That is lucky," said the other, "as he has never asked me." "He has done much the same. You know that he loves you." "I know, or fancy that I know, that so many men love me. But after all, what sort of love is it? It is just as when you and I, when we see something nice in a shop, call it a dear duck of a thing, and tell somebody to go and buy it, let the price be ever so extravagant. I know my own position, Laura. I'm a dear duck of a thing." "You are a very dear thing to Oswald." "But you, Laura, will some day inspire a grand passion, or I dare say have already, for you are a great deal too close to tell, and then there will be cutting of throats, and a mighty hubbub, and a real tragedy. I shall never go beyond genteel comedy, unless I run away with somebody beneath me, or do something awfully improper." "Don't do that, dear." "I should like to, because of my aunt. I should indeed. If it were possible, without compromising myself, I should like her to be told some morning that I had gone off with the curate." "How can you be so wicked, Violet?" "It would serve her right, and her countenance would be so awfully comic. Mind, if it is ever to come off, I must be there to see it. I know what she would say as well as possible. She would turn to poor Gussie. 'Augusta,' she would say, 'I always expected it. I always did.' Then I should come out and curtsy to her, and say so prettily, 'Dear aunt, it was only our little joke.' That's my line. But for you, if you planned it, would go off to-morrow with Lucifer himself, if you liked it. But failing Lucifer, I shall probably be very humdrum." "You don't mean that there is anything settled, Laura?" "There is nothing settled, or any beginning of anything that ever can be settled. But I am not talking about myself. He has told me that if you will accept him, he will do anything that you and I may ask him. Yes, he will promise. Did you ever know him to break his word?" "I know nothing about him, my dear. How should I?" "Do not pretend to be ignorant and meek, Violet. You do know him, much better than most girls know the men they marry. You have known him more or less intimately all your life." "But am I bound to marry him because of that accident?" "No, you are not bound to marry him unless you love him." "I do not love him," said Violet, with slow, emphatic words, and a little forward motion of her face, as though she were specially eager to convince her friend that she was quite in earnest in what she said. "I fancy, Violet, that you are nearer to loving him than any other man." "I am not at all near to loving any man. I doubt whether I ever shall be. It does not seem to me to be possible to myself to be what girls call in love. I can like a man. I do like, perhaps, half a dozen. I like them so much that if I go to a house or to a party, it is quite a matter of importance to me whether this man or that will or will not be there. And then I suppose I flirt with them. At least Augusta tells me that my aunt says that I do. But as for caring about any one of them in the way of loving him, wanting to marry him, and having him all to myself, and that sort of thing, I don't know what it means." "But you intend to be married some day," said Lady Laura. "Certainly I do, and I don't intend to wait very much longer. I am heartily tired of Lady Baldock, and though I can generally escape among my friends, that is not sufficient. I am beginning to think that it would be pleasant to have a house of my own. A girl becomes such a bohemian when she is always going about, and doesn't quite know where any of her things are." Then there was a silence between them for a few minutes. Violet Effingham was doubled up in the corner of a sofa, with her feet tucked under her, and her face reclining upon one of her shoulders. As she talked, she was playing with a little toy, which was constructed to take various shapes as it was flung this way or that. A bystander looking at her would have thought that the toy was much more to her than the conversation. Lady Laura was sitting upright in a common chair at a table not far from her companion, and was manifestly devoting herself altogether to the subject that was being discussed between them. She had taken no lounging, easy attitude. She had found no employment for her fingers, and she looked steadily at Violet as she talked, whereas Violet was looking only at the little mannikin which she tossed. And now Laura got up and came to the sofa, and sat close to her friend. Violet, though she somewhat moved one foot, so as to seem to make room for the other, still went on with her play. "If you do marry, Violet, you must choose some one man out of the lot." "That's quite true, my dear. I certainly can't marry them all." "And how do you mean to make the choice?" "I don't know. I suppose I shall toss up." "I wish you would be in earnest with me." "Well, I will be in earnest. I shall take the first that comes after I have quite made up my mind. You'll think it very horrible, but that is really what I shall do. After all, a husband is very much like a house or a horse. You don't take your house because it's the best house in the world, but because just then you want a house. You go and see a house, and if it's very nasty, you don't take it. But if you think it will suit pretty well, and if you are tired of looking about for houses, you do take it. That's the way one buys one's horses, and one's husbands. And you have not made up your mind yet? Not quite. Lady Baldock was a little more decent than usual just before I left Baddingham. When I told her that I meant to have a pair of ponies, she merely threw up her hands and grunted. She didn't gnash her teeth, and curse and swear, and declare to me that I was a child of perdition. What do you mean by cursing and swearing? She told me once that if I bought a certain little dog, it would lead to my being everlastingly, you know what. She isn't so squeamish as I am, and said it out. What did you do? I bought the little dog, and it bit my aunt's heel. I was very sorry then, and gave the creature to Mary Rivers. He was such a beauty. I hope the perdition has gone with him, for I don't like Mary Rivers at all. I had to give the poor beastie to somebody, and Mary Rivers happened to be there. I told her that Puck was connected with Apollyon, but she didn't mind that. Puck was worth 20 guineas, and I dare say she has sold him. Oswald may have an equal chance, then, among the other favourites, said Lady Laura, after another pause. There are no favourites, and I will not say that any man may have a chance. Why do you press me about your brother in this way? Because I am so anxious, because it would save him, because you are the only woman for whom he has ever cared, and because he loves you with all his heart, and because his father would be reconciled to him tomorrow if he heard that you and he were engaged. Laura, my dear. Well, you won't be angry if I speak out? Certainly not. After what I have said, you have a right to speak out. It seems to me that all your reasons are reasons why he should marry me, not reasons why I should marry him. Is not his love for you a reason? No, said Violet, pausing, and speaking the word in the lowest possible whisper. If he did not love me, that, if known to me, should be a reason why I should not marry him. 10 men may love me. I don't say that any man does. He does, but I can't marry all the 10. And as for that business of saving him, you know what I mean. I don't know that I have any special mission for saving young men. I sometimes think that I shall have quite enough to do to save myself. It is strange what a propensity I feel for the wrong side of the post. I feel the strongest assurance that you will always keep on the right side. Thank you, my dear. I mean to try, but I'm quite sure that the jockey who takes me in hand ought to be very steady himself. Now, Lord Chiltern— Well, out with it. What have you to say? He does not bear the best reputation in this world as a steady man. Is he altogether the sort of man that mammas of the best kind are seeking for their daughters? I like a roué myself, and a prig who sits all night in the house and talks about nothing but church rates and suffrage is to me intolerable. I prefer men who are improper, and all that sort of thing. If I were a man myself, I should go in for everything I ought to leave alone. I know I should. But you see, I'm not a man, and I must take care of myself. The wrong side of a post for a woman is so very much the wrong side. I like a fast man, but I know that I must not dare to marry the sort of man that I like. To be one of us, then, the very first among us, would that be the wrong side? You mean that to be Lady Chiltern in the present tense, and Lady Brentford in the future, would be promotion for Violet Effingham in the past? How hard you are, Violet! Fancy that it should come to this, that you should call me hard, Laura. I should like to be your sister. I should like well enough to be your father's daughter. I should like well enough to be Chiltern's friend. I am his friend. Nothing that any one has ever said of him has estranged me from him. I have fought for him till I have been black in the face. Yes, I have, with my aunt. But I am afraid to be his wife. The risk would be so great. Suppose that I did not save him, but that he brought me to shipwreck instead. That could not be. Could it not? I think it might be so very well. When I was a child, they used to be always telling me to mind myself. It seems to me that a child and a man need not mind themselves. Let them do what they may, they can be set right again. Let them fall as they will, you can put them on their feet. But a woman has to mind herself, and very hard work it is when she has a dragon of her own driving her ever the wrong way. I want to take you from the dragon. Yes, and to hand me over to a griffin. The truth is, Violet, that you do not know Oswald. He is not a griffin. I did not mean to be uncomplimentary. Take any of the dangerous wild beasts you please. I merely intend to point out that he is a dangerous wild beast. I dare say he is noble-minded, and I will call him a lion if you like it better. But even with a lion there is risk. Of course there will be risk. There is risk with every man, unless you will be contented with the prig you described. Of course there would be risk with my brother. He has been a gambler. They say he is one still. He has given it up in part, and would entirely at your instance. And they say other things of him, Laura. It is true. He has had paroxysms of evil life which have well nigh ruined him. And these paroxysms are so dangerous. Is he not in debt? He is, but not deeply. Every shilling that he owes would be paid, every shilling. Mind, I know all his circumstances, and I give you my word that every shilling should be paid. He has never lied, and he has told me everything. His father would not leave an acre away from him if he would, and would not if he could. I did not ask as fearing that. I spoke only of a dangerous habit. A paroxysm of spending money is apt to make one so uncomfortable, and then, well, I don't know why I should make a catalogue of your brother's weaknesses. You mean to say that he drinks too much. I do not say so. People say so. The dragon says so. And as I always find her sayings to be untrue, I suppose this is like the rest of them. It is untrue if it be said of him as a habit. It is another paroxysm, just now and then. Do not laugh at me, Violet, when I am taking his part, or I shall be offended. But you see, if I am to be his wife, it is rather important. Still, you need not ridicule me. Dear Laura, you know I do not ridicule you. You know I love you for what you are doing. Would not I do the same, and fight for him down to my nails, if I had a brother? And therefore I want you to be Oswald's wife, because I know that you would fight for him. It is not true that he is a drunkard. Look at his hand, which is as steady as yours. Look at his eye. Is there a sign of it? He has been drunk once or twice, perhaps, and has done fearful things. It might be that he would do fearful things to me. You never knew a man with a softer heart or with a finer spirit. I believe, as I sit here, that if he were married tomorrow, his vices would fall from him like old clothes. You will admit, Laura, that there will be some risk for the wife. Of course there will be a risk. Is there not always a risk? The men in the city would call this double dangerous, I think, said Violet. Then the door was opened, and the man of whom they were speaking entered the room. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Lord Chiltern. The reader has been told that Lord Chiltern was a red man, and that peculiarity of his personal appearance was certainly the first to strike a stranger. It imparted a certain look of ferocity to him, which was apt to make men afraid of him at first sight. Women are not actuated in this same way, and are accustomed to look deeper into men at the first sight than other men will trouble themselves to do. His beard was red, and was clipped, so as to have none of the softness of waving hair. The hair on his head was also kept short, and was very red, and the color of his face was red. Nevertheless, he was a handsome man, with well-cut features, not tall, but very strongly built, and with a certain curl in the corner of his eyelids, which gave to him a look of resolution, which perhaps he did not possess. He was known to be a clever man, and when very young had had the reputation of being a scholar. When he was 23, gray-haired votaries of the turf declared that he would make his fortune on the race-course, so clear-headed was he as to odds, so excellent a judge of a horse's performances, and so gifted with a memory of events. When he was 25, he had lost every shilling of a fortune of his own, had squeezed from his father more than his father ever chose to name in speaking of his affairs to any one, and was known to be in debt. But he had sacrificed himself on one or two memorable occasions in conformity with turf laws of honor, and men said of him either that he was very honest or very chivalric, in accordance with the special views on the subject of the man who was speaking. It was reported now that he no longer owned horses on the turf, but this was doubted by some who could name the animals which they said that he owned, and which he ran in the name of Mr. McNab, said some, of Mr. Pardew, said others, of Mr. Chickerwick, said a third set of informants. The fact was that Lord Chiltern at this moment had no interest of his own in any horse upon the turf. But all the world knew that he drank. He had taken by the throat a proctor's bulldog when he had been drunk at Oxford, had nearly strangled the man, and had been expelled. He had fallen through his violence into some terrible misfortune at Paris, had been brought before a public judge, and his name and his infamy had been made notorious in every newspaper in the two capitals. After that he had fought a ruffian at Newmarket, and had really killed him with his fists. In reference to this latter affray, it had been approved that the attack had been made on him, that he had not been to blame, and that he had not been drunk. After a prolonged investigation, he had come forth from that affair without disgrace. He would have done so, at least, if he had not been heretofore disgraced. But we all know how the man well spoken of may steal a horse, while he who is of evil repute may not look over a hedge. It was asserted widely by many who were supposed to know all about everything, that Lord Chiltern was in a fit of delirium tremens when he killed the ruffian at Newmarket. The worst of that latter affair was that it produced the total estrangement which now existed between Lord Brentford and his son. Lord Brentford would not believe that his son was in that matter more sinned against than sinning. Such things do not happen to other men's sons, he said, when Lady Laura pleaded for her brother. Lady Laura could not induce her father to see his son, but so far prevailed that no sentence of banishment was pronounced against Lord Chiltern. There was nothing to prevent the son sitting at his father's table if he so pleased. He never did so please, but nevertheless he continued to live in the house in Portman Square, and when he met the Earl, in the hall perhaps, or on the staircase, would simply bow to him. Then the Earl would bow again and shuffle on, and look very wretched, as no doubt he was. A grown-up son must be the greatest comfort a man can have, if he be his father's best friend, but otherwise he can hardly be a comfort. As it was in this house, the son was a constant thorn in his father's side. "What does he do when we leave London?" Lord Brentford once said to his daughter. "He stays here, papa." "But he hunts still?" "Yes, he hunts, and he has a room somewhere at an inn down in Northamptonshire. But he is mostly in London. They have trains on purpose." "What a life for my son!" said the Earl. "What a life! Of course no decent person will let him into his house." Lady Laura did not know what to say to this, for in truth Lord Chiltern was not fond of staying at the houses of persons whom the Earl would have called decent. General Effingham, the father of Violet, and Lord Brentford had been the closest and dearest of friends. They had been young men in the same regiment, and through life each had confided in the other. When the General's only son, then a youth of 17, was killed in one of our grand New Zealand wars, the bereaved father and the Earl had been together for a month in their sorrow. At that time Lord Chiltern's career had still been open to hope, and the one man had contrasted his lot with the other. General Effingham lived long enough to hear the Earl declare that his lot was the happier of the two. Now the General was dead, and Violet, the daughter of a second wife, was all that was left of the Effinghams. This second wife had been a Miss Plummer, a lady from the city with much money, whose sister had married Lord Baldock. Violet, in this way, had fallen to the care of the Baldock people, and not into the hands of her father's friends. But, as the reader will have surmised, she had ideas of her own of emancipating herself from Baldock thraldom. Twice before that last terrible affair at Newmarket, before the quarrel between the father and the son had been complete, Lord Brentford had said a word to his daughter, merely a word, of his son in connection with Miss Effingham. "If he thinks of it, I shall be glad to see him on the subject. You may tell him so." That had been the first word. He had just then resolved that the affair in Paris should be regarded as condoned, as among the things to be forgotten. She is too good for him, but if he asks her, let him tell her everything. That had been the second word, and had been spoken immediately subsequent to a payment of £12,000 made by the Earl towards the settlement of certain Doncaster accounts. Lady Laura, in negotiating for the money, had been very eloquent in describing some honest, or shall we say chivalric, sacrifice which had brought her brother into this special difficulty. Since that, the Earl had declined to interest himself in his son's matrimonial affairs, and when Lady Laura had once again mentioned the matter, declaring her belief that it would be the means of saving her brother Oswald, the Earl had desired her to be silent. "Would you wish to destroy the poor child?" he had said. Nevertheless, Lady Laura felt sure that if she were to go to her father with a positive statement that Oswald and Violet were engaged, he would relent, and would accept Violet as his daughter. As for the payment of Lord Chiltern's present debts, she had a little scheme of her own about that. Miss Effingham, who had been already 2 days in Portman Square, had not as yet seen Lord Chiltern. She knew that he lived in the house, that is, that he slept there, and probably ate his breakfast in some apartment of his own, but she also knew that the habits of the house would not by any means make it necessary that they should meet. Lara and her brother probably saw each other daily, but they never went into society together, and did not know the same sets of people. When she had announced to Lady Baldock her intention of spending the first fortnight of her London season with her friend Lady Lara, Lady Baldock had, as a matter of course, jumped upon her, as Miss Effingham would herself call it. "You are going to the house of the worst reprobate in all England," said Lady Baldock. "What, dear old Lord Brentford, whom papa loved so well?" "I mean Lord Chiltern, who only last year murdered a man." "That is not true, aunt." "There is worse than that, much worse. He is always tipsy, and always gambling, and always— But it is quite unfit that I should speak a word more to you about such a man as Lord Chiltern. His name ought never to be mentioned." "Then why did you mention it, aunt?" Lady Baldock's process of jumping upon her niece, in which I think the aunt had generally the worst of the exercise, went on for some time, but Violet, of course, carried her point. "If she marries him there will be an end of everything," said Lady Baldock to her daughter Augusta. "She has more sense than that, mamma," said Augusta. "I don't think she has any sense at all," said Lady Baldock, "not in the least. I do wish my poor sister had lived. I do indeed." Lord Chiltern was now in the room with Violet, immediately upon that conversation between Violet and his sister as to the expediency of Violet becoming his wife. Indeed, his entrance had interrupted the conversation before it was over. "I am so glad to see you, Miss Effingham," he said. "I came in thinking that I might find you." "Here I am, as large as life," she said, getting up from her corner on the sofa and giving him her hand. "Lara and I have been discussing the affairs of the nation for the last 2 days, and have nearly brought our discussion to an end." She could not help looking, first at his eye and then at his hand, not as wanting evidence to the truth of the statement which his sister had made, but because the idea of a drunkard's eye and a drunkard's hand had been brought before her mind. Lord Chiltern's hand was like the hand of any other man, but there was something in his eye that almost frightened her. It looked as though he would not hesitate to wring his wife's neck round, if ever he should be brought to threaten to do so. And then his eye, like the rest of him, was red. No, she did not think that she could ever bring herself to marry him. Why take a venture that was double dangerous, when there were so many ventures open to her, apparently with very little of danger attached to them? "If it should ever be said that I loved him, I would do it all the same," she said to herself. "If I did not come and see you here, I suppose that I should never see you," said he, seating himself. "I do not often go to parties, and when I do you are not likely to be there." "We might make our little arrangements for meeting," said she, laughing. "My aunt, Lady Baldock, is going to have an evening next week." "The servants would be ordered to put me out of the house." "Oh, no, you can tell her that I invited you." "I don't think that Oswald and Lady Baldock are great friends," said Lady Lara. "Or he might come and take you and me to the Zoo on Sunday. That's the proper sort of thing for a brother and a friend to do." "I hate that place in the Regent's Park," said Lord Chiltern. "When were you there last?" demanded Miss Effingham. "When I came home once from Eton, but I won't go again till I can come home from Eton again." Then he altered his tone as he continued to speak. "People would look at me as if I were the wildest beast in the whole collection." "Then," said Violet, "if you won't go to Lady Baldock's or to the Zoo, we must confine ourselves to Lara's drawing-room, unless, indeed, you like to take me to the top of the monument." "I'll take you to the top of the monument with pleasure." "What do you say, Laura?" "I say that you are a foolish girl," said Lady Laura, "and that I will have nothing to do with such a scheme." "Then there is nothing for it but that you should come here. And as you live in the house, and as I am sure to be here every morning, and as you have no possible occupation for your time, and as we have nothing particular to do with ours, I dare say I shan't see you again before I go to my aunt's in Berkeley Square." "Very likely not," he said. "And why not, Oswald?" asked his sister. He passed his hand over his face before he answered her. "Because she and I run in different grooves now, and are not such meet playfellows as we used to be once. Do you remember my taking you away right through Salisbury Wood once on the old pony, and not bringing you back till tea time, and Miss Blink going and telling my father?" "Do I remember it? I think it was the happiest day in my life. His pockets were crammed full of gingerbread and Everton toffee, and we had 3 bottles of lemonade slung on to the pony's saddle-bows. I thought it was a pity that we should ever come back." "It was a pity," said Lord Chiltern. "But nevertheless substantially necessary," said Lady Laura. "Failing our power of reproducing the toffee, I suppose it was," said Violet. "You were not Miss Effingham then," said Lord Chiltern. "No, not as yet. These disagreeable realities of life grow upon one, do they not? You took off my shoes and dried them for me at a woodman's cottage. I am obliged to put up with my maids doing those things now. And Miss Blink, the mild, is changed for Lady Baldock, the martinet. And if I rode about with you in a wood all day, I should be sent to Coventry instead of to bed. And so you see everything is changed, as well as my name." "Everything is not changed," said Lord Chiltern, getting up from his seat. "I am not changed, at least not in this, that as I loved you better than any being in the world, better even than Laura there, so do I love you now infinitely the best of all. Do not look so surprised at me. You knew it before as well as you do now, and Laura knows it. There is no secret to be kept in the matter among us 3. "But, Lord Chiltern," said Miss Effingham, rising also to her feet, and then pausing, not knowing how to answer him. There had been a suddenness in his mode of addressing her which had, so to say, almost taken away her breath, and then to be told by a man of his love before his sister was in itself to her a matter so surprising that none of those words came at her command which will come, as though by instinct, to young ladies on such occasions. "You have known it always," said he, as though he were angry with her. "Lord Chiltern," she replied, "you must excuse me if I say that you are, at the least, very abrupt. I did not think when I was going back so joyfully to our childish days that you would turn the tables on me in this way." "He has said nothing that ought to make you angry," said Lady Laura. "Only because he has driven me to say that which will make me appear to be uncivil to himself. Lord Chiltern, I do not love you with that love of which you are speaking now. As an old friend, I have always regarded you, and I hope that I may always do so." Then she got up and left the room. "Why were you so sudden with her, so abrupt, so loud?" said his sister, coming up to him and taking him by the arm almost in anger. "It would make no difference," said he. "She does not care for me." "It makes all the difference in the world," said Lady Laura. "Such a woman as Violet cannot be had after that fashion. You must begin again." "I have begun and ended," he said. "That is nonsense. Of course you will persist. It was madness to speak in that way to-day. You may be sure of this, however, that there is no one she likes better than you. You must remember that you have done much to make any girl afraid of you." "I do remember it." "Do something now to make her fear you no longer. Speak to her softly. Tell her of the sort of life which you would live with her. Tell her that all is changed. As she comes to love you, she will believe you when she would believe no one else on that matter." "Am I to tell her a lie?" said Lord Chiltern, looking his sister full in the face. Then he turned upon his heel and left her. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Autumnal Prospects. The session went on very calmly after the opening battle, which ousted Lord de Terrier and sent Mr. Mildmay back to the Treasury, so calmly that Phineas Finn was unconsciously disappointed, as lacking that excitement of contest to which he had been introduced in the first days of his parliamentary career. From time to time certain waspish attacks were made by Mr. Daubeny, now on this Secretary of State and now on that, but they were felt by both parties to mean nothing, and as no great measure was brought forward, nothing which would serve by the magnitude of its interests to divide the Liberal side of the House into fractions, Mr. Mildmay's cabinet was allowed to hold its own in comparative peace and quiet. It was now July, the middle of July, and the member for Loughshane had not yet addressed the House. How often had he meditated doing so? How he had composed his speeches walking round the park on his way down to the House? How he got his subjects up, only to find on hearing them discussed that he really knew little or nothing about them? How he had his arguments and almost his very words taken out of his mouth by some other member? And lastly, how he had actually been deterred from getting upon his legs by a certain tremor of blood round his heart, when the moment for rising had come. Of all this he never said a word to any man. Since that last journey to County Mayo, Lawrence Fitzgibbon had been his most intimate friend, but he said nothing of all this even to Lawrence Fitzgibbon. To his other friend, Lady Laura Standish, he did explain something of his feelings, not absolutely describing to her the extent of hindrance to which his modesty had subjected him, but letting her know that he had his qualms as well as his aspirations. But as Lady Laura always recommended patience, and more than once expressed her opinion that a young member would be better to sit in silence, at least for one session, he was not driven to the mortification of feeling that he was incurring her contempt by his bashfulness. As regarded the men among whom he lived, I think he was almost annoyed at finding that no one seemed to expect that he should speak. Barrington Erle, when he had first talked of sending Phineas down to Loughshane, had predicted for him all manner of parliamentary successes, and had expressed the warmest admiration of the manner in which Phineas had discussed this or that subject at the Union. "We have not above 1 or 2 men in the House who can do that kind of thing," Barrington Erle had once said. But now no allusions whatever were made to his powers of speech, and Phineas, in his modest moments, began to be more amazed than ever that he should find himself seated in that chamber. To the forms and technicalities of parliamentary business he did give close attention, and was unremitting in his attendance. On one or two occasions he ventured to ask a question of the speaker, and as the words of experience fell into his ears, he would tell himself that he was going through his education, that he was learning to be a working member, and perhaps to be a statesman, but his regrets with reference to Mr. Lowe and the dingy chambers in Old Square were very frequent, and had it been possible for him to undo all that he had done, he would have abandoned to some one else the honour of representing the electors of Loughshane. But he was supported in all his difficulties by the kindness of his friend, Lady Laura Standish. He was often in the house in Portman Square, and was always received with cordiality, and, as he thought, almost with affection. She would sit and talk to him, sometimes saying a word about her brother, and sometimes about her father, as though there were more between them than the casual intimacy of London acquaintance. And in Portman Square he had been introduced to Miss Effingham, and had found Miss Effingham to be very nice. Miss Effingham had quite taken to him, and he had danced with her at 2 or 3 parties, talking always, as he did so, about Lady Laura Standish. "I declare, Laura, I think your friend Mr. Finn is in love with you," said Violet to Lady Laura one night. "I don't think that. He is fond of me, and so am I of him. He is so honest, and so naive without being awkward, and then he is undoubtedly clever." "And so uncommonly handsome," said Violet. "I don't know that that makes much difference," said Lady Laura. "I think it does, if a man looks like a gentleman as well." "Mr. Finn certainly looks like a gentleman," said Lady Laura. "And no doubt is one," said Violet. "I wonder whether he has got any money." "Not a penny, I should say." "How does such a man manage to live? There are so many men like that, and they are always mysteries to me. I suppose he'll have to marry an heiress." "Whoever gets him will not have a bad husband," said Lady Laura Standish. Phineas, during the summer, had very often met Mr. Kennedy. They sat on the same side of the house. They belonged to the same club. They dined together more than once in Portman Square, and on one occasion Phineas had accepted an invitation to dinner sent to him by Mr. Kennedy himself. "A slower affair I never saw in my life," he said afterwards to Lawrence Fitzgibbon. "Though there were 2 or 3 men there who talk everywhere else, they could not talk at his table." "He gave you good wine, I should say," said Fitzgibbon. "And let me tell you that covers a multitude of sins." In spite, however, of all these opportunities for intimacy, now, nearly at the end of the session, Phineas had hardly spoken a dozen words to Mr. Kennedy, and really knew nothing whatsoever of the man, as one friend, or even as one acquaintance knows another. Lady Laura had desired him to be on good terms with Mr. Kennedy, and for that reason he had dined with him. Nevertheless, he disliked Mr. Kennedy, and felt quite sure that Mr. Kennedy disliked him. He was therefore rather surprised when he received the following note: "Albany, Z3, July 17, 1806. "My dear Mr. Finn, I shall have some friends at Loughlinter next month, and should be very glad if you will join us. I will name the 16th August. I don't know whether you shoot, but there are grouse and deer. Yours truly, Robert Kennedy." What was he to do? He had already begun to feel rather uncomfortable at the prospect of being separated from all his new friends as soon as the session should be over. Lawrence Fitzgibbon had asked him to make another visit to County Mayo, but that he had declined. Lady Laura had said something to him about going abroad with her brother, and since that there had sprung up a sort of intimacy between him and Lord Chiltern, but nothing had been fixed about this foreign trip, and there were pecuniary objections to it which put it almost out of his power. The Christmas holidays he would, of course, pass with his family at Killaloe, but he hardly liked the idea of hurrying off to Killaloe immediately the session should be over. Everybody around him seemed to be looking forward to pleasant leisure doings in the country. Men talked about grouse, and of the ladies at the houses to which they were going, and of the people whom they were to meet. Lady Lara had said nothing of her own movements for the early autumn, and no invitation had come to him to go to the Earl's country house. He had already felt that every one would depart, and that he would be left, and this had made him uncomfortable. What was he to do with the invitation from Mr. Kennedy? He disliked the man, and had told himself half a dozen times that he despised him. Of course he must refuse it, even for the sake of the scenery, and the grouse, and the pleasant party, and the feeling that going to Loughlinter in August would be the proper sort of thing to do. He must refuse it. But it occurred to him at last that he would call in Portman Square before he wrote his note. "Of course you will go," said Lady Lara, in her most decided tone. "And why? In the first place, it is civil in him to ask you, and why should you be uncivil in return?" "There is nothing uncivil in not accepting a man's invitation," said Phineas. "We are going," said Lady Lara, "and I can only say that I shall be disappointed if you do not go too. Both Mr. Gresham and Mr. Monk will be there, and I believe they have never stayed together in the same house before. I have no doubt there are a dozen men on your side of the house who would give their eyes to be there. Of course you will go." Of course he did go. The note accepting Mr. Kennedy's invitation was written at the Reform Club within a quarter of an hour of his leaving Portman Square. He was very careful in writing to be not more familiar or more civil than Mr. Kennedy had been to himself, and then he signed himself, "Yours truly, Phineas Finn." But another proposition was made to him, and a most charming proposition, during the few minutes that he remained in Portman Square. "I am so glad," said Lady Lara, "because I can now ask you to run down to us at Salisbury for a couple of days on your way to Loughlinter. Till this was fixed, I couldn't ask you to come all the way to Salisbury for 2 days, and there won't be room for more between our leaving London and starting to Loughlinter." Phineas swore that he would have gone if it had been but for 1 hour, and if Salisbury had been twice the distance. "Very well, come on the 13th, and go on the 15th. You must go on the 15th, unless you choose to stay with the housekeeper. And remember, Mr. Finn, we have got no grouse at Salisbury." Phineas declared that he did not care a straw for grouse. There was another little occurrence which happened before Phineas left London, and which was not altogether so charming as his prospects at Salisbury and Loughlinter. Early in August, when the session was still incomplete, he dined with Lawrence Fitzgibbon at the Reform Club. Lawrence had specially invited him to do so, and made very much of him on the occasion. "By George, my dear fellow," Lawrence said to him that morning, "nothing has happened to me this session that has given me so much pleasure as your being in the house. Of course there are fellows with whom one is very intimate, and of whom one is very fond, and all that sort of thing. But most of these Englishmen on our side are such cold fellows, or else they are like Rattler and Barrington Erle, thinking of nothing but politics. And then as to our own men, there are so many of them one can hardly trust. That's the truth of it. Your being in the house has been such a comfort to me." Phineas, who really liked his friend Lawrence, expressed himself very warmly in answer to this, and became affectionate, and made sundry protestations of friendship, which were perfectly sincere. Their sincerity was tested after dinner, when Fitzgibbon, as they two were seated on a sofa in the corner of the smoking-room, asked Phineas to put his name to the back of a bill for £250 at 6 months' date. "But, my dear Lawrence," said Phineas, £250 is a sum of money utterly beyond my reach. "Exactly, my dear boy, and that's why I've come to you. Do you think I'd have asked anybody who by any impossibility might have been made to pay anything for me?" "But what's the use of it, then?" "All the use in the world. It's for me to judge of the use, you know. Why do you think I'd ask it if it wasn't any use? I'll make use of it, my boy, and take my word you'll never hear about it again. It's just a forestalling of my salary, that's all. I wouldn't do it till I saw that we were at least safe for 6 months to come." Then Phineas Finn, with many misgivings, with much inward hatred of himself for his own weakness, did put his name on the back of the bill which Lawrence Fitzgibbon had prepared for his signature. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Salisbury Wood. "So you won't come to Moydrum again," said Lawrence Fitzgibbon to his friend. "Not this autumn, Lawrence. Your father would think that I want to live there." "Bedad, it's my father would be glad to see you, and the oftener the better. The fact is, my time is filled up. You're not going to be one of the party at Loughlinter?" "I believe I am. Kennedy asked me, and people seem to think that everybody is to do what he bids them." "I should think so too. I wish he had asked me. I should have thought it as good as a promise of an under-secretaryship. All the cabinet are to be there. I don't suppose he ever had an Irishman in his house before. When do you start?" "Well, on the 12th or 13th. I believe I shall go to Salisbury on my way." "The devil you will! Upon my word, Phineas, my boy, you're the luckiest fellow I know. This is your first year, and you're asked to the two most difficult houses in England. You have only to look out for an heiress now. There is little Vi Effingham. She is sure to be at Salisbury. Good-bye, old fellow. Don't you be in the least unhappy about the bill. I'll see to making that all right." Phineas was rather unhappy about the bill, but there was so much that was pleasant in his cup at the present moment that he resolved, as far as possible, to ignore the bitter of that one ingredient. He was a little in the dark as to 2 or 3 matters respecting these coming visits. He would have liked to have taken a servant with him, but he had no servant, and felt ashamed to hire one for the occasion. And then he was in trouble about a gun and the paraphernalia of shooting. He was not a bad shot at snipe in the bogs of County Clare, but he had never seen a gun used in England. However, he bought himself a gun, with other paraphernalia, and took a license for himself, and then groaned over the expense to which he found that his journey would subject him. And at last he hired a servant for the occasion. He was intensely ashamed of himself when he had done so, hating himself, and telling himself that he was going to the devil headlong. And why had he done it? Not that Lady Laura would like him the better, or that she would care whether he had a servant or not. She probably would know nothing of his servant, but the people about her would know, and he was foolishly anxious that the people about her should think that he was worthy of her. Then he called on Mr. Lowe before he started. "I did not like to leave London without seeing you," he said, "but I know you will have nothing pleasant to say to me." "I shall say nothing unpleasant, certainly. I see your name in the divisions, and I feel a sort of envy myself." "Any fool could go into a lobby," said Phineas. "To tell you the truth, I have been gratified to see that you have had the patience to abstain from speaking till you had looked about you. It was more than I expected from your hot Irish blood. Going to meet Mr. Gresham and Mr. Monk, are you? Well, I hope you may meet them in the Cabinet some day. Mind you come and see me when Parliament meets in February." Mrs. Bunch was delighted when she found that Phineas had hired a servant, but Mr. Bunch predicted nothing but evil from so vain an expense. "Don't tell me, where is it to come from? He ain't no richer because he's in Parliament. There ain't no wages, MP and MT," whereby Mr. Bunch, I fear, meant empty, "are pretty much alike when a man hasn't a fortune at his back." "But he's going to stay with all the lords in the Cabinet," said Mrs. Bunch, to whom Phineas, in his pride, had confided perhaps more than was necessary. "Cabinet, indeed," said Bunch. "If he'd stick to chambers, and let alone cabinets, he'd do a deal better. Given up his rooms, has he, till February? He don't expect we're going to keep them empty for him." Phineas found that the house was full at Salisbury, although the sojourn of the visitors would necessarily be so short. There were 3 or 4 there on their way on to Loughlinter like himself, Mr. Bonteen and Mr. Rattler, with Mr. Palliser, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and his wife, and there was Violet Effingham, who, however, was not going to Loughlinter. "No, indeed," she said to our hero, who on the first evening had the pleasure of taking her in to dinner. "Unfortunately, I haven't a seat in Parliament, and therefore I am not asked." "Lady Laura is going." "Yes, but Lady Laura has a cabinet minister in her keeping. I've only one comfort. You'll be awfully dull." "I dare say it would be very much nicer to stay here," said Phineas. "If you want to know my real mind," said Violet, "I would give one of my little fingers to go. There will be 4 cabinet ministers in the House, and 4 un-cabinet ministers, and half a dozen other members of Parliament, and there will be Lady Glencora Palliser, who is the best fun in the world, and in point of fact it's the thing of the year. But I am not asked. You see, I belong to the Baldock faction, and we don't sit on your side of the house. Mr. Kennedy thinks that I should tell secrets." Why on earth had Mr. Kennedy invited him, Phineas Finn, to meet 4 cabinet ministers and Lady Glencora Palliser? He could only have done so at the instance of Lady Laura Standish. It was delightful for Phineas to think that Lady Laura cared for him so deeply, but it was not equally delightful when he remembered how very close must be the alliance between Mr. Kennedy and Lady Laura when she was thus powerful with him. At Salisbury, Phineas did not see much of his hostess. When they were making their plans for the one entire day of this visit, she said a soft word of apology to him. "I am so busy with all these people that I hardly know what I am doing, but we shall be able to find a quiet minute or 2 at Loughlinter, unless, indeed, you intend to be on the mountains all day. I suppose you have brought a gun like everybody else." "Yes, I have brought a gun. I do shoot, but I am not an inveterate sportsman." On that one day there was a great riding party made up, and Phineas found himself mounted, after luncheon, with some dozen other equestrians. Among them were Miss Effingham and Lady Glencora, Mr. Rattler, and the Earl of Brentford himself. Lady Glencora, whose husband was, as has been said, Chancellor of the Exchequer, and who was still a young woman, and a very pretty woman, had taken lately very strongly to politics, which she discussed among men and women of both parties with something more than ordinary audacity. "What a nice, happy, lazy time you've had of it since you've been in," she said to the Earl. "I hope we have been more happy than lazy," said the Earl. "But you've done nothing. Mr. Palliser has 20 schemes of reform, all mature. But among you've not let him bring in one of them. The Duke and Mr. Mildmay and you will break his heart among you." "Poor Mr. Palliser!" "The truth is, if you don't take care, he and Mr. Monk and Mr. Gresham will arise and shake themselves and turn you all out." "We must look to ourselves, Lady Glencora." "Indeed, yes, or you will be known to all posterity as the Finant Government." "Let me tell you, Lady Glencora, that a Finant Government is not the worst government that England can have. It has been the great fault of our politicians that they have all wanted to do something." "Mr. Mildmay is at any rate innocent of that charge," said Lady Glencora. They were now riding through a vast wood, and Phineas found himself delightfully established by the side of Violet Effingham. "Mr. Rattler has been explaining to me that he must have 19 next session. Now, if I were you, Mr. Finn, I would decline to be counted up in that way as one of Mr. Rattler's sheep. But what am I to do? Do something on your own hook. You men in Parliament are so much like sheep. If one jumps at a gap, all go after him. And then you are penned into lobbies. And then you are fed. And then you are fleeced. I wish I were in Parliament. I'd get up in the middle and make such a speech. You all seem to me to be so much afraid of one another that you don't quite dare to speak out. Do you see that cottage there? What a pretty cottage it is! Yes, is it not? 12 years ago I took off my shoes and stockings and had them dried in that cottage, and when I got back to the house I was put to bed for having been out all day in the wood. Were you wandering about alone? No, I wasn't alone. Oswald Standish was with me. We were children then. Do you know him? Lord Chiltern, yes, I know him. He and I have been rather friends this year. He is very good, is he not? Good? In what way? Honest and generous. I know no man whom I believe to be more so. And he is clever? Asked Miss Effingham. Very clever. That is, he talks very well, if you will let him talk after his own fashion. You would always fancy that he was going to eat you, but that is his way. And you like him? Very much. I am so glad to hear you say so. Is he a favourite of yours, Miss Effingham? Not now, not particularly. I hardly ever see him, but his sister is the best friend I have, and I used to like him so much when he was a boy. I have not seen that cottage since that day, and I remember it as though it were yesterday. Lord Chiltern is quite changed, is he not? Changed? In what way? They used to say that he was unsteady, you know. I think he is changed. But Chiltern is at heart a Bohemian. It is impossible not to see that at once. He hates the decencies of life. I suppose he does, said Violet. He ought to marry. If he were married, that would be all cured. Don't you think so? I cannot fancy him with a wife, said Phineas. There is a savagery about him which would make him an uncomfortable companion for a woman. But would he love his wife? Yes, as he does his horses. And he would treat her well, as he does his horses. But he expects every horse has to do anything that any horse can do, and he would expect the same of his wife. Phineas had no idea how deep an injury he might be doing his friend by this description, nor did it once occur to him that his companion was thinking of herself as the possible wife of this Red Indian. Miss Effingham rode on in silence for some distance, and then she said but one word more about Lord Chiltern. He was so good to me in that cottage. On the following day the party at Salisbury was broken up, and there was a regular pilgrimage towards Loughlinter. Phineas resolved upon sleeping a night at Edinburgh on his way, and he found himself joined in the bands of close companionship with Mr. Rattler for the occasion. The evening was by no means thrown away, for he learned much of his trade from Mr. Rattler, and Mr. Rattler was heard to declare afterwards at Loughlinter that Mr. Finn was a pleasant young man. It soon came to be admitted by all who knew Phineas Finn that he had a peculiar power of making himself agreeable, which no one knew how to analyze or define. "I think it is because he listens so well," said one man. "But the women would not like him for that," said another. "He has studied when to listen and when to talk," said a third. The truth, however, was that Phineas Finn had made no study in the matter at all. It was simply his nature to be pleasant. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Loughlinter. Phineas Finn reached Loughlinter together with Mr. Rattler in a post-chaise from the neighbouring town. Mr. Rattler, who had done this kind of thing very often before, travelled without impediments, but the new servant of our heroes was stuck outside with the driver, and was in the way. "I never bring a man with me," said Mr. Rattler to his young friend. "The servants of the house like it much better, because they get feed. You are just as well waited on, and it doesn't cost half as much." Phineas blushed as he heard all this, but there was the impediment not to be got rid of for the nonce, and Phineas made the best of his attendant. "It's one of those points," said he, "as to which a man never quite makes up his mind. If you bring a fellow, you wish you hadn't brought him, and if you don't, you wish you had. I'm a great deal more decided in my ways than that," said Mr. Rattler. Loughlinter, as they approached it, seemed to Phineas to be a much finer place than Salisbury, and so it was, except that Loughlinter wanted that graceful beauty of age which Salisbury possessed. Loughlinter was all of cut stone, but the stones had been cut only yesterday. It stood on a gentle slope, with a greensward falling from the front entrance down to a mountain lake, and on the other side of the lough there rose a mighty mountain to the skies, Ben Linter. At the foot of it, and all round to the left, there ran the woods of Linter, stretching for miles through crags and bogs and mountain lands. No better ground for deer than the side of Ben Linter was there in all those highlands. And the Linter, rushing down into the lough, through rocks which in some places almost met together above its waters, ran so near to the house that the pleasant noise of its cataracts could be heard from the hall door. Behind the house the expanse of drained parkland seemed to be interminable, and then again came the mountains. There were Ben Linn and Ben Lodi, and the whole territory belonging to Mr. Kennedy. He was Laird of Linn and Laird of Linter, as his people used to say, and yet his father had walked into Glasgow as a little boy, no doubt with the normal half-crown in his breeches pocket. "Magnificent, is it not?" said Phineas to the Treasury Secretary as they were being driven up to the door. "Very grand, but the young trees show the new man. A new man may buy a forest, but he can't get park trees." Phineas at the moment was thinking how far all these things which he saw, the mountains stretching everywhere around him, the castle, the lake, the river, the wealth of it all, and more than the wealth, the nobility of the beauty, might act as temptations to Lady Laura Standish. If a woman were asked to have the half of all this, would it be possible that she should prefer to take the half of his nothing? He thought it might be possible for a girl who would confess, or seem to confess, that love should be everything, but it could hardly be possible for a woman who looked upon the world almost as a man looked at it, as an oyster to be opened with such weapon as she could find ready to her hand. Lady Laura professed to have a care for all the affairs of the world. She loved politics, and could talk of social science, and had broad ideas about religion, and was devoted to certain educational views. Such a woman would feel that wealth was necessary to her, and would be willing, for the sake of wealth, to put up with a husband without romance. Nay, might it not be that she would prefer a husband without romance? Thus Phineas was arguing to himself as he was driven up to the door of Loughlinter Castle, while Mr. Rattler was eloquent on the beauty of old park trees. "After all, a Scotch forest is a very scrubby sort of thing," said Mr. Rattler. There was nobody in the house, at least they found nobody, and within half an hour Phineas was walking about the grounds by himself. Mr. Rattler had declared himself to be delighted at having an opportunity of writing letters, and no doubt was writing them by the dozen, all dated from Loughlinter, and all detailing the facts that Mr. Gresham, and Mr. Monk, and Plantagenet Palliser, and Lord Brentford were in the same house with him. Phineas had no letters to write, and therefore rushed down across the broad lawn to the river, of which he heard the noisy tumbling waters. There was something in the air which immediately filled him with high spirits, and in his desire to investigate the glories of the place, he forgot that he was going to dine with 4 cabinet ministers in a row. He soon reached the stream, and began to make his way up it through the ravine. There was waterfall over waterfall, and there were little bridges here and there, which looked to be half natural and half artificial, and a path which required that you should climb, but which was yet a path, and all was so arranged that not a pleasant splashing rush of the waters was lost to the visitor. He went on and on up the stream till there was a sharp turn in the ravine, and then, looking upwards, he saw above his head a man and a woman standing together on one of the little half-made wooden bridges. His eyes were sharp, and he saw at a glance that the woman was Lady Laura Standish. He had not recognized the man, but he had very little doubt that it was Mr. Kennedy. Of course it was Mr. Kennedy, because he would prefer that it should be any other man under the sun. He would have turned back at once if he had thought that he could have done so without being observed, but he felt sure that, standing as they were, they must have observed him. He did not like to join them. He could not intrude himself, so he remained still and began to throw stones into the river. But he had not thrown above a stone or two when he was called from above. He looked up, and then he perceived that the man who called him was his host. Of course it was Mr. Kennedy. Thereupon he ceased to throw stones, and went up the path and joined them upon the bridge. Mr. Kennedy stepped forward and bade him welcome to Loughlinter. His manner was less cold, and he seemed to have more words at command than was usual with him. "You have not been long," he said, "in finding out the most beautiful spot about the place." "Is it not lovely?" said Laura. "We have not been here an hour yet, and Mr. Kennedy insisted on bringing me here." "It is wonderfully beautiful," said Phineas. "It is this very spot where we now stand that made me build the house where it is," said Mr. Kennedy, "and I was only 18 when I stood here and made up my mind. That is just 25 years ago. So he is 43, said Phineas to himself, thinking how glorious it was to be only 25. "And within 12 months," continued Mr. Kennedy, "the foundations were being dug, and the stone-cutters were at work." "What a good-natured man your father must have been," said Lady Laura. "He had nothing else to do with his money but to pour it over my head, as it were. I don't think he had any other enjoyment of it himself. Will you go a little higher, Lady Laura? We shall get a fine view over to Ben Linn just now." Lady Laura declared that she would go as much higher as he chose to take her, and Phineas was rather in doubt as to what it would become him to do. He would stay where he was, or go down, or make himself to vanish after any most acceptable fashion. But if he were to do so abruptly, it would seem as though he were attributing something special to the companionship of the other two. Mr. Kennedy saw his doubt, and asked him to join them. "You may as well come on, Mr. Finn. We don't dine till 8, and it is not much past 6 yet. The men of business are all writing letters, and the ladies who have been travelling are in bed, I believe." "Not all of them, Mr. Kennedy," said Lady Laura. Then they went on with their walk very pleasantly, and the lord of all that they surveyed took them from one point of vantage to another, till they both swore that of all spots upon the earth Loughlinter was surely the most lovely. "I do delight in it, I own," said the lord, "when I come up here alone, and feel that in the midst of this little bit of a crowded island I have all this to myself, all this with which no other man's wealth can interfere. I grow proud of my own, till I become thoroughly ashamed of myself. After all, I believe it is better to dwell in cities than in the country. Better, at any rate, for a rich man." Mr. Kennedy had now spoken more words than Phineas had heard to fall from his lips during the whole time that they had been acquainted with each other. "I believe so too," said Laura, "if one were obliged to choose between the two. For myself, I think that a little of both is good for man and woman." "There is no doubt about that," said Phineas. "No doubt as far as enjoyment goes," said Mr. Kennedy. He took them up out of the ravine onto the side of the mountain, and then down by another path through the woods to the back of the house. As they went, he relapsed into his usual silence, and the conversation was kept up between the other two. At a point not very far from the castle, just so far that one could see by the break of the ground where the castle stood, Kennedy left them. "Mr. Finn will take you back in safety, I am sure," said he, "and as I am here, I'll go up to the farm for a moment. If I don't show myself now and again when I am here, they think I'm indifferent about the bestials." "Now, Mr. Kennedy," said Lady Laura, "you are going to pretend to understand all about sheep and oxen." Mr. Kennedy, owning that it was so, went away to his farm, and Phineas, with Lady Laura, returned towards the house. "I think, upon the whole," said Lady Laura, that is as good a man as I know." "I should think he is an idle one," said Phineas. "I doubt that. He is perhaps neither zealous nor active, but he is thoughtful and high-principled, and has a method and a purpose in the use which he makes of his money. And you see that he has poetry in his nature too, if you get him upon the right string. How fond he is of the scenery of this place." "Any man would be fond of that. I'm ashamed to say that it almost makes me envy him. I certainly never have wished to be Mr. Robert Kennedy in London, but I should like to be the Laird of Loughlinter." "Laird of Lynn and Laird of Linter, here in summer, gone in winter." There is some ballad about the old lairds, but that belongs to a time when Mr. Kennedy had not been heard of, when some branch of the Mackenzies lived down at that wretched old tower which you see as you first come upon the lake. When old Mr. Kennedy bought it, there were hardly 100 acres on the property under cultivation, and it belonged to the Mackenzies. Yes, to the Mackenzie of Lynn, as he was called. It was Mr. Kennedy, the old man, who was first called Loughlinter. That is Lynn Castle, and they lived there for hundreds of years. But these Highlanders, with all that is said of their family pride, have forgotten the Mackenzies already, and are quite proud of their rich landlord. "That is unpoetical," said Phineas. "Yes, but then poetry is so usually false. I doubt whether Scotland would not have been as prosaic a country as any under the sun but for Walter Scott, and I have no doubt that Henry V owes the romance of his character altogether to Shakespeare." "I sometimes think you despise poetry," said Phineas. "When it is false, I do. The difficulty is to know when it is false, and when it is true. Tom Moore was always false." "Not so false as Byron," said Phineas with energy. "Much more so, my friend. But we will not discuss that now. Have you seen Mr. Monk since you have been here?" "I have seen no one. I came with Mr. Rattler." "Why with Mr. Rattler? You cannot find Mr. Rattler a companion much to your taste." "Chance brought us together. But Mr. Rattler is a man of sense, Lady Laura, and is not to be despised." "It always seems to me," said Lady Laura, "that nothing is to be gained in politics by sitting at the feet of the little Gamaliels." "But the great Gamaliels will not have a novice on their footstools." "Then sit at no man's feet. Is it not astonishing that the price generally put upon any article by the world is that which the owner puts on it? And that this is specially true of a man's own self. If you herd with Rattler, men will take it for granted that you are a Rattlerite, and no more. If you consort with Greshams and Polisers, you will equally be supposed to know your own place." "I never knew a Mentor," said Phineas, "so apt as you are to fill his Telemachus with pride. It is because I do not think your fault lies that way. If it did, or if I thought so, my Telemachus, you may be sure that I should resign my position as Mentor. Here are Mr. Kennedy and Lady Glencora and Mrs. Gresham on the steps." Then they went up through the Ionic columns on to the broad stone terrace before the door, and there they found a crowd of men and women. For the legislatures and statesmen had written their letters, and the ladies had taken their necessary rest. Phineas, as he was dressing, considered deeply all that Lady Laura had said to him, not so much with reference to the advice which she had given him, though that also was of importance, as to the fact that it had been given by her. She had first called herself his Mentor, but he had accepted the name and had addressed her as her Telemachus, and yet he believed himself to be older than she, if indeed there was any difference in their ages. And was it possible that a female Mentor should love her Telemachus, should love him, as Phineas desired to be loved by Lady Laura? He would not say that it was impossible. Perhaps there had been mistakes between them, a mistake in his manner of addressing her, and another in hers of addressing him. Perhaps the old bachelor of 43 was not thinking of a wife. Had this old bachelor of 43 been really in love with Lady Laura, would he have allowed her to walk home alone with Phineas, leaving her with some flimsy pretext of having to look at his sheep? Phineas resolved that he must at any rate play out his game, whether he were to lose it or to win it, and in playing it he must, if possible, drop something of that Mentor and Telemachus style of conversation. As to the advice given him of herding with Greshams and Pallisers, instead of with Rattlers and Fitzgibbons, he must use that as circumstances might direct. To himself, as he thought of it all, it was sufficiently astonishing that even the Rattlers and Fitzgibbons should admit him among them as one of themselves. When I think of my father and of the old house at Killaloe, and remember that hitherto I have done nothing myself, I cannot understand how it is that I should be at Loughlinter. There was only one way of understanding it. If Lady Laura really loved him, the riddle might be read. The rooms at Loughlinter were splendid, much larger and very much more richly furnished than those at Salisbury, but there was a certain stiffness in the movement of things, and perhaps in the manner of some of those present, which was not felt at Salisbury. Phineas at once missed the grace and prettiness and cheery audacity of Violet Effingham, and felt at the same time that Violet Effingham would be out of her element at Loughlinter. At Loughlinter they were met for business. It was at least a semi-political, or perhaps rather a semi-official gathering, and he became aware that he ought not to look simply for amusement. When he entered the drawing-room before dinner, Mr. Monk and Mr. Palliser and Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Gresham, with sundry others, were standing in a wide group before the fireplace, and among them were Lady Glencora Palliser and Lady Laura and Mrs. Bonteen. As he approached them, it seemed as though a sort of opening was made for himself, but he could see, though others did not, that the movement came from Lady Laura. "I believe, Mr. Monk," said Lady Glencora, "that you and I are the only two in the whole party who really know what we would be at." "If I must be divided from so many of my friends," said Mr. Monk, "I am happy to go astray in the company of Lady Glencora Palliser." "And might I ask," said Mr. Gresham, with a peculiar smile for which he was famous, "what it is that you and Mr. Monk are really at?" "Making men and women all equal," said Lady Glencora. "That I take to be the gist of our political theory." "Lady Glencora, I must cry off," said Mr. Monk. "Yes, no doubt. If I were in the cabinet myself, I should not admit so much. There are reticences, of course, and there is an official discretion." "But you don't mean to say, Lady Glencora, that you would really advocate equality," said Mrs. Bonteen. "I do mean to say so, Mrs. Bonteen, and I mean to go further, and to tell you that you are no Liberal at heart unless you do so likewise, unless that is the basis of your political aspirations." "Pray let me speak for myself, Lady Glencora." "By no means, not when you are criticizing me and my politics. Do you not wish to make the lower orders comfortable?" "Certainly," said Mrs. Bonteen. "And educated, and happy, and good?" "Undoubtedly. To make them as comfortable and as good as yourself. Better, if possible. And I'm sure you wish to make yourself as good and as comfortable as anybody else, as those above you, if anybody is above you. You will admit that?" "Yes, if I understand you." "Then you have admitted everything, and are an advocate for general equality, just as Mr. Monk is, and as I am. There is no getting out of it, is there, Mr. Kennedy?" Then dinner was announced, and Mr. Kennedy walked off with the French Republican on his arm. As she went, she whispered into Mr. Kennedy's ear, You will understand me. I am not saying that people are equal, but that the tendency of all law-making and of all governing should be to reduce the inequalities. In answer to which Mr. Kennedy said not a word. Lady Glencora's politics were too fast and too furious for his nature. A week passed by at Loughlinter, at the end of which Phineas found himself on terms of friendly intercourse with all the political magnates assembled in the house, but especially with Mr. Monk. He had determined that he would not follow Lady Laura's advice as to his selection of companions, if in doing so he should be driven even to a seeming of intrusion. He made no attempt to sit at the feet of anybody, and would stand aloof when bigger men than himself were talking, and was content to be less, as indeed he was less, than Mr. Bonteen or Mr. Ratler. But at the end of a week he found that, without any effort on his part, almost in opposition to efforts on his part, he had fallen into an easy, pleasant way with these men, which was very delightful to him. He had killed a stag in company with Mr. Palliser, and had stopped beneath a crag to discuss with him a question as to the duty on Irish malt. He had played chess with Mr. Gresham, and had been told that gentleman's opinion on the trial of Mr. Jefferson Davis. Lord Brentford had at last called him Finn, and had proved to him that nothing was known in Ireland about sheep. But with Mr. Monk he had had long discussions on abstract questions in politics, and before the week was over was almost disposed to call himself a disciple, or at least a follower of Mr. Monk. Why not of Mr. Monk as well as of any one else? Mr. Monk was in the Cabinet, and of all the members of the Cabinet was the most advanced Liberal. Lady Glencora was not so far wrong the other night, Mr. Monk said to him. Equality is an ugly word and shouldn't be used. It misleads and frightens and is a bugbear, and she, in using it, had not perhaps a clearly defined meaning for it in her own mind, but the wish of every honest man should be to assist in lifting up those below him, till they be something nearer his own level than he finds them. To this Phineas assented, and by degrees he found himself assenting to a great many things that Mr. Monk said to him. Mr. Monk was a thin, tall, gaunt man, who had devoted his whole life to politics, hitherto without any personal reward beyond that which came to him from the reputation of his name, and from the honour of a seat in Parliament. He was one of 4 or 5 brothers, and all besides him were in trade. They had prospered in trade, whereas he had prospered solely in politics, and men said that he was dependent altogether on what his relatives supplied for his support. He had now been in Parliament for more than 20 years, and had been known not only as a Radical, but as a Democrat. 10 years since, when he had risen to fame, but not to repute, among the men who then governed England, nobody dreamed that Joshua Monk would ever be a paid servant of the Crown. He had inveighed against one minister after another, as though they all deserved impeachment. He had advocated political doctrines which at the time seemed to be altogether at variance with any possibility of governing according to English rules of government. He had been regarded as a pestilent thorn in the sides of all ministers. But now he was a member of the Cabinet, and those whom he had terrified in the old days began to find that he was not so much unlike other men. There are but few horses which you cannot put into harness, and those of the highest spirit will generally do your work the best. Phineas, who had his eyes about him, thought that he could perceive that Mr. Palliser did not shoot a deer with Mr. Ratler, and that Mr. Gresham played no chess with Mr. Bonteen. Bonteen, indeed, was a noisy, pushing man whom nobody seemed to like, and Phineas wondered why he should be at Loughlinter, and why he should be in office. His friend Lawrence Fitzgibbon had indeed once endeavoured to explain this. A man who can vote hard, as I call it, and who will speak a few words now and then as they're wanted, without any ambition that way, may always have his price, and if he has a pretty wife into the bargain, he ought to have a pleasant time of it. Mr. Rattler, no doubt, was a very useful man, who thoroughly knew his business, but yet, as it seemed to Phineas, no very great distinction was shown to Mr. Rattler at Loughlinter. "If I got as high as that," he said to himself, "I should think myself a miracle of luck. And yet nobody seems to think anything of Rattler. It is all nothing, unless one can go to the very top." "I believe I did right to accept office," Mr. Monk said to him one day, as they sat together on a rock close by one of the little bridges over the Linter. "Indeed, unless a man does so when the bonds of the office tendered to him are made compatible with his own views, he declines to proceed on the open path towards the prosecution of those views. A man who is combating one ministry after another, and striving to imbue those ministers with his convictions, can hardly decline to become a minister himself when he finds that those convictions of his own are henceforth, or at least for some time to come, to be the ministerial convictions of the day. Do you follow me?" "Very clearly," said Phineas. "You would have denied your own children had you refused." Unless, indeed, a man were to feel that he was in some way unfitted for office work. I very nearly provided for myself an escape on that plea, but when I came to sift it, I thought that it would be false. But let me tell you that the delight of political life is altogether in opposition. Why, it is freedom against slavery, fire against clay, movement against stagnation. The very inaccuracy which is permitted to opposition is in itself a charm worth more than all the patronage and all the prestige of ministerial power. You'll try them both, and then say if you do not agree with me. Give me the full swing of the benches below the gangway, where I needed to care for no one, and could always enjoy myself on my legs, as long as I felt that I was true to those who sent me there. That is all over now. They have got me into harness, and my shoulders are sore. The oats, however, are of the best, and the hay is unexceptionable. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Donald Bean's Pony. Phineas liked being told that the pleasures of opposition and the pleasures of office were both open to him, and he liked also to be the chosen receptacle of Mr. Monk's confidence. He had come to understand that he was expected to remain 10 days at Loughlinter, and that then there was to be a general movement. Since the first day he had seen but little of Mr. Kennedy, but he had found himself very frequently with Lady Laura. And then had come up the question of his projected trip to Paris with Lord Chiltern. He had received a letter from Lord Chiltern. "Dear Finn, are you going to Paris with me? Yours, C." There had not been a word beyond this, and before he answered it, he made up his mind to tell Lady Laura the truth. He could not go to Paris because he had no money. "I've just got that from your brother," said he. "How like Oswald! He writes to me perhaps 3 times in the year, and his letters are just the same. You will go, I hope?" "Well, no." I am sorry for that. I wonder whether I may tell you the real reason, Lady Laura? Nay, I cannot answer that. But unless it be some political secret between you and Mr. Monk, I should think you might. I cannot afford to go to Paris this autumn. It seems to be a shocking admission to make, though I don't know why it should be. Nor I. But, Mr. Finn, I like you all the better for making it. I am very sorry for Oswald's sake. It's so hard to find any companion for him whom he would like, and whom we, that is I, should think altogether. You know what I mean, Mr. Finn. Your wish that I should go with him is a great compliment, and I thoroughly wish that I could do it. As it is, I must go to Killaloe and retrieve my finances. I dare say, Lady Laura, you can hardly conceive how very poor a man I am. There was a melancholy tone about his voice as he said this, which made her think for the moment whether or no he had been right in going into Parliament, and whether she had been right in instigating him to do so. But it was too late to recur to that question now. You must climb into office early, and forego those pleasures of opposition which are so dear to Mr. Monk, she said, smiling. After all, money is an accident which does not count nearly so high as do some other things. You and Mr. Kennedy have the same enjoyment of everything around you here. Yes, while it lasts. And Lady Glencora and I stand pretty much on the same footing, in spite of all her wealth, except that she is a married woman. I do not know what she is worth, something not to be counted, and I am worth just what Papa chooses to give me. A 10-pound note at the present moment I should look upon as great riches. This was the first time she had ever spoken to him of her own position as regards money, but he had heard, or thought that he had heard, that she had been left a fortune altogether independent of her father. The last of the 10 days had now come, and Phineas was discontented and almost unhappy. The more he saw of Lady Laura, the more he feared that it was impossible that she should become his wife. And yet from day to day his intimacy with her became more close. He had never made love to her, nor could he discover that it was possible for him to do so. She seemed to be a woman for whom all the ordinary stages of love-making were quite unsuitable. Of course, he could declare his love and ask her to be his wife on any occasion on which he might find himself to be alone with her. And on this morning he had made up his mind that he would do so before the day was over. It might be possible that she would never speak to him again, that all the pleasures and ambitious hopes to which she had introduced him might be over as soon as that rash word should have been spoken. But nevertheless he would speak it. On this day there was to be a grouse-shooting party, and the shooters were to be out early. It had been talked of for some day or two past, and Phineas knew that he could not escape it. There had been some rivalry between him and Mr. Bonteen, and there was to be a sort of match as to which of the two would kill most birds before lunch. But there had been some half-promise on Lady Laura's part that she would walk with him up the Linter and come down upon the lake, taking an opposite direction from that by which they had returned with Mr. Kennedy. "But you will be shooting all day," she said, when he proposed it to her as they were starting for the moor. The wagonette that was to take them was at the door, and she was there to see them start. Her father was one of the shooting party, and Mr. Kennedy was another. "I will undertake to be back in time if you will not think it too hot. I shall not see you again till we meet in town next year." then I certainly will go with you, that is to say, if you are here. But you cannot return without the rest of the party, as you are going so far." "I'll get back somehow," said Phineas, who was resolved that a few miles more or less of mountain should not detain him from the prosecution of a task so vitally important to him. "If we start at 5, that will be early enough." "Quite early enough," said Lady Laura. Phineas went off to the mountains and shot his grouse, and won his match, and eat his luncheon. Mr. Bonteen, however, was not beaten by much, and was in consequence somewhat ill-humoured. "I'll tell you what I'll do," said Mr. Bonteen. "I'll back myself for the rest of the day for a 10-pound note." Now there had been no money staked on the match at all, but it had been simply a trial of skill as to which would kill the most birds in a given time, and the proposition for that trial had come from Mr. Bonteen himself. "I should not think of shooting for money," said Phineas. "And why not? A bet is the only way to decide these things." "Partly because I'm sure I shouldn't hit a bird," said Phineas, "and partly because I haven't got any money to lose." "I hate bets," said Mr. Kennedy to him afterwards. "I was annoyed when Bonteen offered the wager. I felt sure, however, you would not accept it." "I suppose such bets are very common." "I don't think men ought to propose them, unless they are quite sure of their company. Maybe I'm wrong, and I often feel that I am straight-laced about such things. It is so odd to me that men cannot amuse themselves without pitting themselves against each other. When a man tells me that he can shoot better than I tell him that my keeper can shoot better than he." "All the same, it's a good thing to excel," said Phineas. "I'm not sure of that," said Mr. Kennedy. "A man who can kill more salmon than anybody else can rarely do anything else. Are you going on with your match?" "No, I'm going to make my way to Loughlinter." "Not alone?" "Yes, alone. It's over 9 miles. You can't walk it." Phineas looked at his watch, and found that it was now 2 o'clock. It was a broiling day in August, and the way back to Loughlinter, for 6 or 7 out of the 9 miles, would be along a high road. "I must do it all the same," said he, preparing for a start. "I have an engagement with Lady Laura Standish, and as this is the last day that I shall see her, I certainly do not mean to break it." "An engagement with Lady Laura," said Mr. Kennedy. "Why did you not tell me, that I might have a pony ready? But come along. Donald Bean has a pony. He's not much bigger than a dog, but he'll carry you to Loughlinter." "I can walk it, Mr. Kennedy." "Yes, and think of the state in which you'd reach Loughlinter. Come along with me." "But I can't take you off the mountain," said Phineas. "Then you must allow me to take you off." So Mr. Kennedy led the way down to Donald Bean's cottage, and before 3 o'clock Phineas found himself mounted on a shaggy steed, which, in sober truth, was not much bigger than a large dog. "If Mr. Kennedy is really my rival," said Phineas to himself, as he trotted along, "I almost think that I am doing an unhandsome thing in taking the pony." At 5 o'clock he was under the portico before the front door, and there he found Lady Laura waiting for him. Waiting for him, or at least ready for him. She had on her hat and gloves and light shawl, and her parasol was in her hand. He thought that he had never seen her look so young, so pretty, and so fit to receive a lover's vows. But at the same time it occurred to him that she was Lady Laura Standish, the daughter of an earl, the descendant of a line of earls, and that he was the son of a simple country doctor in Ireland. Was it fitting that he should ask such a woman to be his wife? But then Mr. Kennedy was the son of a man who had walked into Glasgow with half-a-crown in his pocket. Mr. Kennedy's grandfather had been— Phineas thought that he had heard that Mr. Kennedy's grandfather had been a Scotch drover, whereas his own grandfather had been a little squire near Ennistamon in County Clare, and his own first cousin, once removed, still held the paternal acres at Finn Grove. His family was supposed to be descended from kings in that part of Ireland. It certainly did not become him to fear Lady Laura on the score of rank, if it was to be allowed to Mr. Kennedy to proceed without fear on that head. As to wealth, Lady Laura had already told him that her fortune was no greater than his. Her statement to himself on that head made him feel that he should not hesitate on the score of money. They neither had any, and he was willing to work for both. If she feared the risk, let her say so. It was thus that he argued with himself, but yet he knew as well as the reader will know, that he was going to do that which he had no right to do. It might be very well for him to wait, presuming him to be successful in his love, for the opening of that oyster with his political sword, that oyster on which he proposed that they should both live. But such waiting would not well be to the taste of Lady Laura Standish. It could hardly be pleasant to her to look forward to his being made a junior lord or an assistant secretary before she could establish herself in her home. So he told himself. And yet he told himself at the same time that it was incumbent on him to persevere. "I did not expect you in the least," said Lady Laura, "and yet I spoke very positively. But there are things as to which a man may be very positive, and yet may be allowed to fail. In the first place, how on earth did you get home?" "Mr. Kennedy got me a pony, Donald Bean's pony." "You told him then?" "Yes, I told him why I was coming, and that I must be here. Then he took the trouble to come all the way off the mountain to persuade Donald to lend me his pony. I must acknowledge that Mr. Kennedy has conquered me at last." "I am so glad of that," said Lady Laura. "I knew he would, unless it were your own fault." They went up the path by the brook, from bridge to bridge, till they found themselves out upon the open mountain at the top. Phineas had resolved that he would not speak out his mind till he found himself on that spot, that then he would ask her to sit down, and that while she was so seated he would tell her everything. At the present moment he had on his head a Scotch cap with a grouse's feather in it, and he was dressed in a velvet shooting jacket and dark knickerbockers, and was certainly in this costume as handsome a man as any woman would wish to see, and there was, too, a look of breeding about him which had come to him, no doubt, from the royal Finns of old, which ever served him in great stead. He was indeed only Phineas Finn, and was known by the world to be no more, but he looked as though he might have been anybody, a royal Finn himself. And then he had that special grace of appearing to be altogether unconscious of his own personal advantages, and I think that in truth he was barely conscious of them, that he depended on them very little, if at all, that there was nothing of personal vanity in his composition. He had never indulged in any hope that Lady Laura would accept him because he was a handsome man. "After all that climbing," he said, "will you not sit down for a moment?" As he spoke to her, she looked at him, and told herself that he was as handsome as a god. "Do sit down for one moment," he said. "I have something that I desire to say to you, and to say it here." "I will," she said, "but I also have something to tell you, and will say it while I am yet standing. Yesterday I accepted an offer of marriage from Mr. Kennedy." "Then I am too late," said Phineas, and putting his hands into the pockets of his coat, he turned his back upon her and walked away across the mountain. What a fool he had been to let her know his secret, when her knowledge of it could be of no service to him, when her knowledge of it could only make him appear foolish in her eyes. But for his life he could not have kept his secret to himself, nor now could he bring himself to utter a word of even decent civility. But he went on walking, as though he could thus leave her there and never see her again. What an ass he had been in supposing that she cared for him! What a fool to imagine that his poverty could stand a chance against the wealth of Loughlinter! But why had she lured him on? How he wished that he were now grinding hard at work in Mr. Lowe's chambers, or sitting at home at Killaloe with the hands of that pretty little Irish girl within his own. Presently he heard a voice behind him calling him gently. Then he turned and found that she was very near him. He himself had then been standing still for some moments, and she had followed him. "Mr. Finn," she said. "Well, yes, what is it?" And turning round, he made an attempt to smile. "Will you not wish me joy, or say a word of congratulation? Had I not thought much of your friendship, I should not have been so quick to tell you of my destiny. No one else has been told except papa. Of course I hope you will be happy. Of course I do. No wonder he lent me the pony. You must forget all that." "Forget what?" "Well, nothing. You need forget nothing," said Lady Laura, "for nothing has been said that need be regretted. Only wish me joy, and all will be pleasant." "Lady Laura, I do wish you joy with all my heart, but that will not make all things pleasant. I came up here to ask you to be my wife." "No, no, no, do not say it." "But I have said it, and will say it again. I, poor, penniless, plain, simple fool that I am, have been ass enough to love you, Lady Laura Standish, and I brought you up here to-day to ask you to share with me my nothingness, and this I have done on soil that is to be all your own. Tell me that you regard me as a conceited fool, as a bewildered idiot." "I wish to regard you as a dear friend, both of my own and of my husband," said she, offering him her hand. "Should I have had a chance, I wonder, if I had spoken a week since?" "How can I answer such a question, Mr. Finn? Or rather, I will answer it fully. It is not a week since we told each other, you to me and I to you, that we were both poor, both without other means than those which come to us from our fathers. You will make your way, will make it surely. But how, at present, could you marry any woman unless she had money of her own? For me, like so many other girls, it was necessary that I should stay at home, or marry some one rich enough to dispense with fortune in a wife. The man whom in all the world I think the best has asked me to share everything with him, and I have thought it wise to accept his offer." "And I was fool enough to think that you loved me," said Phineas. To this she made no immediate answer. "Yes, I was. I feel that I owe it you to tell you what a fool I have been. I did. I thought you loved me. At least I thought that perhaps you loved me. It was like a child wanting the moon, was it not?" "And why should I not have loved you?" she said slowly, laying her hand gently upon his arm. "Why not? Because Loughlinter—" "Stop, Mr. Finn, stop. Do not say to me any unkind word that I have not deserved, and that would make a breach between us. I have accepted the owner of Loughlinter as my husband, because I verily believe that I shall thus do my duty in that sphere of life to which it has pleased God to call me. I have always liked him, and I will love him. For you, may I trust myself to speak openly to you. You may trust me as against all others, except us to ourselves. For you, then, I will say also that I have always liked you since I knew you, that I have loved you as a friend, and could have loved you otherwise had not circumstances showed me so plainly that it would be unwise. Oh, Lady Laura, listen a moment, and pray remember that what I say to you now must never be repeated to any ears. No one knows it but my father, my brother, and Mr. Kennedy. Early in the spring I paid my brother's debts. His affection to me is more than a return for what I have done for him. But when I did this, when I made up my mind to do it, I made up my mind also that I could not allow myself the same freedom of choice which could otherwise have belonged to me. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Finn? How can I answer you, Lady Laura? Sufficient? And you are not angry with me for what I have said? No, I am not angry, but it is understood, of course, that nothing of this shall ever be repeated, even among ourselves. Is that a bargain? Oh, yes, I shall never speak of it again. And now you will wish me joy. I have wished you joy, Lady Laura, and I will do so again. May you have every blessing which the world can give you. You cannot expect me to be very jovial for a while myself, but there will be nobody to see my melancholy moods. I shall be hiding myself away in Ireland. When is the marriage to be? Nothing has been said of that. I shall be guided by him. But there must, of course, be delay. There will be settlements, and I know not what. It may probably be in the spring, or perhaps the summer. I shall do just what my betters tell me to do. Phineas had now seated himself on the exact stone on which he had wished her to sit when he proposed to tell his own story, and was looking forth upon the lake. It seemed to him that everything had been changed for him while he had been up there upon the mountain, and that the change had been marvellous in its nature. When he had been coming up, there had been apparently two alternatives before him: the glory of successful love, which indeed had seemed to him to be a most improbable result of the coming interview, and the despair and utter banishment attendant on disdainful rejection. But his position was far removed from either of these alternatives. She had almost told him that she would have loved him had she not been poor, that she was beginning to love him, and had quenched her love because it had become impossible to her to marry a poor man. In such circumstances he could not be angry with her. He could not quarrel with her. He could not do other than swear to himself that he would be her friend. And yet he loved her better than ever, and she was the promised wife of his rival. Why had not Donald Bean's pony broken his neck? "Shall we go down now?" she said. "Oh, yes. You will not go on by the lake?" "What is the use? It is all the same now. You will want to be back to receive him in from shooting." "Not that, I think. He is above those little cares. But it will be as well we should go the nearest way, as we have spent so much of our time here. I shall tell Mr. Kennedy that I have told you, if you do not mind." "Tell him what you please," said Phineas. "But I won't have it taken in that way, Mr. Finn. Your brusque want of courtesy to me I have forgiven, but I shall expect you to make up for it by the alacrity of your congratulations to him. I will not have you uncourteous to Mr. Kennedy. If I have been uncourteous, I beg your pardon." "You need not do that. We are old friends, and may take the liberty of speaking plainly to each other. But you will owe it to Mr. Kennedy to be gracious. Think of the pony." They walked back to the house together, and as they went down the path very little was said. Just as they were about to come out upon the open lawn, while they were still under cover of the rocks and shrubs, Phineas stopped his companion by standing before her, and then he made his farewell speech to her. "I must say good-bye to you. I shall be away early in the morning." "Good-bye, and God bless you," said Lady Laura. "Give me your hand," said he, and she gave him her hand. "I don't suppose you know what it is to love dearly." "I hope I do." "But to be in love, I believe you do not, and to miss your love. I am bound to think that you have never been so tormented. It is very sore, but I will do my best, like a man, to get over it." "Do, my friend, do. So small a trouble will never weigh heavily on shoulders such as yours." "It will weigh very heavily, but I will struggle hard that it may not crush me. I have loved you so dearly. As we are parting, give me one kiss, that I may think of it and treasure it in my memory." What murmuring words she spoke to express her refusal of such a request I will not quote, but the kiss had been taken before the denial was completed, and then they walked on in silence together and in peace towards the house. On the next morning 6 or 7 men were going away, and there was an early breakfast. There were none of the ladies there, but Mr. Kennedy, the host, was among his friends. A large drag with 4 horses was there to take the travellers and their luggage to the station, and there was naturally a good deal of noise at the front door as the preparations for the departure were made. In the middle of them Mr. Kennedy took our hero aside. "Laura has told me," said Mr. Kennedy, "that she has acquainted you with my good fortune." "And I congratulate you most heartily," said Phineas, grasping the other's hand. "You are indeed a lucky fellow." "I feel myself to be so," said Mr. Kennedy. "Such a wife was all that was wanting to me, and such a wife is very hard to find. Will you remember, Finn, that Loughlinter will never be so full but what there will be a room for you, or so empty but what you will be made welcome." I say this on Lady Laura's part and on my own. Phineas, as he was being carried away to the railway station, could not keep himself from speculating as to how much Kennedy knew of what had taken place during the walk up the Linter. Of one small circumstance that had occurred, he felt quite sure that Mr. Kennedy knew nothing. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Phineas Finn returns to Killaloe. Phineas Finn's first session of Parliament was over, his first session with all its adventures. When he got back to Mrs. Bunch's house, for Mrs. Bunch received him for a night, in spite of her husband's advice to the contrary, I am afraid he almost felt that Mrs. Bunch and her rooms were beneath him. Of course he was very unhappy, as wretched as a man can be. There were moments in which he thought that it would hardly become him to live, unless he could do something to prevent the marriage of Lady Laura and Mr. Kennedy. But nevertheless he had his consolations. These were reflections which had in them much of melancholy satisfaction. He had not been despised by the woman to whom he had told his love. She had not shown him that she thought him to be unworthy of her. She had not regarded his love as an offence. Indeed, she had almost told him that prudence alone had forbidden her to return his passion. And he had kissed her, and had afterwards parted from her as a dear friend. I do not know why there should have been a flavour of exquisite joy in the midst of his agony as he thought of this, but it was so. He would never kiss her again. All future delights of that kind would belong to Mr. Kennedy, and he had no real idea of interfering with that gentleman in the fruition of his privileges. But still there was the kiss, an eternal fact. And then, in all respects, except that of his love, his visit to Loughlinter had been preeminently successful. Mr. Monk had become his friend, and had encouraged him to speak during the next session, setting before him various models, and prescribing for him a course of reading. Lord Brentford had become intimate with him. He was on pleasant terms with Mr. Palliser and Mr. Gresham, and as for Mr. Kennedy, he and Mr. Kennedy were almost bosom friends. It seemed to him that he had quite surpassed the Ratlers, Fitzgibbons, and Bonteens in that politico-social success which goes so far towards downright political success, and which in itself is so pleasant. He had surpassed these men in spite of their offices and their acquired positions, and could not but think that even Mr. Lowe, if he knew it all, would confess that he had been right. As to his bosom friendship with Mr. Kennedy, that of course troubled him. Ought he not to be driving a poniard into Mr. Kennedy's heart? The conventions of life forbade that, and therefore the bosom friendship was to be excused. If not an enemy to the death, then there could be no reason why he should not be a bosom friend. He went over to Ireland, staying but one night with Mrs. Bunch, and came down upon them at Killaloe like a god out of the heavens. Even his father was well nigh overwhelmed by admiration, and his mother and sisters thought themselves only fit to minister to his pleasures. He had learned, if he had learned nothing else, to look as though he were master of the circumstances around him, and was entirely free from internal embarrassment. When his father spoke to him about his legal studies, he did not exactly laugh at his father's ignorance, but he recapitulated to his father so much of Mr. Monk's wisdom at second hand, showing plainly that it was his business to study the arts of speech and the technicalities of the House, and not to study law, that his father had nothing further to say. He had become a man of such dimensions that an ordinary father could hardly dare to inquire into his proceedings, and as for an ordinary mother, such as Mrs. Finn certainly was, she could do no more than look after her son's linen with awe. Mary Flood Jones, the reader, I hope, will not quite have forgotten Mary Flood Jones, was in a great tremor when she first met the hero of Loughshane, after returning from the honours of his first session. She had been somewhat disappointed, because the newspapers had not been full of the speeches he had made in Parliament, and indeed the ladies of the Finn household had all been ill at ease on this head. They could not imagine why Phineas had restrained himself with so much philosophy. But Miss Flood Jones, in discussing the matter with the Miss Finns, had never expressed the slightest doubt of his capacity or his judgment. And when tidings came, the tidings came in a letter from Phineas to his father, that he did not intend to speak that session, because speeches from a young member on his first session were thought to be inexpedient. Miss Flood Jones and the Miss Finns were quite willing to accept the wisdom of this decision, much as they might regret the effect of it. Mary, when she met her hero, hardly dared to look him in the face, but she remembered accurately all the circumstances of her last interview with him. Could it be that he wore that ringlet near his heart? Mary had received from Barbara Finn certain hairs supposed to have come from the head of Phineas, and these she always wore near her own. And, moreover, since she had seen Phineas, she had refused an offer of marriage from Mr. Elias Bodkin, had refused it almost ignominiously, and when doing so, had told herself that she would never be false to Phineas Finn. "We think it so good of you to come to see us again," she said. "Good to come home to my own people. Of course you might be staying with plenty of grandees, if you liked it." "No, indeed, Mary. It did happen by accident that I had to go to the house of a man whom perhaps you would call a grandee, and to meet grandees there, but it was only for a few days, and I am very glad to be taken in again here, I can assure you. You know how very glad we all are to have you." "Are you glad to see me, Mary?" "Very glad. Why should I not be glad? And Barbara, the dearest friend I have in the world. Of course she talks about you, and that makes me think of you. If you knew, Mary, how often I think about you." Then Mary, who was very happy at hearing such words, and who was walking in to dinner with him at the moment, could not refrain herself from pressing his arm with her little fingers. She knew that Phineas, in his position, could not marry at once, but she would wait for him, oh, forever, if he would only ask her. He, of course, was a wicked traitor to tell her that he was wont to think of her. But Jove smiles at lovers' perjuries, and it is well that he should do so, as such perjuries can hardly be avoided altogether in the difficult circumstances of a successful gentleman's life. Phineas was a traitor, of course, but he was almost forced to be a traitor by the simple fact that Lady Laura Standish was in London, and Mary Flood Jones in Killaloe. He remained for nearly 5 months at Killaloe, and I doubt whether his time was altogether well spent. Some of the books recommended to him by Mr. Monk he probably did read, and was often to be found encompassed by blue books. I fear that there was a grain of pretence about his blue books and parliamentary papers, and that in these days he was, in a gentle way, something of an impostor. "You must not be angry with me for not going to you," he said once to Mary's mother when he had declined an invitation to drink tea, "but the fact is that my time is not my own." "Pray don't make any apologies. We are quite aware that we have very little to offer," said Mrs. Flood Jones, who was not altogether happy about Mary, and who perhaps knew more about members of Parliament and blue books than Phineas Finn had supposed. "Mary, you are a fool to think of that man," the mother said to her daughter the next morning. "I don't think of him, mamma, not particularly. He is no better than anybody else that I can see, and he is beginning to give himself airs," said Mrs. Flood Jones. Mary made no answer, but she went up into her room and swore before a figure of the Virgin that she would be true to Phineas for ever and ever, in spite of her mother, in spite of all the world, in spite, should it be necessary, even of himself. About Christmas time there came a discussion between Phineas and his father about money. "I hope you find you get on pretty well," said the doctor, who thought that he had been liberal. "It's a tight fit," said Phineas, who was less afraid of his father than he had been when he last discussed these things. "I had hoped it would have been ample," said the doctor. "Don't think for a moment, sir, that I am complaining," said Phineas. "I know it is much more than I have a right to expect." The doctor began to make an inquiry within his own breast as to whether his son had a right to expect anything, whether the time had not come in which his son should be earning his own bread. I suppose, he said after a pause, there is no chance of your doing anything at the bar now. Not immediately. It is almost impossible to combine the two studies together. Mr. Lowe himself was aware of that. But you are not to suppose that I have given the profession up. I hope not, after all the money it has cost us. By no means, sir, and all that I am doing now will, I trust, be of assistance to me when I shall come back to work at the law. Of course it is on the cards that I may go into office, and if so, public business will become my profession. And be turned out with the ministry. Yes, that is true, sir. I must run my chance. If the worst comes to the worst, I hope I might be able to secure some permanent place. I should think that I can hardly fail to do so. But I trust I may never be driven to want it. I thought, however, that we had settled all this before. Then Phineas assumed a look of injured innocence, as though his father was driving him too hard. "And in the meantime your money has been enough," said the doctor after a pause. "I had intended to ask you to advance me £100, said Phineas. "There were expenses to which I was driven on first entering Parliament. £100. If it would be inconvenient, sir, I can do without it." He had not as yet paid for his gun, or for that velvet coat in which he had been shooting, or most probably for the knickerbockers. He knew he wanted the £100 badly, but he felt ashamed of himself in asking for it. If he were once in office, though the office were but a sorry junior lordship, he would repay his father instantly. "You shall have it, of course," said the doctor, "but do not let the necessity for asking for more hundreds come oftener than you can help." Phineas said that he would not, and then there was no further discourse about money. It need hardly be said that he told his father nothing of the bill which he had endorsed for Lawrence Fitzgibbon. At last came the time which called him again to London and the glories of London life, to lobbies and the clubs, and the gossip of men in office, and the chance of promotion for himself, to the glare of the gas lamps, the mock anger of rival debaters, and the prospect of the Speaker's wig. During the idleness of the recess he had resolved at any rate upon this, that a month of the session should not have passed by before he had been seen upon his legs in the House, had been seen and heard, and many a time as he had wandered alone with his gun across the bogs which lie on the other side of the Shannon from Killaloe, he had practised the sort of address which he would make to the House. He would be short, always short, and he would eschew all action and gesticulation. Mr. Monk had been very urgent in his instructions to him on that head, but he would be especially careful that no words should escape him which had not in them some purpose. He might be wrong in his purpose, but purpose there should be. He had been twitted more than once at Killaloe with his silence, for it had been conceived by his fellow townsmen that he had been sent to Parliament on the special ground of his eloquence. They should twit him no more on his next return. He would speak, and would carry the House with him if a human effort might prevail. So he packed up his things and started again for London in the beginning of February. "Good-bye, Mary," he said with his sweetest smile. But on this occasion there was no kiss and no culling of locks. "I know he cannot help it," said Mary to herself. "It is his position. But whether it be for good or evil, I will be true to him." "I am afraid you are unhappy," Barbara Finn said to her on the next morning. "No, I am not unhappy, not at all. I have a deal to make me happy and proud. I don't mean to be a bit unhappy." Then she turned away and cried heartily, and Barbara Finn cried with her for company. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Phineas Finn returns to London. Phineas had received 2 letters during his recess at Killaloe from 2 women who admired him much, which, as they were both short, shall be submitted to the reader. The first was as follows: Salisbury, October 20, 1806. My dear Mr. Finn, I write a line to tell you that our marriage is to be hurried on as quickly as possible. Mr. Kennedy does not like to be absent from Parliament, nor will he be content to postpone the ceremony till the session be over. The day fixed is the 3rd of December, and then we go at once to Rome, and intend to be back in London by the opening of Parliament. Yours most sincerely, Laura Standish. Our London address will be No. 52, Grosvenor Place. To this he wrote an answer as short, expressing his ardent wishes that those winter hymeneals might produce nothing but happiness, and saying that he would not be in town many days before he knocked at the door of No. 52, Grosvenor Place. And the second letter was as follows: Great Marlborough Street, December 1806. Dear and honored Sir, Bunch is getting ever so anxious about the rooms, and says as how he has a young equity draughtsman and wife and baby, as would take the whole house, and all because Miss Pouncefoot said a word about her port wine, which any lady of her age might say in her tantrums, and mean nothing after all. Me and Miss Pouncefoot's knowed each other for 7 years, and what's a word or two as isn't meant after that? But, honored sir, it's not about that as I write to trouble you, but to ask if I may say for certain that you'll take the rooms again in February. It's easy to let them for the month after Christmas because of the pantomimes. Only say at once, because Bunch is nagging me day after day. I don't want nobody's wife and baby to have to do for, and 'd sooner have a Parliament gent like yourself than any one else. Yours humbly and respectful, Jane Bunch. To this he replied that he would certainly come back to the rooms in Great Marlborough Street, should he be lucky enough to find them vacant, and he expressed his willingness to take them on, and from the 1st of February. And on the 3rd of February he found himself in the old quarters, Mrs. Bunch having contrived, with much conjugal adroitness, both to keep Miss Pouncefoot and to stave off the equity draughtsman's wife and baby. Bunch, however, received Phineas very coldly, and told his wife the same evening that as far as he could see their lodger would never turn up to be a trump in the matter of the ballot. If he means well, why did he go and stay with them lords down in Scotland? I knows all about it. I knows a man when I sees him. Mr. Lowe, who's looking out to be a Tory judge some of these days, is a deal better, because he knows what he's after. Immediately on his return to town, Phineas found himself summoned to a political meeting at Mr. Mildmay's house in St. James Square. We're going to begin in earnest this time, Barrington Erle said to him at the club. I am glad of that, said Phineas. I suppose you heard all about it down at Loughlinter. Now, in truth, Phineas had heard very little of any settled plan down at Loughlinter. He had played a game of chess with Mr. Gresham, and had shot a stag with Mr. Palliser, and had discussed sheep with Lord Brentford, but had hardly heard a word about politics from any one of those influential gentlemen. From Mr. Monk he had heard much of a coming Reform Bill, but his communications with Mr. Monk had been rather private discussions, in which he had learned Mr. Monk's own views on certain points, than revelations on the intention of the party to which Mr. Monk belonged. "I heard of nothing settled," said Phineas, "but I suppose we are to have a Reform Bill. That is a matter of course. And I suppose we are not to touch the question of ballot." "That's the difficulty," said Barrington Erle. "But of course we shan't touch it as long as Mr. Mildmay is in the Cabinet. He will never consent to the ballot as First Minister of the Crown." "Nor would Gresham or Palliser," said Phineas, who did not choose to bring forth his greatest gun at first. "I don't know about Gresham. It is impossible to say what Gresham might bring himself to do. Gresham is a man who may go any lengths before he has done. Planty Pall, for such was the name by which Mr. Plantagenet Palliser was ordinarily known among his friends, would of course go with Mr. Mildmay and the Duke." "And Monk is opposed to the ballot," said Phineas. "Ah, that's the question. No doubt he has assented to the proposition of a measure without the ballot. But if there should come a row, and men like Turnbull demand it, and the London mob kick up a shindy, I don't know how far Monk would be steady. Whatever he says, he'll stick to." "He is your leader, then?" asked Barrington. "I don't know that I have a leader. Mr. Mildmay leads our side, and if anybody leads me, he does. But I have great faith in Mr. Monk. There's one who would go for the ballot to-morrow, if it were brought forward stoutly," said Barrington Erle to Mr. Rattler a few minutes afterwards, pointing to Phineas as he spoke. "I don't think much of that young man," said Rattler. Mr. Bonteen and Mr. Rattler had put their heads together during the last evening at Loughlinter, and agreed that they did not think much of Phineas Finn. Why did Mr. Kennedy go down off the mountain to get him a pony? And why did Mr. Gresham play chess with him? Mr. Rattler and Mr. Bonteen may have been right in making up their minds to think but little of Phineas Finn, but Barrington Erle had been quite wrong when he had said that Phineas would go for the ballot to-morrow. Phineas had made up his mind very strongly that he would always oppose the ballot. That he would hold the same opinion throughout his life no one should pretend to say. But in his present mood, and under the tuition which he had received from Mr. Monk, he was prepared to demonstrate, out of the House and in it, that the ballot was, as a political measure, unmanly, ineffective, and enervating. Enervating had been a great word with Mr. Monk, and Phineas had clung to it with admiration. The meeting took place at Mr. Mildmay's on the third day of the session. Phineas had of course heard of such meetings before, but had never attended one. Indeed, there had been no such gathering when Mr. Mildmay's party came into power early in the last session. Mr. Mildmay and his men had then made their effort in turning out their opponents, and had been well pleased to rest a while upon their oars. Now, however, they must go again to work, and therefore the Liberal party was collected at Mr. Mildmay's house, in order that the Liberal party might be told what it was that Mr. Mildmay and his cabinet intended to do. Phineas Finn was quite in the dark as to what would be the nature of the performance on this occasion, and entertained some idea that every gentleman present would be called upon to express individually his assent or dissent in regard to the measure proposed. He walked to St. James's Square with Lawrence Fitzgibbon, but even with Fitzgibbon was ashamed to show his ignorance by asking questions. "After all," said Fitzgibbon, "this kind of thing means nothing. I know as well as possible, and so do you, what Mr. Mildmay will say, and then Gresham will say a few words, and then Turnbull will make a murmur, and then we shall all assent to anything or to nothing, and then it will be over." Still Phineas did not understand whether the assent required would or would not be an individual, personal assent. When the affair was over, he found that he was disappointed, and that he might almost as well have stayed away from the meeting, except that he had attended at Mr. Mildmay's bidding, and had given a silent adhesion to Mr. Mildmay's plan of reform for that session. Lawrence Fitzgibbon had been very nearly correct in his description of what would occur. Mr. Mildmay made a long speech. Mr. Turnbull, the great radical of the day, the man who was supposed to represent what many call the Manchester school of politics, asked half a dozen questions. In answer to these, Mr. Gresham made a short speech. Then Mr. Mildmay made another speech, and then all was over. The gist of the whole thing was that there should be a reform bill, very generous in its enlargement of the franchise, but no ballot. Mr. Turnbull expressed his doubt whether this would be satisfactory to the country, but even Mr. Turnbull was soft in his tone and complacent in his manner. As there was no reporter present, that plan of turning private meetings at gentlemen's houses into public assemblies not having been as yet adopted, there could be no need for energy or violence. They went to Mr. Mildmay's house to hear Mr. Mildmay's plan, and they heard it. 2 days after this, Phineas was to dine with Mr. Monk. Mr. Monk had asked him in the lobby of the house. "I don't give dinner parties," he said, "but I should like you to come and meet Mr. Turnbull." Phineas accepted the invitation as a matter of course. There were many who said that Mr. Turnbull was the greatest man in the nation, and that the nation could be saved only by a direct obedience to Mr. Turnbull's instructions. Others said that Mr. Turnbull was a demagogue, and at heart a rebel, that he was un-English, false, and very dangerous. Phineas was rather inclined to believe the latter statement, and as danger and dangerous men are always more attractive than safety and safe men, he was glad to have an opportunity of meeting Mr. Turnbull at dinner. In the meantime, he went to call on Lady Laura, whom he had not seen since the last evening which he spent in her company at Loughlinter, whom, when he was last speaking to her, he had kissed close beneath the falls of the Linter. He found her at home, and with her was her husband. "Here is a Darby and Joan meeting, is it not?" she said, getting up to welcome him. He had seen Mr. Kennedy before, and had been standing close to him during the meeting at Mr. Mildmay's. "I am very glad to find you both together." "But Robert is going away this instant," said Lady Laura. "Has he told you of our adventures at Rome?" "Not a word." "Then I must tell you, but not now. The dear old Pope was so civil to us. I came to think it quite a pity that he should be in trouble." "I must be off," said the husband, getting up, "but I shall meet you at dinner, I believe." "Do you dine at Mr. Monk's?" "Yes, and am asked expressly to hear Turnbull make a convert of you. There are only to be us 4. Au revoir." Then Mr. Kennedy went, and Phineas found himself alone with Lady Laura. He hardly knew how to address her, and remained silent. He had not prepared himself for the interview as he ought to have done, and felt himself to be awkward. She evidently expected him to speak, and for a few seconds sat waiting for what he might say. At last she found that it was incumbent on her to begin. "Were you surprised at our suddenness when you got my note?" "A little. you had spoken of waiting. I had never imagined that he would have been impetuous, and he seems to think that even the business of getting himself married would not justify him staying away from Parliament. He is a rigid martinet in all matters of duty. I did not wonder that he should be in a hurry, but that you should submit. I told you that I should do just what the wise people told me. I asked Papa, and he said that it would be better. So the lawyers were driven out of their minds, and the milliners out of their bodies, and the thing was done. Who was there at the marriage? Oswald was not there. That I know is what you mean to ask. Papa said that he might come if he pleased. Oswald stipulated that he should be received as a son. Then my father spoke the hardest word that ever fell from his mouth. What did he say? I will not repeat it, not altogether, but he said that Oswald was not entitled to a son's treatment. He was very sore about my money, because Robert was so generous as to his settlement. So the breach between them is as wide as ever. And where is Chiltern now? Said Phineas. Down in Northamptonshire, staying at some inn, from whence he hunts. He tells me that he is quite alone, that he never dines out, never has any one to dine with him, that he hunts 5 or 6 days a week, and reads at night. That is not a bad sort of life. Not if the reading is any good, but I cannot bear that he should be so solitary, and if he breaks down in it, then his companions will not be fit for him. Do you ever hunt? Oh, yes, at home in County Clare, all Irishmen hunt. I wish you would go down to him and see him. He would be delighted to have you. Phineas thought over the proposition before he answered it, and then made the reply that he had made once before. I would do so, Lady Laura, but that I have no money for hunting in England. Alas, alas, said she, smiling, how that hits one on every side. I might manage it for a couple of days in March. Do not do what you think you ought not to do, said Lady Laura. No, certainly, but I should like it, and if I can, I will. He could mount you, I have no doubt. He has no other expense now, and keeps a stable full of horses. I think he has 7 or 8. And now tell me, Mr. Finn, when are you going to charm the house? Or is it your first intention to strike terror? He blushed. He knew that he blushed as he answered, Oh, I suppose I shall make some sort of attempt before long. I can't bear the idea of being a bore. I think you ought to speak, Mr. Finn. I do not know about that, but I certainly mean to try. There will be lots of opportunities about the new Reform Bill. Of course you know that Mr. Mildmay is going to bring it in at once. You hear all that from Mr. Kennedy. And Papa has told me. I still see Papa almost every day. You must call upon him. Mind you do. Phineas said that he certainly would. Papa is very lonely now, and I sometimes feel that I have been almost cruel in deserting him. And I think that he has a horror of the house, especially later in the year, always fancying that he will meet Oswald. I am so unhappy about it all, Mr. Finn. Why doesn't your brother marry? Said Phineas, knowing nothing as yet of Lord Chiltern and Violet Effingham. If he were to marry well, that would bring your father round. Yes, it would. And why should he not? Lady Laura paused before she answered, and then she told the whole story. He is violently in love, and the girl he loves has refused him twice. Is it with Miss Effingham? Asked Phineas, guessing the truth at once, and remembering what Miss Effingham had said to him when riding in the wood. Yes, with Violet Effingham, my father's pet, his favourite, whom he loves next to myself. almost as well as myself, whom he would really welcome as a daughter. He would gladly make her mistress of his house and of Salisbury. Everything would then go smoothly. But she does not like Lord Chiltern. I believe she loves him in her heart, but she is afraid of him. As she says herself, a girl is bound to be so careful of herself. With all her seeming frolic, Violet Effingham is very wise. Phineas, though not conscious of anything akin to jealousy, was annoyed at the revelation made to him. Since he had heard that Lord Chiltern was in love with Miss Effingham, he did not like Lord Chiltern quite as well as he had done before. He himself had simply admired Miss Effingham, and had taken pleasure in her society. But though this had been all, he did not like to hear of another man wanting to marry her, and he was almost angry with Lady Lara for saying that she believed Miss Effingham loved her brother. If Miss Effingham had twice refused Lord Chiltern, that ought to have been sufficient. It was not that Phineas was in love with Miss Effingham himself, as he was still violently in love with Lady Lara. Any other love was, of course, impossible. But, nevertheless, there was something offensive to him in the story as it had been told. If it be wisdom on her part, said he, answering Lady Lara's last words, you cannot find fault with her for her decision. I find no fault, but I think my brother would make her happy. Lady Lara, when she was left alone, at once reverted to the tone in which Phineas Finn had answered her remarks about Miss Effingham. Phineas was very ill able to conceal his thoughts, and wore his heart almost upon his sleeve. Can it be possible that he cares for her himself? That was the nature of Lady Lara's first question to herself upon the matter, and in asking herself that question, she thought nothing of the disparity in rank or fortune between Phineas Finn and Violet Effingham, nor did it occur to her as at all improbable that Violet might accept the love of him who had so lately been her own lover. But the idea grated against her wishes on two sides. She was most anxious that Violet should ultimately become her brother's wife, and she could not be pleased that Phineas should be able to love any woman. I must beg my readers not to be carried away by those last words into any erroneous conclusion. They must not suppose that Lady Lara Kennedy, the lately married bride, indulged a guilty passion for the young man who had loved her. Though she had probably thought often of Phineas Finn since her marriage, her thoughts had never been of a nature to disturb her rest. It had never occurred to her even to think that she regarded him with any feeling that was an offence to her husband. She would have hated herself had any such idea presented itself to her mind. She prided herself on being a pure, high-principled woman, who had kept so strong a guard upon herself as to be nearly free from the dangers of those rocks upon which other women made shipwreck of their happiness. She took pride in this, and would then blame herself for her own pride. But though she blamed herself, it never occurred to her to think that to her there might be danger of such shipwreck. She had put away from herself the idea of love when she had first perceived that Phineas had regarded her with more than friendship, and had accepted Mr. Kennedy's offer with an assured conviction that by doing so she was acting best for her own happiness and for that of all those concerned. She had felt the romance of the position to be sweet when Phineas had stood with her at the top of the falls of the Linter, and had told her of the hopes which he had dared to indulge, and when at the bottom of the falls he had presumed to take her in his arms, she had forgiven him without difficulty to herself, telling herself that would be the alpha and the omega of the romance of her life. She had not felt herself bound to tell Mr. Kennedy of what had occurred, but she had felt that he could hardly have been angry even had he been told, and she had often thought of her lover since, and of his love, telling herself that she too had once had a lover, never regarding her husband in that light. But her thoughts had not frightened her as guilty thoughts will do. There had come a romance which had been pleasant, and it was gone. It had been soon banished, but it had left her a sweet flavor, of which she loved to taste the sweetness, though she knew that it was gone. And the man should be her friend, but especially her husband's friend. It should be her care to see that his life was successful, and especially her husband's care. It was a great delight to her to know that her husband liked the man, and the man would marry, and the man's wife should be her friend. All this had been very pure and very pleasant. Now an idea had flitted across her brain that the man was in love with someone else, and she did not like it. But she did not therefore become afraid of herself, or in the least realize at once the danger of her own position. Her immediate glance at the matter did not go beyond the falseness of men. If it were so, as she suspected, if Phineas had in truth transferred his affections to Violet Effingham, of how little value was the love of such a man! It did not occur to her at this moment that she also had transferred hers to Robert Kennedy, or that, if not, she had done worse. But she did remember that in the autumn this young Phoebus among men had turned his back upon her out upon the mountain, that he might hide from her the agony of his heart, when he learned that she was to be the wife of another man, and that now, before the winter was over, he could not hide from her the fact that his heart was elsewhere. And then she speculated and counted up facts, and satisfied herself that Phineas could not even have seen Violet Effingham since they two had stood together upon the mountain. How false are men! How false, and how weak of heart! "Chiltern and Violet Effingham," said Phineas to himself, as he walked away from Grosvenor Place. "Is it fair that she should be sacrificed because she is rich, and because she is so winning and so fascinating that Lord Brentford would receive even his son for the sake of receiving also such a daughter-in-law?" Phineas also liked Lord Chiltern, had seen, or fancied that he had seen, fine things in him, had looked forward to his regeneration, hoping, perhaps, that he might have some hand in the good work. But he did not recognize the propriety of sacrificing Violet Effingham, even for work so good as this. If Miss Effingham had refused Lord Chiltern twice, surely that ought to be sufficient. It did not occur to him that the love of such a girl as Violet would be a great treasure to himself. As regarded himself, he was still in love, hopelessly in love, with Lady Laura Kennedy. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mr. Turnbull. It was a Wednesday evening, and there was no house, and at 7 o'clock Phineas was at Mr. Monk's hall door. He was the first of the guests, and he found Mr. Monk alone in the dining-room. "I am doing butler," said Mr. Monk, who had a brace of decanters in his hands, which he proceeded to put down in the neighbourhood of the fire. "But I have finished, and now we will go upstairs to receive the two great men properly." "I beg your pardon for coming too early," said Finn. "Not a minute too early. 7 is 7, and it is I who am too late. But, Lord bless you, you don't think I'm ashamed of being found in the act of decanting my own wine. I remember Lord Palmerston saying before some committee about salaries, 5 or 6 years ago now, I dare say, that it wouldn't do for an English minister to have his hall door opened by a maidservant. Now, I'm an English minister, and I've got nobody but a maidservant to open my hall door, and I'm obliged to look after my own wine. I wonder whether it's improper. I shouldn't like to be the means of injuring the British Constitution. Perhaps if you resign soon, and if nobody follows your example, grave evil results may be avoided. I sincerely hope so, for I do love the British Constitution, and I love also the respect in which members of the English cabinet are held. Now Turnbull, who will be here in a moment, hates it all, but he is a rich man, and has more powdered footmen hanging about his house than ever Lord Palmerston had himself. He is still in business. Oh, yes, and makes his 30,000 a year. Here he is. How are you, Turnbull? We were talking about my maidservant. I hope she opened the door for you properly. Certainly, as far as I perceived, said Mr. Turnbull, who was better at a speech than a joke. A very respectable young woman, I should say. There is not one more so in all London, said Mr. Monk. But Finn seems to think that I ought to have a man in livery. It is a matter of perfect indifference to me, said Mr. Turnbull. I am one of those who never think of such things. Nor I either, said Mr. Monk. Then the Laird of Loughlinter was announced, and they all went down to dinner. Mr. Turnbull was a good-looking, robust man about 60, with long grey hair and a red complexion, with hard eyes, a well-cut nose, and full lips. He was nearly 6 feet high, stood quite upright, and always wore a black swallow-tail coat, black trousers, and a black silk waistcoat. In the house, at least, he was always so dressed, and at dinner tables. What difference there might be in his costume when at home at Stalybridge, few of us who saw him in London had the means of knowing. There was nothing in his face to indicate special talent. No one looking at him would take him to be a fool, but there was none of the fire of genius in his eye, nor was there in the lines of his mouth any of that play of thought or fancy which is generally to be found in the faces of men and women who have made themselves great. Mr. Turnbull had certainly made himself great, and could hardly have done so without force of intellect. He was one of the most popular, if not the most popular, politician in the country. Poor men believed in him, thinking that he was their most honest public friend, and men who were not poor believed in his power, thinking that his counsels must surely prevail. He had obtained the ear of the House and the favour of the reporters, and opened his voice at no public dinner, on no public platform, without a conviction that the words spoken by him would be read by thousands. The first necessity for good speaking is a large audience, and of this advantage Mr. Turnbull had made himself sure. And yet it could hardly be said that he was a great orator. He was gifted with a powerful voice, with strong, and I may perhaps call them broad convictions, with perfect self-reliance, and almost unlimited powers of endurance, with hot ambition, with no keen scruples, and with a moral skin of great thickness. Nothing said against him pained him, no attacks wounded him, no raillery touched him in the least. There was not a sore spot about him, and probably his first thoughts on waking every morning told him that he, at least, was totus teres atque rotundus. He was, of course, a thorough radical, and so was Mr. Monk. But Mr. Monk's first waking thoughts were probably exactly the reverse of those of his friend. Mr. Monk was a much hotter man in debate than Mr. Turnbull, but Mr. Monk was ever doubting of himself, and never doubted of himself so much as when he had been most violent, and also most effective, in debate. When Mr. Monk jeered at himself for being a cabinet minister, and keeping no attendant grander than a parlour-maid, there was a substratum of self-doubt under the joke. Mr. Turnbull was certainly a great radical, and as such enjoyed a great reputation. I do not think that high office in the state had ever been offered to him, but things had been said which justified him, or seemed to himself to justify him, in declaring that in no possible circumstances would he serve the crown. "I serve the people," he had said, "and much as I respect the servants of the crown, I think that my own office is the higher." He had been greatly called to task for this speech, and Mr. Mildmay, the present Premier, had asked him whether he did not recognize the so-called servants of the crown as the most hard-worked and truest servants of the people. The House and the press had supported Mr. Mildmay, but to all that Mr. Turnbull was quite indifferent, and when an assertion made by him before 3,000 or 4,000 persons at Manchester, to the effect that he specially, was the friend and servant of the people, was received with acclamation, he felt quite satisfied that he had gained his point. Progressive reform in the franchise, of which manhood suffrage should be the acknowledged and not far distant end, equal electoral districts, ballot, tenant right for England as well as Ireland, reduction of the standing army till there should be no standing army to reduce, utter disregard of all political movements in Europe, an almost idolatrous admiration for all political movements in America, free trade in everything except malt, and an absolute extinction of a state church. These were among the principal articles in Mr. Turnbull's political catalogue, and I think that when once he had learned the art of arranging his words as he stood upon his legs, and had so mastered his voice as to have obtained the ear of the House, the work of his life was not difficult. Having nothing to construct, he could always deal with generalities. Being free from responsibility, he was not called upon either to study details or to master even great facts. It was his business to inveigh against existing evils, and perhaps there is no easier business when once the privilege of an audience has been attained. It was his work to cut down forest trees, and he had nothing to do with the subsequent cultivation of the land. Mr. Monk had once told Phineas Finn how great were the charms of that inaccuracy which was permitted to the opposition. Mr. Turnbull no doubt enjoyed these charms to the full, though he would sooner have put a padlock on his mouth for a month than have owned as much. Upon the whole, Mr. Turnbull was no doubt right in resolving that he would not take office, though some reticence on that subject might have been more becoming to him. The conversation at dinner, though it was altogether on political subjects, had in it nothing of special interest as long as the girl was there to change the plates, but when she was gone, and the door was closed, it gradually opened out, and there came on to be a pleasant sparring match between the two great radicals, the radical who had joined himself to the governing powers, and the radical who stood aloof. Mr. Kennedy barely said a word now and then, and Phineas was almost as silent as Mr. Kennedy. He had come there to hear some such discussion, and was quite willing to listen while guns of such great calibre were being fired off for his amusement. "I think Mr. Mildmay is making a great step forward," said Mr. Turnbull. "I think he is," said Mr. Monk. I did not believe that he would ever live to go so far. It will hardly suffice even for this year. But still, coming from him, it is a great deal. It only shows how far a man may be made to go, if only the proper force be applied. After all, it matters very little who are the ministers." "That is what I have always declared," said Mr. Monk. "Very little indeed. We don't mind whether it be Lord de Terrier, or Mr. Mildmay, or Mr. Gresham, or you yourself, if you choose to get yourself made First Lord of the Treasury. I have no such ambition, Turnbull. I should have thought you had. If I went in for that kind of thing myself, I should like to go to the top of the ladder. I should feel that if I could do any good at all by becoming a minister, I could only do it by becoming First Minister." "You wouldn't doubt your own fitness for such a position?" "I doubt my fitness for the position of any minister," said Mr. Turnbull. "You mean that on other grounds," said Mr. Kennedy. "I mean it on every ground," said Mr. Turnbull, rising on his legs and standing with his back to the fire. "Of course I am not fit to have diplomatic intercourse with men who would come to me simply with the desire of deceiving me. Of course I am unfit to deal with members of Parliament who would flock around me because they wanted places. Of course I am unfit to answer every man's question so as to give no information to any one." "Could you not answer them so as to give information?" said Mr. Kennedy. But Mr. Turnbull was so intent on his speech that it may be doubted whether he heard this interruption. He took no notice of it as he went on. "Of course I am unfit to maintain the proprieties of a seeming confidence between a crown all powerless and a people all powerful. No man recognizes his own unfitness for such work more clearly than I do, Mr. Monk. But if I took in hand such work at all, I should like to be the leader, and not the led. Tell us fairly now, what are your convictions worth in Mr. Mildmay's cabinet?" "That is a question which a man may hardly answer himself," said Mr. Monk. "It is a question which a man should at least answer for himself before he consents to sit there," said Mr. Turnbull, in a tone of voice which was almost angry. "And what reason have you for supposing that I have omitted that duty?" said Mr. Monk. "Simply this, that I cannot reconcile your known opinions with the practices of your colleagues." "I will not tell you what my convictions may be worth in Mr. Mildmay's cabinet. I will not take upon myself to say that they are worth the chair on which I sit when I am there. But I will tell you what my aspirations were when I consented to fill that chair, and you shall judge of their worth. I thought that they might possibly leaven the batch of bread which we have to bake, giving to the whole batch more of the flavour of reform than it would have possessed had I absented myself. I thought that when I was asked to join Mr. Mildmay and Mr. Gresham, the very fact of that request indicated liberal progress, and that if I refused the request, I should be declining to assist in good work." "You could have supported them if anything were proposed worthy of support," said Mr. Turnbull. "Yes, but I could not have been so effective in taking care that some measure be proposed worthy of support as I may possibly be now. I thought a good deal about it, and I believe that my decision was right." "I am sure you were right," said Mr. Kennedy. "There can be no juster object of ambition than a seat in the cabinet," said Phineas. "Sir, I must dispute that," said Mr. Turnbull, turning round upon our hero. "I regard the position of our high ministers as most respectable." "Thank you for so much," said Mr. Monk. But the orator went on again, regardless of the interruption. "The position of gentlemen in inferior offices, of gentlemen who attend rather to the nods and winks of their superiors in Downing Street than to the interest of their constituents, I do not regard as being highly respectable." "A man cannot begin at the top," said Phineas. "Our friend Mr. Monk has begun at what you are pleased to call the top," said Mr. Turnbull; "but I will not profess to think that even he has raised himself by going into office. To be an independent representative of a really popular commercial constituency is, in my estimation, the highest object of an Englishman's ambition." "But why commercial, Mr. Turnbull?" said Mr. Kennedy. "Because the commercial constituencies really do elect their own members in accordance with their own judgments, whereas the counties and the small towns are coerced either by individuals or by a combination of aristocratic influences." "And yet," said Mr. Kennedy, "there are not half a dozen Conservatives returned by all the counties in Scotland." "Scotland is very much to be honoured," said Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Kennedy was the first to take his departure, and Mr. Turnbull followed him very quickly. Phineas got up to go at the same time, but stayed at his host's request, and sat for a while smoking a cigar. "Turnbull is a wonderful man," said Mr. Monk. "Does he not domineer too much?" "His fault is not arrogance, so much as ignorance that there is, or should be, a difference between public and private life. In the House of Commons, a man in Mr. Turnbull's position must speak with dictatorial assurance. He is always addressing, not the House only, but the country at large, and the country will not believe in him unless he believe in himself. But he forgets that he is not always addressing the country at large. I wonder what sort of a time Mrs. Turnbull and the little Turnbulls have of it." Phineas, as he went home, made up his mind that Mrs. Turnbull and the little Turnbulls must probably have a bad time of it. Chapter 19.